A few hundred years ago, arcanists were hunted down and burned for things of that sort. We do not tolerate that sort of behavior here." I heard a hard edge creep into the Chancellor's voice. Only then did I sense how truly angry he was. He took a deep breath. "Now do you understand?" I nodded shakily. He made another motion to Jameson, who set his pen back to the paper. "Do you, Kvothe, understand these grievances set against you?" "Yes, sir," I said as steadily as I could. Everything seemed too bright, and my legs were trembling slightly. I tried to force them to be still, but it only seemed to make them shake all the more. "Do you have anything to say in your defense?" the Chancellor asked curtly. I just wanted to leave. I felt the stares of the masters bearing down on me. My hands were wet and cold. I probably would have shaken my head and slunk from the room had the Chancellor not spoken again. "Well?" the Chancellor repeated testily. "No defense?" The words struck a chord in me. They were the same words that Ben had used 100 times as he drilled me endlessly in argument. His words came back admonishing me. "What? No defense? Any student of mine must be able to defend his ideas against an attack. No matter how you spend your life, your wit will defend you more often than a sword. Keep it sharp." I took another deep breath, closed my eyes, and concentrated. After a long moment, I felt the cool impassivity of the heart of stone surround me. My trembling stopped. I opened my eyes and heard my own voice say, "I had permission for my use of sympathy, sir." The Chancellor gave me a long, hard look before saying, "What?" I held the heart of stone around me like a calming mantle. "I had permission from Master Hem, both express and implied." The masters stirred in their seats, puzzled. The Chancellor looked far from pleased. "Explain yourself." I approached Master Hem after his first lecture and told him I was already familiar with the concepts he had discussed. He told me we would discuss it the next day. When he arrived for class the next day, he announced that I would be giving the lecture in order to demonstrate the principles of sympathy. After observing what materials were available, I gave the class the first demonstration my master gave me. Not true, of course. As I've already mentioned, my first lesson involved a handful of iron drabs. It was a lie, but a plausible lie. Judging by the master's expressions, this was news to them. Somewhere deep in the heart of stone, I relaxed, glad that the master's irritation was based on Hem's angrily abridged version of the truth. "You gave a demonstration before the class?" the Chancellor asked before I could continue. He glanced at Hem, then back at me. I played innocent. "Just a simple one. Is that unusual?" "It is a little odd," he said, looking at Hem. I could sense his anger again, but this time it didn't seem to be directed at me. "I thought it might be the way you proved your knowledge of material and moved to a more advanced class." I said innocently. Another lie, but again plausible. Elxadal spoke up. "What did the demonstration involve?" "A wax doll, a hair from Hem's head, and a candle. I would have picked a different example, but my materials were limited. I thought that might be another part of the test, making do with what you were given." I shrugged again. I couldn't think of any other way to demonstrate all 3 laws with the materials on hand. The Chancellor looked at Hem. "Is what the boy says true?" Hem opened his mouth as if he would deny it, then apparently remembered that an entire classroom full of students had witnessed the exchange. He said nothing. "Damn it, Hem!" Elxadal burst out. "You let the boy make a simulacra of you, then bring him here on malfeasance?" He sputtered. "You deserve worse than you got." "Elir Kvothe could not have hurt him with just a candle," Kilvin muttered. He gave his fingers a puzzled look, as if he were working something out in his head. Not with hair and wax. Maybe blood and clay. Order! The Chancellor's voice was too quiet to be called a shout, but it carried the same authority. He shot looks at Elxadal and Kilvin. Kvothe, answer Master Kilvin's question. I made a second binding between the candle and the brazier to illustrate the law of conservation. Kilvin did not look up from his hands. Wax and hair? He grumbled, as if not entirely satisfied with my explanation. I gave a half-puzzled, half-embarrassed look and said, I don't understand it myself, sir. I should have gotten 10% transference at best. It shouldn't have been enough to blister Master Hem, let alone burn him. I turned to Hem. I really didn't mean any harm, sir, I said in my best distraught voice. It was just supposed to be a bit of a hot foot to make you jump. The fire hadn't been going more than 5 minutes, and I didn't imagine that a fresh fire at 10% could hurt you. I even wrung my hands a little, every bit the distraught student. It was a good performance. My father would have been proud. Well, it did, Hem said bitterly. And where is the damn mommet, anyway? I demand you return it at once. I'm afraid I can't, sir. I destroyed it. It was too dangerous to leave laying around. Hem gave me a shrewd look. It's of no real concern, he muttered. The Chancellor took up the reins again. This changes things considerably. Hem, do you still set grievance against Kvothe? Hem glared and said nothing. I move to strike both grievances, Arwyll said, the Physiker's old voice coming as a bit of a surprise. If Hem set him in front of the class, he gave permission. And it isn't malfeasance if you give him your hair and watch him stick it on the mommet's head. I expected him to have more control over what he was doing, Hem said, shooting a venomous look at me. It's not malfeasance, Arwyll said doggedly, glaring at Hem from behind his spectacles, the grandfatherly lines on his face forming a fierce scowl. It would fall under reckless use of sympathy, Lauren interjected coolly. Is that a motion to strike the previous 2 grievances and replace them with reckless use of sympathy? Asked the Chancellor, trying to regain a semblance of formality. Aye, said Arwyll, still glaring fearsomely at Hem through his spectacles. All for the motion? The Chancellor said. There was a chorus of ayes from everyone but Hem. Against? Hem remained silent. Master Archivist, what is the discipline for reckless use of sympathy? If one is injured by reckless use of sympathy, the offending student will be whipped, singly, no more than 7 times across the back. I wondered what book Master Lorne was reciting from. Number of lashes sought? Hem looked at the other masters' faces, realizing the tide had turned against him. My foot is blistered halfway to my knee, he gritted. 3 lashes. The Chancellor cleared his throat. Does any master oppose this action? Aye, Elxadal and Kilvin said together. Who wishes to suspend the discipline? Vote by show of hands. Elxadal, Kilvin, and Arwyll raised their hands at once, followed by the Chancellor. Mandrag kept his hand down, as did Lauren, Brander, and Hem. Elodin grinned at me cheerily, but did not raise his hand. I kicked myself for my recent trip to the archives and the bad impression it made on Lauren. If not for that, he might have tipped things in my favor. 4.5 in favor of suspending punishment, the Chancellor said after a pause. The discipline stands. 3 lashes to be served tomorrow, the 3rd of Ekis at noon. As I was deep into the heart of stone, all I felt was a slight analytical curiosity about what it would be like to be publicly whipped. All the masters showed signs of preparing to stand and leave, but before things could be called to a close, I spoke up. Chancellor. He took a deep breath and let it out in a gush. Yes. During my admission, You said that my admittance to the Arcanum was granted, contingent upon proof that I had mastered the basic principles of sympathy. I quoted him nearly word for word. Does this constitute proof? Both Hem and the Chancellor opened their mouths to say something. Hem was louder. "Look here, you little cocker!" "Hem!" the Chancellor snapped. Then he turned to me. "I am afraid proof of mastery requires more than a simple sympathetic binding." "A double binding," Kilvin corrected gruffly. Elodin spoke, seeming to startle everyone at the table. "I can think of students currently enrolled in the Arcanum who would be hard-pressed to complete a double binding, let alone draw enough heat to blister a man's foot to the knee." I had forgotten how Elodin's light voice moved through the deep places in your chest when he spoke. He smiled happily at me again. There was a moment of quiet reflection. "True enough," admitted Elxadal, giving me a close look. The Chancellor looked down at the empty table for a minute. Then he shrugged, looked up, and gave a surprisingly jaunty smile. "All in favor of admitting first-term student Kvothe's reckless use of sympathy as proof of mastery of the basic principles of sympathy, vote by show of hands." Kilvin and Elxadal raised their hands together. Arwell added his a moment later. Elodin waved. After a pause, the Chancellor raised his hand as well, saying, 5.5 in favor of Kvothe's admission to the Arcanum. Motion passed. Meeting dismissed. Telu shelter us, fools and children all. He said the last very softly as he rested his forehead against the heel of his hand. Hem stormed out of the room with Brander in tow. Once they were through the door, I heard Brander ask, "Weren't you wearing a gram?" "No, I wasn't," Hem snapped. "And don't take that tone with me as if this were my fault. You might as well blame someone stabbed in an alley for not wearing armor." "We should all take precautions," Brander said placatingly. "You know as well as—" Their voices were cut off with the sound of a door closing. Kilvin stood and shrugged his shoulders, stretching. Looking over to where I stood, he scratched his bushy beard with both hands. A thoughtful look on his face, then strode over to where I stood. "Do you have your sigildry yet, Ilir Kvothe?" I looked at him blankly. "Do you mean runes, sir?" "I'm afraid not." Kilvin ran his hands through his beard thoughtfully. "Do not bother with the basic artificing class you have signed for. Instead, you will come to my workroom tomorrow, noon." "I'm afraid I have another appointment at noon, Master Kilvin." Yes." He frowned. "First bell, then." "I'm afraid the boy will be having an appointment with my folk shortly after the whipping, Kilvin," Arwell said with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Have someone bring you to the Medica afterwards, son. We'll stitch you back together." "Thank you, sir." Arwell nodded and made his way out of the room. Kilvin watched him go, then turned to look at me. "My workshop. Day after tomorrow, noon." The tone of his voice implied that it wasn't really a question. "I would be honored, Master Kilvin." He grunted in response and left with Elxadal. That left me alone with the still-seated Chancellor. We stared at each other while the sound of footsteps faded in the hallway. I brought myself back up out of the heart of stone and felt a tangle of anticipation and fear at everything that had just happened. "I'm sorry to be so much trouble so soon, sir," I offered hesitantly. "Oh?" he said, his expression considerably less stern now that we were alone. "How long had you intended to wait?" "At least a span, sir." My brush with disaster had left me feeling giddy with relief. I felt an irrepressible grin bubble onto my face. "At least a span," he muttered. The Chancellor put his face into his hands and rubbed, then looked up and surprised me with a wry smile. I realized he wasn't particularly old when his face wasn't locked in a stern expression. Probably only on the far side of 40. "You don't look like someone who knows he's going to be whipped tomorrow," he observed. I pushed the thought aside. I imagine I'll heal, sir. He gave me an odd look. It took me a while to recognize it as the one I'd grown accustomed to in the troop. He opened his mouth to speak, but I jumped on the words before he could say them. I'm not as young as I look, sir. I know it. I just wish other people knew it too. I imagine they will before too long. He gave me a long look before pushing himself up from the table. He held out a hand. Welcome to the Arcanum. I shook his hand solemnly, and we parted ways. I worked my way outside and was surprised to see that it was full night. I breathed in a lungful of sweet spring air and felt my grin resurface. Then someone touched me on the shoulder. I jumped fully 2 feet into the air and narrowly avoided falling on Simon in the howling, scratching, biting blur that had been my only method of defense in Tarbean. He took a step back, startled by the expression on my face. I tried to slow my pounding heart. Simon, I'm sorry. Try to make a little noise around me. I startle easily. Me too, he murmured shakily, wiping a hand across his forehead. I can't really blame you, though. Riding the horns will do that to the best of us. How did things go? I'm to be whipped and admitted to the Arcanum. He looked at me curiously, trying to see if I was making a joke. I'm sorry? Congratulations? He made a shy smile at me. Do I buy you a bandage or a beer? I smiled back. Both. By the time I got back to the 4th floor of the Mews, rumor of my non-expulsion and admission into the Arcanum had spread ahead of me. I was greeted by a smattering of applause from my bunkmates. Hem was not well loved. Some of my bunkmates offered odd congratulations, while Basil made a special point of coming forward to shake my hand. I had just climbed up to a sitting position on my bunk and was explaining to Basil the difference between a single whip and a six-tail when the 3rd floor steward came looking for me. He instructed me to pack up my things, explaining that Arcanum students were located in the West Wing. Everything I owned still fit neatly into my travel sack, so it was no great chore. As the steward led me away, there was a chorus of goodbyes from my fellow first-term students. The West Wing bunks were similar to those I had left behind. It was still rows of narrow beds, but here they weren't stacked too high. Each bed had a small wardrobe and desk in addition to a trunk. Nothing fancy, but definitely a step up. The biggest difference was in the attitudes of my bunkmates. There were scowls and glares, though for the most part I was pointedly ignored. It was a chilly reception, especially in the light of the welcome I had just received from my non-Arcanum bunkmates. It was easy to understand why. Most students attend the university for several terms before being admitted into the Arcanum. Everyone here had worked their way up through the ranks the hard way. I hadn't. Only about 3/4 of the bunks were full. I picked one in the back corner, away from the others. I hung my one extra shirt and my cloak in the wardrobe and put my travel sack in the trunk at the foot of my bed. I lay down and stared at the ceiling. My bunk lay outside the light of the other students' candles and sympathy lamps. I was finally a member of the Arcanum, in some ways, exactly where I had always wanted to be. Chapter 41. Friend's Blood. The next morning, I woke early, washed up, and grabbed a bite to eat at the mess. Then, because I had nothing to do before my whipping at noon, I strolled the university aimlessly. I wandered through a few apothecaries and bottle shops, admired the well-kept lawns and gardens. Eventually, I came to rest on a stone bench in a wide courtyard. Too anxious to think of doing anything productive, I simply sat and enjoyed the weather, watching the wind tumble a few scraps of waste paper along the cobblestones. It wasn't too long before Willem strolled over and sat himself next to me without an invitation. His characteristic sealdish dark hair and eyes made him seem older than Simon and me, but he still had the slightly awkward look of a boy who wasn't quite used to being man-sized yet. "Nervous?" he asked with the harsh burr a Siaru accent makes. Trying not to think about it, actually, I said. Willem grunted. We were both quiet for a minute while we watched the students walk past. A few of them paused in their conversations to point at me. I quickly grew tired of their attention. Are you doing anything right now? Sitting, he said simply. Breathing. Clever. I can see why you're in the Arcanum. Are you busy for the next hour or so? He shrugged and looked at me expectantly. Would you show me where Master Arwell is? He told me to stop by. After. Certainly, he said, pointing to one of the courtyard's outlets. Medica is on the other side of Archives. We made our way around the massive windowless block that was the Archives. Willem pointed. That is Medica. It was a large, oddly shaped building. It looked like a taller, less rambling version of Maine's. Bigger than I thought it would be, I mused. All for teaching medicine? He shook his head. They do much business in tending the sick. They never turn anyone away because they can't pay. Really? I looked at Medica again, thinking of Master Arwell. That's surprising. You need not pay in advance, he clarified. After you recover. He paused, and I heard the clear implication, if you recover. You settle accounts. If you have no hard coin, you work until your debt is... He paused. What is the word for shayam? He asked, holding out his hands with the palms up and moving them up and down as if they were the pans of a scale. Wade? I suggested. He shook his head. No, shayam. He stressed the word and brought his hands even with each other. Oh, I mimicked the gesture. Balanced. He nodded. You work until your debt is balanced with the Medica. Few leave without settling their debts. I gave a grim chuckle. Not that surprising. What's the point of running away from an arcanist who has a couple drops of your blood? We eventually came to another courtyard. In the center of it was a pennant pole with a stone bench underneath it. I didn't need to guess who was going to be tied to it in an hour or so. There were about 100 students milling around, giving things an oddly festive air. It's not usually this big, Willem said apologetically, but a few masters canceled classes. Hem, I'm guessing, and Brandur. Willem nodded. Hem holds grudges. He paused to give emphasis to his understatement. He'll be there with his whole coterie. He pronounced that last word slowly. Is that the right word? Coterie? I nodded, and Willem looked vaguely self-satisfied. Then he frowned. That makes me remember something strange in your language. People are always asking me about the road to Tinue. Endlessly they say, how is the road to Tinue? What does it mean? I smiled. It's an idiomatic piece of the language. That means... I know what an idiom is, Willem interrupted. What does this one mean? Oh, I said, slightly embarrassed. It's just a greeting. It's kind of like asking, how was your day? Or, how is everything going? That is also an idiom, Willem grumbled. Your language is thick with nonsense. I wonder how any of you understand each other. How is everything going? Going where? He shook his head. Tinue, apparently. I grinned at him. Tuan Volgen Oketh Ama, I said, using one of my favorite Siaru idioms. It meant, don't let it make you crazy, but it translated literally as, don't put a spoon in your eye over it. We turned away from the courtyard and walked around the university aimlessly for a while. Willem pointed out a few more notable buildings, including several good taverns, the alchemy complex, the Sealdish laundry, and both the sanctioned and unsanctioned brothels. We strolled past the featureless stone walls of the archives, past a cooper, a bookbinder, an apothecary, A thought occurred to me. Do you know much herb lore? He shook his head. Chemistry mostly, and I dabble in archives with puppets sometimes. Dabble, I said, emphasizing the B sound for him. Dapple is something else. Who's puppet? Will paused. Hard to describe. He waved a hand to dismiss the question. I'll introduce you later. What do you need to know about herbs? Nothing, really. Could you do me a favor? He nodded, and I pointed to the nearby apothecary. Go buy me 2 scruples of nal root. I held up 2 iron drabs. This should cover it. Why me? He asked warily. Because I don't want the fellow in there giving me the "you're awfully young" look. I frowned. I don't want to have to deal with that today. I was nearly dancing with anxiety by the time Willem got back. He was busy, he explained, seeing the impatient expression on my face. He handed me a small paper packet and a loose jingle of change. What is it? It's to settle my stomach, I said. Breakfast isn't sitting too well, and I don't fancy throwing up halfway through being whipped. I bought us cider at a nearby pub, using mine to wash down the nal root, trying not to grimace at the bitter, chalky taste. Before too long, we heard the belling tower striking noon. I think I must go to class. Will tried to mention it nonchalantly, but it came out almost strangled. He looked up at me, embarrassed, and a little pale under his dark complexion. I am not fond of blood. He gave a shaky smile. My blood, friend's blood. I don't plan on doing much bleeding, I said, but don't worry. You've gotten me through the hard part, the waiting. Thank you. We parted ways, and I fought down a wave of guilt. After knowing me less than 3 days, Will had gone out of his way to help me. He could have taken the easy route and resented my quick admittance into the Arcanum as many others did. Instead, he had done a friend's duty, helping me pass a difficult time, and I had repaid him with lies. As I walked toward the pennant pole, I felt the weight of the crowd's eyes on me. How many were there? 200? 3? After a certain point is reached, the numbers cease to matter, and all that remains is the faceless mass of a crowd. My stage training held me firm under their stares. I walked steadily toward the pennant pole amid a sea of susurrus murmurings. I didn't carry myself proudly, as I knew that might turn them against me. I was not repentant either. I carried myself well, as my father had taught me, with neither fear nor regret on my face. As I walked, I felt the nal root begin to take firm hold of me. I felt perfectly awake while everything around me grew almost painfully bright. Time seemed to slow as I approached the center of the courtyard. As my feet came down on the cobblestones, I watched the small puffs of dust they raised. I felt a breath of wind catch the hem of my cloak and curl underneath to cool the sweat between my shoulder blades. It seemed for a second that should I wish to, I could count the faces in the crowd around me like flowers in a field. I spotted none of the masters in the crowd except for Hem. He stood near the pennant pole, looking pig-like in his smugness. He folded his arms in front of himself, letting the sleeves of his black master's robe hang loosely at his sides. He caught my eye, and his mouth quirked up into a soft smirk that I knew was meant for me. I resolved that I would bite out my own tongue before I gave him the satisfaction of appearing frightened or even concerned. Instead, I gave him a wide, confident smile, then looked away, as if he didn't concern me in the least. Then I was at the pennant pole. I heard someone reading something, but the words were just a vague buzzing to me as I removed my cloak and lay it across the back of a stone bench that sat at the base of the pole. Then I began to unbutton my shirt, as casually as if I were preparing to take a bath. A hand on my wrist stopped me. The man that had read the announcement gave me a smile that tried to be comforting. "You don't need to go shirtless," he said. "It'll save you from a bit of the sting." "I'm not going to ruin a perfectly good shirt," I said. He gave me an odd look, then shrugged and ran a length of rope through an iron ring above our heads. "I'll need your hands." I gave him a flat look. "You don't need to worry about my running off. It's to keep you from falling over if you pass out." I gave him a hard look. "If I pass out, you may do whatever you wish," I said firmly. "Until then, I will not be tied." Something in my voice gave him pause. He didn't offer me any argument as I climbed onto the stone bench beneath the pole and stretched to reach the iron ring. I gripped it firmly with both hands. Smooth and cool, I found it oddly comforting. I focused on it as I lowered myself into the heart of stone. I heard people moving away from the base of the pole. Then the crowd quieted, and there was no sound but the soft hiss and crack of the whip being loosened behind me. I was relieved I was to be whipped with a single-headed whip. In Tarbean, I had seen the terrible, bloody hash a six-tail can make of a man's back. There was a sudden hush. Then, before I could brace myself, there came a sharper crack than the ones before. I felt a line of dim red fire trace down my back. I gritted my teeth. But it wasn't as bad as I'd thought it would be. Even with the precautions I had taken, I expected a sharper, fiercer pain. Then the second lash came. Its crack was louder, and I heard it through my body rather than with my ears. I felt an odd looseness across my back. I held my breath, knowing I was torn and bleeding. Everything went red for a moment, and I leaned against the rough, tarred wood of the pennant pole. The third lash came before I was ready for it. It licked up to my left shoulder, then tore nearly all the way down to my left hip. I grit my teeth, refusing to make a sound. I kept my eyes open and watched the world grow black around the edges for a moment before snapping back into sharp, bright focus. Then, ignoring the burning across my back, I set my feet on the bench and loosened my clenched fingers from the iron ring. A young man jumped forward as if he expected to have to catch me. I gave him a scathing look, and he backed away. I gathered my shirt and cloak, laid them carefully over one arm, and left the courtyard, ignoring the silent crowd around me. Chapter 42. Bloodless.
"It could be worse, that much is certain."
Master Arwell's round face was serious as he circled me.
"I was hoping you would simply welt, but I should have known better with your skin."
I sat on the edge of a long table deep inside the Medica. Arwell prodded my back gently as he chattered on.
"But, as I say, it could be worse. 2 cuts, and as cuts go, you couldn't have done better. Clean, shallow, and straight. If you do as I tell you, you'll have nothing but smooth silver scars to show the ladies how brave you are."
He stopped in front of me and raised his white eyebrows enthusiastically behind the round rings of his spectacles.
"Eh?"
His expression wrung a smile from me. He turned to the young man that stood by the door.
"Go and fetch the next relar on the list. Tell them only that they are to bring what is needful to repair a straight, shallow laceration."
The boy turned and left, his feet pattering away in the distance.
"You will provide excellent practice for one of my relar,"
Arwell said cheerfully.
"Your cut is a good straight one with little chance of complication, but there is not much to you."
He prodded my chest with a wrinkled finger and made a tisk noise with his tongue against his teeth.
"Just bones and a little wrapping. It is easier for us if we have more meat to work with."
"But," he shrugged, bringing his shoulders almost to his ears and back down,
"things are not always ideal. That is what a young physiker must learn more than anything."
He looked up at me as if expecting a response. I nodded seriously. It seemed to satisfy him, and his squinting smile returned. He turned and opened a cabinet that stood against one of the walls.
"Give me just a moment, and I will numb the burning that must be all across your back."
He clinked a few bottles together as he rummaged around on its shelves. "It's all right, Master Arwell," I said stoically. "You can stitch me closed the way I am." I had 2 scruples of Nalroot numbing me, and I knew better than to mix anesthetics if I could avoid it. He paused with one arm deep into the cabinet and had to withdraw it to turn and look at me.
"Have you ever had stitches before, my boy?"
"Yes," I said honestly.
"Without anything to soften the pain?"
I nodded again. As I sat on the table, my eyes were slightly higher than his. He looked up at me skeptically.
"Let me see, then,"
he said, as if he didn't quite believe me. I pulled my pant leg up over my knee, gritting my teeth as the motion tugged on my back. Eventually, I revealed a handspan worth of scar on my outer thigh above my knee from when Pike had stabbed me with his bottle-glass knife back in Tarbean. Arwell looked at it closely, holding his glasses with one hand. He gave it one gentle prod with his index finger before straightening.
"Sloppy,"
he pronounced with a mild distaste. I had thought it was a rather good job. "My cord broke halfway through," I said stiffly. "I wasn't working under ideal circumstances." Arwell was silent for a moment, stroking his upper lip with a finger as he watched me through half-lidded eyes.
"And do you enjoy this sort of thing?"
he asked dubiously. I laughed at his expression, but it was cut short when dull pain blossomed across my back. "No, Master. I was just taking care of myself as best I could." He continued looking at me, still stroking his lower lip.
"Show me where the gut broke."
I pointed. "It isn't the sort of thing that you forget." He gave the old scar a closer examination and prodded it again before looking up.
"You may be telling me the truth."
He shrugged.
"I do not know, but I would think that if—"
He trailed off and peered speculatively into my eyes. Reaching up, he pulled one of the lids back.
"Look up,"
he said perfunctorily. Frowning at whatever he saw, Arwell picked up one of my hands, pressed the tip of my fingernail firmly, and watched intently for a second or two. His frown deepened as he moved closer to me, took hold of my chin with one hand, opened my mouth, and smelled it.
"Tennyson?"
he asked, then answered his own question.
"No. Nalroot, of course. I must be getting old not to notice it sooner. It also explains why you're not bleeding all over my nice clean table."
He gave me a serious look.
"How much?"
I didn't see any way of denying it. 2 scruples. Arwell was silent for a while as he looked at me. After a moment, he removed his spectacles and rubbed them fiercely against his cuff. Replacing them, he looked straight at me.
"It is no surprise that a boy might fear a whipping enough to drug himself for it."
He looked sharply at me.
"But why, if he was so afraid, would he remove his shirt beforehand?"
He frowned again.
"You will explain all of this to me. If you've lied to me before, admit it, and all will be well. I know boys tell foolish stories sometimes."
His eyes glittered behind the glass of his spectacles.
"But if you lie to me now, neither I nor any of mine will stitch you. I will not be lied to."
He crossed his arms in front of himself.
"So, explain. I do not understand what is going on here. That, more than anything else, I do not like."
My last resort, then. The truth. "My teacher, Abinthy, taught me as much as he could about the physicker's arts," I explained. "When I ended up living on the streets of Tarbean, I took care of myself." I gestured to my knee. "I didn't wear my shirt today because I only have 2 shirts, and it has been a long time since I've had as many as that."
"And the Nalroot?"
he asked. I sighed. I don't fit in here, sir. I'm younger than everyone, and a lot of people think I don't belong. I upset a lot of students by getting into the Arcanum so quickly, and I've managed to get on the wrong side of Master Hem. All those students, and Hem and his friends, they're all watching me, waiting for some sign of weakness. I took a deep breath. I took the null root because I didn't want to faint. I needed to let them know they couldn't hurt me. I've learned that the best way to stay safe is to make your enemies think you can't be hurt. It sounded ugly to say it so starkly, but it was the truth. I looked at him defiantly. There was a long silence as Arwyll looked at me, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his spectacles, as if he were trying to see something inside me. He brushed his upper lip with his finger again before he began slowly to speak. "I suppose if I were older," he said quietly enough to be speaking to himself, "I would say that you are being ridiculous, that our students are adults, not squabbling, bickersome boys." He paused again, still stroking his lip absent-mindedly. Then his eyes crinkled upward around the edges as he smiled at me. "But I am not so old as that. Not yet. Not by half. Anyone who thinks boys are innocent and sweet has never been a boy himself or has forgotten it. And anyone who thinks men aren't hurtful and cruel at times must not leave his house often. And he has certainly never been a physicker. We see the effects of cruelty more than any other." Before I could respond, he said, "Close your mouth, Kvothe, or I will feel obliged to put some vile tonic in it. Ah, here they come." The last was said to two students entering the room. One was the same assistant who had shown me here. The other was, surprisingly, a young woman. "Ah, Rela Mola," Arwyll enthused, all signs of our serious discussion passing lightly from his face. "You have heard that your patient has 2 straight, clean lacerations. What have you brought to remedy the situation?" "Boiled linen, hook needle, gut, alcohol, and iodine," she said crisply. She had green eyes that stood out in her pale face. "What?" Arwyll demanded. "No sympathy wax?" "No, Master Arwyll," she responded, paling a little at his tone. "And why not?" She hesitated. "Because I don't need it." Arwyll seemed mollified. "Yes, of course you don't. Very good. Did you wash before you came here?" Mola nodded, her short blonde hair bobbing with the motion of her head. "Then you have wasted your time and effort," he said sternly. "Think of all the germs of disease that you might have gathered in the long walk through the passageway. Wash again, and we will begin." She washed with a thorough briskness at a nearby basin. Arwyll helped me lay face down on the table. "Has the patient been numbed?" she asked. Though I couldn't see her face, I heard a shadow of doubt in her voice. "Anesthetized," Arwyll corrected. "You have a good eye for detail, Mola. No, he has not. Now, what would you do if Kvothe reassured you that he has no need for such things? He claims to have self-control like a bar of Ramsden steel and will not flinch when you stitch him." Arwyll's tone was serious, but I could detect a hint of amusement hiding underneath. Mola looked at me, then back to Arwyll. "I would tell him he was being foolish," she said after a brief pause. "And if he persisted in his claims that he needed no numbing agent?" There was a longer pause from Mola. "He doesn't seem to be bleeding much at all, so I would proceed. I would also make it clear to him that if he moved overmuch, I would tie him to the table and treat him as I saw fit for his well-being." Arwyll seemed a little surprised at her response. "Yes, very good. So, Kvothe, do you still want to forego an anesthetic?" "Thank you," I said politely. "I do not need one." Very well, Mola said, as if resigning herself. First, we will clean and sterilize the wound. The alcohol stung, but that was the worst of it. I tried my best to relax as Mola talked her way through the procedure. Arwell kept up a steady stream of comments and advice. I occupied my mind with other things and tried not to twitch at the null-root-dulled jabs of the needle. She finished quickly and proceeded to bandage me with a quick efficiency I admired. As she helped me to a sitting position and wound linen around me, I wondered if all Arwell students were as well trained as this one. She was making her final knots behind me when I felt a vague, feather-like touch on my shoulder, almost insensible through the null-root that numbed me. He has lovely skin, I heard her muse, presumably to Arwell.
Rela,
Arwell said severely.
Such comments are not professional. I am disappointed by your lack of sense.
I was referring to the nature of the scar he can expect to have, she responded scathingly. I imagine it will be little more than a pale line, provided he can avoid tearing open his wound.
Arwell said. Yes, of course. And how should he avoid that?
Mola walked around to stand in front of me. Avoid motions like this. She extended her hands in front of her. Or this. She held them high over her head. Avoid over-quick motions of any kind, running, jumping, climbing. The bandage may come off in 2 days. Do not get it wet. She looked away from me to Arwell. He nodded.
Very good, Rela. You are dismissed.
He looked at the younger boy who had watched mutely throughout the procedure.
You may go as well, Gary. If anyone asks, I will be in my study. Thank you.
In a moment, Arwell and I were alone again. He stood motionless, one hand covering his mouth as I eased my way carefully into my shirt. Finally, he seemed to reach a decision.
Elia Kvothe, would you like to study here at the Medica?
Very much so, Master Arwell, I said honestly. He nodded to himself, hand still held against his lips.
Come back in 4 days. If you are clever enough to keep from tearing out your stitches, I will have you here.
His eyes twinkled. Chapter 43. The Flickering Way. Buoyed by the stimulant effects of the null-root and feeling very little pain, I made my way to the archives. Since I was now a member of the Arcanum, I was free to explore the stacks, something I'd been waiting my whole life to do. Better still, so long as I didn't ask for any help from the scribs, nothing would be recorded in the archive's ledger books. That meant I could research the Chandrian and the Amir to my heart's content, and no one, not even Lauren, need ever know about my childish pursuits. Entering the reddish light of the archives, I found both Ambrose and Fella sitting behind the entry desk. A mixed blessing, if ever there was one. Ambrose was leaning toward her, speaking in a low voice. She had the distinctly uncomfortable look of a woman who knows the futility of a polite refusal. One of his hands rested on her knee, while the other arm was draped across the back of her chair, his hand resting on her neck. He meant for it to look tender and affectionate, but there was a tension in her body like that of a startled deer. The truth was, he was holding her there, the same way you hold a dog by the scruff of its neck to keep it from running off. As the door thumped closed behind me, Fella looked up, met my eyes, then looked down and away, ashamed by her predicament, as if she'd done anything. I had seen that look too many times on the streets of Tarbean. It sparked an old anger in me. I approached the desk, making more noise than necessary. Pen and ink lay on the other end of the desk, and a piece of paper 3/4 full of rewriting and crossing out. From the looks of things, Ambrose had been trying to compose a poem. I reached the edge of the desk and stood for a moment. Fella looked everywhere except at me or Ambrose. She shifted in her seat, uncomfortable, but obviously not wanting to make a scene. I cleared my throat pointedly. Ambrose looked over his shoulder, scowling. "You have damnable timing, Elir. Come back later." He turned away again, dismissing me. I snorted and leaned over the desk, craning my neck to look at the sheet of paper he'd left lying there. "I have damnable timing? Please. You have 13 syllables in a line here." I tapped a finger onto the page. "It's not iambic either. I don't know if it's anything metrical at all." He turned to look at me again, his expression irritated. "Mind your tongue, Elir. The day I come to you for help with poetry is the day you have 2 hours to spare," I said. 2 long hours, and that's just for getting started. So same can the humble thrush well know its north? I mean, I don't even know how to begin to criticize that. It practically mocks itself. "What do you know of poetry?" Ambrose said without bothering to turn around. "I know a limping verse when I hear it," I said, "but this isn't even limping. A limp has rhythm. This is more like someone falling down a set of stairs. Uneven stairs, with a midden at the bottom." "It is a sprung rhythm," he said, his voice stiff and offended. "I wouldn't expect you to understand." "Sprung?" I burst out with an incredulous laugh. "I understand that if I saw a horse with a leg this badly sprung, I'd kill it out of mercy, then burn its poor corpse for the fear the local dogs might gnaw on it and die." Ambrose finally turned around to face me, and in doing so, he had to take his right hand off Fella's knee. A half-victory. But his other hand remained on her neck, holding her in her chair with the appearance of a casual caress. "I thought you might stop by today," he said with a brittle cheerfulness. "So I already checked the ledger. You're not in the lists yet. You'll have to stick with tomes or come back later, after they've updated the books." "No offense, but would you mind checking again? I'm not sure I can trust the literacy of someone who tries to rhyme north with worth. No wonder you have to hold women down to get them to listen to it." Ambrose stiffened, and his arm slid off the back of the chair to fall at his side. His expression was pure venom. "When you're older, Elir, you'll understand that what a man and a woman do together—" "What? In the privacy of the entrance hall of the archives?" I gestured around us. "God's body, this isn't some brothel. And in case you haven't noticed, she's a student, not some brass nail you've paid to bang away at. If you're going to force yourself on a woman, have the decency to do it in an alleyway. At least that way she'll feel justified screaming about it." Ambrose's face flushed furiously, and it took him a long moment to find his voice. "You don't know the first thing about women." "There, at least, we can agree," I said easily. "In fact, that's the reason I came here today. I wanted to do some research, find a book or two on the subject." I struck the ledger with 2 fingers, hard. "So look up my name and let me in." Ambrose flipped the book open, found the proper page, and turned the book around to face me. "There. If you can find your name on that list, you are welcome to peruse the stacks at your leisure." He gave a tight smile. "Otherwise, feel free to come back in a span or so. We should have things updated by then." I had the masters send along a note just in case there was any confusion about my admission to the Arcanum, I said, and drew my shirt up over my head, turning so he could see the broad expanse of bandages covering my back. "Can you read it from there, or do I have to come closer?" There was a pointed silence from Ambrose, so I lowered my shirt and turned to face Fella, ignoring him entirely. "My Lady Scriv," I said to her with a bow, a very slight bow, as my back wouldn't permit a deep one. "Would you be so good as to help me locate a book concerning women? I have been instructed by my betters to inform myself on this most subtle subject." Fella gave a faint smile and relaxed a bit. She had continued sitting stiff and uncomfortable after Ambrose had taken his hand away. I guessed that she knew Ambrose's temperament well enough to know that if she bolted away and embarrassed him, He would make her pay for it later. "I don't know if we have anything like that." "I would settle for a primer," I said with a smile. "I have it on good report that I don't know the first thing about them, so anything would further my knowledge." "Something with pictures," Ambrose spat. "If our search degenerates to that level, I'll be sure to call on you," I said without looking in his direction. I smiled at Fella. "Perhaps a bestiary," I said gently. "I hear they are singular creatures, much different than men." Fella's smile blossomed, and she gave a small laugh. "We could have a look around, I suppose." Ambrose scowled in her direction. She made a placating gesture toward him. "Everyone knows he's in the Arcanum, Ambrose," she said. "What's the harm of just letting him in?" Ambrose glared at her. "Why don't you run along to Tomes and play the good little fetch-and-carry girl?" he said coldly. "I can handle things out here by myself." Moving stiffly, Fella got up from the desk, gathered up the books she'd been trying to read, and headed into Tomes. As she pulled the door open, I like to think she gave me a brief look of gratitude and relief, but perhaps it was only my imagination. As the door swung shut behind her, the room seemed to grow a little dimmer. I am not speaking poetically. The light truly seemed to dim. I looked at the sympathy lamps hanging around the room, wondering what was wrong. But a moment later, I felt a slow burning sensation begin to creep across my back and realized the truth. The Nalrut was wearing off. Most powerful painkillers have serious side effects. Tennyson occasionally produces delirium or fainting. Lycilium is poisonous. Ophalum is highly addictive. Manka is perhaps the most powerful of all, but there are reasons they call it devil root. Nalroot was less powerful than these, but much safer. It was a mild anesthetic, a stimulant, and a vascular constrictor, which is why I hadn't bled like a stuck pig when they'd whipped me. Best of all, it had no major side effects. Still, there is always a price to be paid. Once Nalroot wears off, it leaves you physically and mentally exhausted. Regardless, I had come here to see the stacks. I was now a member of the Arcanum, and I didn't intend to leave until I'd been inside the archives. I turned back to the desk, my expression resolute. Ambrose gave me a long, calculating look before heaving a sigh. "Fine," he said. "How about a deal? You keep quiet about what you saw here today, and I'll bend the rules and let you in, even though you aren't officially in the book." He looked a little nervous. "How does that sound?" Even as he spoke, I could feel the stimulant effects from the Nalroot fading. My body felt heavy and tired. My thoughts grew sluggish and syrupy. I reached up to rub at my face with my hands, and winced as the motion tugged sharply at the stitches all across my back. "That'll be fine," I said thickly. Ambrose opened up one of the ledger books and sighed as he turned the pages. "Since this is your first time in the archives proper, you'll have to pay the stack fee." My mouth tasted strangely of lemons. That was a side effect Ben had never mentioned. It was distracting, and after a moment, I saw that Ambrose was looking up at me expectantly. "What?" He gave me a strange look. "The stack fee?" "There wasn't any fee before," I said, "when I was in the tomes." Ambrose looked up at me as if I were an idiot. "That's because it's the stack fee." He looked back down at the ledger. "Normally, you pay it in addition to your first term's Arcanum tuition, but since you've jumped rank on us, you'll need to tend to it now." "How much is it?" I asked, feeling for my purse. "1 talent," he said, "and you do have to pay before you can go in. Rules are rules." After paying for my bunk and muse, a talent was nearly all my remaining money. I was keenly aware of the fact that I needed to hoard my resources to save for next term's tuition. As soon as I couldn't pay, I would have to leave the university. Still, it was a small price to pay for something I dreamed about for most of my life. I pulled a talent out of my purse and handed it over. Do I need to sign in? Nothing so formal as that, Ambrose said as he opened a drawer and pulled out a small metal disc. Stupefied from the side effects of the Nalrut, it took me a moment to recognize it for what it was, a handheld sympathy lamp. The stacks aren't lit, Ambrose said matter-of-factly. There's too much space in there, and it would be bad for the books in the long term. Hand lamps cost a talent and a half. I hesitated. Ambrose nodded to himself and looked thoughtful. A lot of folk end up strapped during the first term. He reached down into a lower drawer and rooted around for a long moment. Hand lamps are a talent and a half, and there's nothing I can do about that. He brought out a 4-inch taper. But candles are just a halfpenny. Halfpenny for a candle was a remarkably good deal. I brought out a penny. I'll take 2. This is our last one, Ambrose said quickly. He looked around nervously before pushing it into my hand. Tell you what, you can have it for free. He smiled. Just don't tell anyone. It'll be our little secret. I took the candle, more than a little surprised. Apparently, I'd frightened him with my idle threat earlier. Either that or this rude, pompous, noble son wasn't half the bastard I'd taken him for. Ambrose hurried me into the stacks as quickly as possible, leaving me no time to light my candle. When the door swung shut behind me, it was as black as the inside of a sack, with only a faint hint of reddish sympathy light coming from around the edges of the door behind me. As I didn't have any matches with me, I had to resort to sympathy. Ordinarily, I could have done it quick as blinking, but my Nalroot-weary mind could barely muster the necessary concentration. I gritted my teeth, fixed the ailer in my mind, and after a few seconds, I felt the cold leach into my muscles as I drew enough heat from my own body to bring the wick of the candle sputtering to life. Books. With no windows to let in the sunlight, the stacks were utterly dark except for the gentle light of my candle. Stretching away into the darkness were shelf on shelf of books. More books than I could look at if I took a whole day. More books than I could read in a lifetime. The air was cool and dry. It smelled of old leather, parchment, and forgotten secrets. I wondered idly how they kept the air so fresh in a building with no windows. Cupping a hand in front of my candle, I made my flickering way through the shelves, savoring the moment, soaking everything in. Shadows danced wildly back and forth across the ceiling as my candle's flame moved from side to side. The Nalrut had worn off completely by this point. My back was throbbing and my thoughts were leaden, as if I had a high fever or had taken a hard blow to the back of the head. I knew I wasn't going to be up for a long bout of reading, but I still couldn't bring myself to leave so soon, not after everything I'd gone through to get here. I wandered aimlessly for perhaps a quarter hour, exploring. I discovered several small stone rooms with heavy wooden doors and tables inside. They were obviously meant as a place where small groups could meet and talk without disturbing the perfect quiet of the archives. I found stairwells leading down as well as up. The archives was 6 stories tall, but I hadn't known it extended underground as well. How deep did it go? How many tens of thousands of books were waiting under my feet? I can hardly describe how comforting it was in the cool, quiet dark. I was perfectly content, lost among the endless books. It made me feel safe, knowing that the answers to all my questions were here, somewhere waiting. It was quite by accident that I found the 4-plate door. It was made of a solid piece of gray stone, the same color as the surrounding walls. Its frame was 8 inches wide, also gray, and also one single seamless piece of stone. The door and frame fit together so tightly that a pin couldn't slide into the crack. It had no hinges, no handle, no window or sliding panel. Its only features were 4 hard copper plates. They were set flush with the face of the door, which was flush with the front of the frame, which was flush with the wall surrounding it. You could run your hand from one side of the door to the next and hardly feel the lines of it at all. In spite of these notable lacks, the expanse of gray stone was undoubtedly a door. It simply was. Each copper plate had a hole in its center, and though they were not shaped in the conventional way, they were undoubtedly keyholes. The door sat still as a mountain, quiet and indifferent as the sea on a windless day. This was not a door for opening. It was a door for staying closed. In its center, between the untarnished copper plates, a word was chiseled deep into the stone. Valeritas. There were other locked doors in the university, places where dangerous things were kept, where old and forgotten secrets slept, silent and hidden, doors whose opening was forbidden, doors whose thresholds no one crossed, whose keys had been destroyed or lost or locked away themselves for safety's sake. But they all paled in comparison to the 4-plate door. I lay my palm on the cool, smooth face of the door and pushed, hoping against hope that it might swing open to my touch. But it was solid and unmoving as a gray stone. I tried to peer through the holes in the copper plates, but couldn't see anything by the light of my single candle. I wanted to get inside so badly I could taste it. It probably shows a perverse element of my personality that even though I was finally inside the archives, surrounded by endless secrets, that I was drawn to the one locked door I had found. Perhaps it is human nature to seek out hidden things. Perhaps it is simply my nature. Just then I saw the red, unwavering light of a sympathy lamp approaching through the shelves. It was the first sign I'd seen of any other students in the archives. I took a step back and waited, thinking to ask whoever was coming what was behind the door, what Valeritas meant. The red light swelled, and I saw 2 scrivs turn a corner. They paused. Then one of them bolted to where I stood and snatched my candle away, spilling hot wax on my hand in the process of extinguishing it. His expression couldn't have been more horrified if he had found me carrying a freshly severed head. "What are you doing with an open flame in here?" he demanded in the loudest whisper I had ever heard. He lowered his voice and waved the now extinguished candle at me. "Charred body of God! What's the matter with you?" I rubbed at the hot wax on the back of my hand, trying to think clearly through the fog of pain and exhaustion. Of course, I thought, remembering Ambrose's smile as he pressed the candle into my hands and hurried me through the door. Our little secret. Of course. I should have known. One of the scrivs led me out of the stacks, while the other ran to fetch Master Lauren. When we emerged into the entryway, Ambrose managed to look confused and shocked. He overacted the part, but it was convincing enough for the scriv accompanying me. "What's he doing in here?" "We found him wandering around," the scriv explained, "with a candle." "What?" Ambrose's expression was perfectly aghast. "Well, I didn't sign him in," Ambrose said. He flipped open one of the ledger books. "Look, see for yourself." Before anything else could be said, Lauren stormed into the room. His normally placid expression was fierce and hard. I felt myself sweat cold, and I thought of what Tecum wrote in his Theophany. There are 3 things all wise men fear: the sea in storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentle man. Lauren towered over the entry desk. "Explain," he demanded of the nearby scriv. His voice was a tight coil of fury. Micah and I saw a flickering light in the stacks, and we went to see if someone was having trouble with their lamp. We found him near the southeast stairwell with this." The scriv held up the candle. His hand shook slightly under Lauren's glare. Lauren turned to the desk where Ambrose sat. "How did this happen, Relar?" Ambrose raised his hands helplessly. "He came in earlier and I wouldn't admit him because he wasn't in the book. We bickered for a while. Fellow was here for most of it." He looked at me. "Eventually, I told him he'd have to leave. He must have snuck in when I went into the back room for more ink." Ambrose shrugged. "Or maybe he slipped in past the desk in tomes." I stood there, stupefied. What little part of my mind wasn't leaden with fatigue was preoccupied with the screaming pain across my back. That's not true." I looked up at Lauren. "He let me in. He sent fella away, then let me in." "What?" Ambrose gaped at me, momentarily speechless. For all that I didn't like him, I must give him credit for a masterful performance. "Why in God's name would I do that?" "Because I embarrassed you in front of fella," I said. "He sold me the candle, too." I shook my head, trying to clear my head. "No, he gave it to me." Ambrose's expression was amazed. "Look at him!" he laughed. "The little cocker is drunk or something." "I was just whipped," I protested. My voice sounded shrill in my own ears. "Enough!" Lauren shouted, looming over us like a pillar of anger. The scrivs went pale at the sound of him. Lauren turned away from me and made a brief, contemptuous gesture toward the desk. "Relar Ambrose is officially remanded for laxity in his duty." "What?" Ambrose's indignant tone wasn't feigned this time. Lauren frowned at him, and Ambrose closed his mouth. Turning to me, he said, "Ilir Kvothe is banned from the archives." He made a sweeping gesture with the flat of his hand. I tried to think of something I could say in my defense. "Master, I didn't mean—" Lauren rounded on me. His expression, always so calm before, was filled with such a cold, terrible anger that I took a step away from him without meaning to. "You mean," he said, "I care nothing for your intentions, Ilir Kvothe, deceived or otherwise. All that matters is the reality of your actions. Your hand held the fire. Yours is the blame. That is the lesson all adults must learn." I looked down at my feet, tried desperately to think of something I could say, some proof I could offer. My leaden thoughts were still plodding along when Lauren strode out of the room. "I don't see why I should be punished for his stupidity," Ambrose groused to the other scrivs as I made my way numbly to the door. I made the mistake of turning around and looking at him. His expression was serious, carefully controlled, but his eyes were vastly amused, full of laughter. "Honestly, boy," he said to me, "I don't know what you were thinking. You'd think a member of the Arcanum would have more sense." I made my way to the mess, the wheels of my thoughts turning slowly as I plodded along. I fumbled my meal chit into one of the dull tin trays and collected a portion of steamed pudding, a sausage, and some of the ever-present beans. I looked dully around the room until I spotted Simon and Manette sitting in their usual place at the northeast corner of the hall. I drew a fair amount of attention as I walked to the table. Understandable, as it was scarcely 2 hours since I'd been tied to the pennant pole and publicly lashed. I heard someone whisper, "Didn't bleed when they whipped him. I was there. Not one drop." It was the Nalrut, of course. It had kept me from bleeding. It had seemed like such a good idea at the time. Now it seemed petty and foolish. Ambrose would never have managed to gull me so easily if my naturally suspicious nature hadn't been fuddled. I'm sure I could have found some way to explain things to Lauren if I'd had my wits about me. As I made my way to the far corner of the room, I realized the truth. I had traded away my access to the archives in exchange for a little notoriety. Still, there was nothing to do but make the best of it. If a bit of reputation was all I had to show for this debacle, I'd have to do my best to build on it. I kept my shoulders straight as I made my way across the room to Simon and Manette and set down my food. "There's no such thing as a stack fee, is there?" I asked quietly as I slid into my seat, trying not to grimace at the pain across my back. Sim looked up at me blankly. "Stack fee?" Manette chortled into his bowl of beans. "It's been a few years since I've heard that. Back when I worked as a scriv, we'd trick the first-termers into giving us a penny to use the archives. Called it a stack fee." Sim gave him a disapproving look. "That's horrible." Manette held up his hands defensively in front of his face. "Just a little harmless fun." Manette looked me over. "Is that what your long face is for? Somebody call you for a copper?" I shook my head. I wasn't going to announce that Ambrose had tricked me out of a whole talent. "Guess who just got banned from the archives?" I said gravely as I tore the crust off my bread and dropped it into my beans. They looked at me blankly. After a moment, Simon took the obvious guess. You?" I nodded and began to spoon up my beans. I wasn't really hungry, but I hoped a little food in my stomach might help shake off the sluggishness of the Nalrut. Besides, it went against my nature to pass up an opportunity for a meal. "You got suspended on your first day," Simon said. "That's going to make studying your Chandrian folklore a whole lot harder." I sighed. "You could say that." "How long did he suspend you for?" "He said banned," I answered. "He didn't mention a time limit." "Banned?" Manette looked up at me. "He hasn't banned anyone in a dozen years. What'd you do? Piss on a book?" "Some of the scrivs found me inside with a candle." "Merciful Telu!" Manette laid down his fork, his expression serious for the first time. "Old Lore must have been furious." "Furious is exactly the right word," I said. "What possessed you to go in there with an open flame?" Simon asked. "I couldn't afford a hand lamp," I said, "so the scriv at the desk gave me a candle instead." "He didn't," Sim said. "No scriv would—" "Hold on," Manette said. "Was this a dark-haired fellow? Well-dressed? Severe eyebrows?" He made an exaggerated scowl. I nodded tiredly. "Ambrose. We met yesterday. Got off on the wrong foot." "He's hard to avoid," Manette said carefully, with a significant look to the people sitting around us. I noticed that more than a few were casually listening to our conversation. "Someone should have warned you to keep clear of him," he added in a softer tone. "God's mother," Simon said, "of all the people you don't want to start a pissing contest with." "Well, it's been started," I said. I was starting to feel a little more like myself again, less cotton-headed and weary. Either the side effects of the Nalroot were fading, or my anger was slowly burning away the haze of exhaustion. He'll find out I can piss along with the best of them. He'll wish he'd never met me, let alone meddled with my affairs. Simon looked a little nervous. "You really shouldn't threaten other students," he said with a little laugh, as if trying to pass my comment off as a joke. More softly, he said, "You don't understand. Ambrose is heir to a barony off in Vintus." He hesitated, looking at Manette. "Lord, how do I even start?" Manette leaned forward and spoke in more confidential tones as well. "He's not one of those nobility who dabble here for a term or two, then leave. He's been for years, climbed his way up to Raylar. He's not some seventh son either. He's the firstborn heir, and his father is one of the 12 most powerful men in all of Vintus. Actually, He's 16th in the peerage, Sim said matter-of-factly. You've got the royal family, the prince regents, Mayor Alvaron, Duchess Samista, Aculeus, and Meluan Lackless. He trailed off under Manette's glare. He has money, Manette said simply, and the friends that money buys. And people who want to curry favor with his father, Simon added. The point is, Manette said seriously, you don't want to cross him. Back in his first year here, one of the alchemists got on Ambrose's bad side. Ambrose bought his debt from the moneylender in Imre. When the fellow couldn't pay, they clapped him into debtor's prison. Manette tore a piece of bread in half and daubed butter on it. By the time his family got him out, he had lung consumption. Fellow was a wreck. Never came back to his studies. And the masters just let this happen? I demanded. All perfectly legal, Manette said, still keeping his voice low. Even so, Ambrose wasn't so silly that he bought the fellow's debt himself. Manette made a dismissive gesture. He had someone else do that, but he made sure everyone knew he was responsible. And there was Tabitha, Sim said darkly. She made all that noise about how Ambrose had promised to marry her. She just disappeared. This certainly explained why Fella had been so hesitant to offend him. I made a placating gesture to Sim. I'm not threatening anyone, I said innocently, pitching my voice so anyone who was listening could easily hear. I'm just quoting one of my favorite pieces of literature. It's from the 4th act of Daionica, where Tarsus says, Upon him I will visit famine and a fire, till all around him desolation rings, and all the demons in the outer dark look on amazed and recognize that vengeance is the business of a man. There was a moment of stunned silence nearby. It spread a bit farther through the mess than I'd expected. Apparently, I'd underestimated the number of people who were listening. I turned my attention back to my meal and decided to let it go for now. I was tired, and I hurt, and I didn't particularly want any more trouble today. You won't need this piece of information for a while, Manette said quietly after a long period of silence. What with being banned from the archives and all. Still, I'm supposing you'd rather know. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. You don't have to buy a hand lamp. You just sign them out at the desk and return them when you're done. He looked at me as if anxious about what sort of reaction the information might provoke. I nodded wearily. I'd been right before. Ambrose wasn't half the bastard I thought he was. He was 10 times the bastard. Chapter 44. The Burning Glass. The fishery was where most of the university's works of hands were made. The building held shops for glass blowers, joiners, potters, and glaziers. There was also a full forge and smeltworks that would figure prominently into any metallurgist's daydreams. Kilvin's workshop was located in the artificery, or, as it was more commonly called, the fishery. It was big as the inside of a granary, holding at least 24 thick-timbered work tables strewn with countless, nameless tools and projects in progress. The workshop was the heart of the fishery, and Kilvin was the heart of the workshop. When I arrived, Kilvin was in the process of bending a twisted length of iron rod into what I could only assume was a more desirable shape. Seeing me peering in, he left it firmly clamped to the table and walked to meet me, wiping his hands on his shirt. He looked me over critically. Are you well, Ilir Kvothe? I'd gone wandering earlier and found some willow bark to chew. My back still burned and itched, but it was bearable. Well enough, Master Kilvin. He nodded. Good. Boys your age shouldn't worry over such small things. Soon again you will be as sound as stone. I was trying to think up a polite response when my eye was drawn to something over our heads. Kilvin followed my gaze up over his shoulder. When he saw what I was looking at, a grin split his great bearded face. Ah, he said with fatherly pride.
My lovelies.
High among the high rafters of the workshop, 100 glass spheres hung from chains. They were of varying sizes, though none were much larger than a man's head. And they were burning. Seeing my expression, Kilvin made a gesture.
Come,
he said, and led me to a narrow stairway made of wrought iron. Reaching the top, we stepped out onto a series of slim iron walkways 25 feet above the ground, weaving their way among the thick timbers that supported the roof. After a moment of maneuvering through the maze of timber and iron, we came to a hanging row of glass spheres with fires burning inside them.
These, Kilvin gestured, are my lamps.
It was only then that I realized what they were. Some were filled with liquid and wicking, much like ordinary lamps, but most of them were utterly unfamiliar. One contained nothing but a boiling gray smoke that flickered sporadically. Another sphere contained a wick hanging in empty air from a silver wire, burning with a motionless white flame despite its apparent lack of fuel. Two hanging side by side were twins, save that one had a blue flame and the other was a hot forge orange. Some were small as plums, others large as melons. One held what looked like a piece of black coal and a piece of white chalk, and where the two pieces were pressed together, an angry red flame burned outward in all directions. Kilvin let me look for a long while before he moved closer.
Among the Kjeldar, there are legends of ever-burning lamps. I believe that such a thing was once within the scope of our craft. 10 years I have been looking. I have made many lamps, some of them very good, very long burning.
He looked at me.
But none of them ever burning.
He walked down the line to point at one of the hanging spheres.
Do you know this one, Ilir Kvothe?
It held nothing but a knob of greenish-grayish wax that was burning with a greenish-grayish tongue of flame. I shook my head.
You should. White lithium salt. I thought of it 3 span before you came to us. It is good so far. 24 days, and I expect many more.
He looked at me.
Your guessing this thing surprised me, as it took me 10 years to think of it. Your second guess, sodium oil, was not as good. I tried it years ago. 11 days.
He moved all the way to the end of the row, pointing at the empty sphere with the motionless white flame.
70 days, he said proudly. I do not hope that this will be the one, for hoping is a foolish game. But if it burns 6 more days, it will be my best lamp in these 10 years.
He watched it for a while, his expression oddly soft.
But I do not hope, he said resolutely. I make new lamps and take my measurements. That is the only way to make progress.
Wordlessly, he led me back down to the floor of the workshop. Once there, he turned to me.
Hands,
he said in a peremptory way. He held out his own huge hands expectantly. Not knowing what he wanted, I raised my hands in front of me. He took them in his own, his touch surprisingly gentle. He turned them over, looking at them carefully.
Do you have Kjeldar hands?
He said in a grudging compliment. He held his own up for me to see. They were thick-fingered with wide palms. He made 2 fists that looked more like mauls than bald hands.
I had many years before these hands could learn to be Kjeldar hands. You are lucky. You will work here.
Only by the quizzical tilting of his head did he make the gruff grumble of a statement into an invitation. Oh, yes. Thank you, sir. I'm honored that you... He cut me off with an impatient gesture.
Come to me if you have any thoughts on the ever-burning lamp. If your head is as clever as your hands look...
What might have been a smile was hidden by his thick beard, but a grin shone in his dark eyes as he hesitated teasingly, almost playfully.
If,
he repeated, holding up a finger, its tip as large as the ball of a hammer's head.
Then me and mine will show you things.
You need to figure out who you're going to suck up to, Simmons said. A master has to sponsor you to Relar, so you should pick one and stick to him like shit on a shoe."
"Lovely," Savoy said dryly. Savoy, Willem, Simon, and I were sitting at an out-of-the-way table in the back of Anchor's, isolated from the felling night crowd that filled the room with a low roar of conversation. My stitches had come out 2 days earlier, and we were celebrating my first full span in the Arcanum. We were none of us particularly drunk, but then again, none of us were particularly sober either. Our exact positioning between those 2 points is a matter of pointless conjecture, and I will waste no time on it. "I simply concentrate on being brilliant," Savoy said, "then wait for the masters to realize it."
"How did that work out with Mandrag?"
Willem said with a rare smile. Savoy gave Willem a dark look. "Mandrag is a horse's ass."
"That explains why you threatened him with your riding crop," Willem said.
I covered my mouth to stifle a laugh. "Did you really?" "They're not telling the whole story," Savoy said, affronted. "He passed me over for promotion in favor of another student. He was keeping me back so he could use me as indentured labor rather than raise me to Relar." "And you threatened him with your crop?" "We had an argument," Savoy said calmly, "and I happened to have my crop in my hand."
"You waved it at him," Willem said.
"I'd been riding," Savoy said hotly. "If I'd been whoring before class and waved a corset at him, no one would have thought twice about it." There was a moment of silence at our table. "I'm thinking twice about it right now," Simon said before bursting into laughter with Willem. Savoy fought down a smile as he turned to face me. "Sim is right about one thing. You should concentrate your efforts on one subject. Otherwise, you'll end up like Manat the Eternal Ilir." He stood and straightened his clothes. "Now, how do I look?" Savoy wasn't fashionably dressed in the strictest sense, as he clung to the Modegan styles rather than the local ones, but there was no denying that he cut quite a figure in the muted colors of his fine silks and suedes.
"What does it matter?" Willem asked. "Are you trying to set up a tryst with Sim?"
Savoy smiled. "Unfortunately, I must leave you. I have an engagement with a lady, and I doubt our rounds will bring us to this side of town tonight." "You didn't tell us you had a date," Sim protested. "We can't play corners with just 3. It was something of a concession that Savoy was here with us at all. He'd sniffed a bit at Will and Sim's choice of taverns. Anchor's was low-class enough so that the drinks were cheap, but high-class enough so that you didn't have to worry about someone picking a fight or throwing up on you. I liked it. "You are good friends and good company," Savoy said, "but none of you are female, nor, with the possible exception of Simon, are you lovely." Savoy winked at him. "Honestly, who among you wouldn't throw the others over if there was a lady waiting?" We murmured a grudging agreement. Savoy smiled. His teeth were very white and straight. "I'll send the girl over with more drinks," he said as he turned to go, "to ease the bitter sting of my departure." "He's not a bad sort," I mused after he left. "For nobility." Willem nodded.
"It's like he knows he's better than you, but doesn't look down on you for it because he knows it's not your fault."
"So, who are you going to cozy up to?" Sim asked, resting his elbows on the table. "I'm guessing not Hem." "Or Lauren," I said bitterly. "Damn Ambrose 12 ways. I would have loved to work in the archives." "Brandur's out too," Sim said. "If Hem has a grudge, Brandur helps him carry it."
"How about the Chancellor?" Willem asked. "Linguistics? You already speak Siaru, even if your accent is barbaric."
I shook my head. "What about Mandrag? I've got a lot of experience with chemistry. It'd be just a small step into alchemy." Simon laughed. "Everyone thinks chemistry and alchemy are so similar, but they're really not. They're not even related. They just happen to live in the same house."
Willem gave a slow nod. That's a nice way of putting it. Besides, Simmons said, Mandrag brought in about 20 new Elir last term. I heard him complaining about how crowded things were. You've got a long haul if you go through Medica, Willem said. Arwyll is stubborn as pig iron. There is no bending him. He made a gesture with his hands as if chopping something into sections while he spoke. 6 terms Elir, 8 terms Relar, 10 terms Elte. At least, Simon added, Mola's been a Relar with him for almost 3 years now. I tried to think of how I could come up with 6 years' worth of tuition. I might not have the patience for that, I said. The serving girl appeared with a tray of drinks. Anchor's was only half full, so she'd been running just enough to bring roses to her cheeks. Your gentleman friend paid for this round and the next, she said. I like Savoy more and more, Willem said. However, she held Will's drink out of his reach, he didn't pay for putting his hand on my ass. She looked each of us in the eye. I'll trust the 3 of you to settle that debt before you leave. Sim stammered an apology. He doesn't mean... In his culture, that sort of thing is more common. She rolled her eyes, her expression softening. Well, in this culture, a healthy tip makes a fine apology. She handed Will his drink and turned to leave, resting her empty tray on one hip. We watched her go, each of us thinking our own private thoughts. I noticed he had his rings back, I mentioned eventually. He played a brilliant round of basset last night, Simmons said. Made 6 doublings in a row and cracked the bank. Tu savoy! Willem held up his tin mug. May his luck keep him in classes and us in drinks. We toasted and drank, then Willem brought us back to the matter at hand. That leaves you with Kilvin and Elxadal. He held up 2 fingers. What about Elodin? I interrupted. They both gave me blank looks. What about him? Sim asked. He seems nice enough, I said. Couldn't I study under him? Simon burst out laughing. Willem gave a rare grin. What? I demanded. Elodin doesn't teach anything, Sim explained, except maybe advanced oddness. He has to teach something, I protested. He's a master, isn't he? Sim is right. Elodin is cramped. Will tapped the side of his head. Cracked, Simon corrected. Cracked, Will repeated. He does seem a little strange, I said. You do pick things up quick, Willem said dryly. No wonder you made it into the Arcanum at such a tender age. Ease off, Will. He's hardly been here a span. Simon turned to me. Elodin used to be Chancellor about 5 years ago. Elodin? I couldn't hide my incredulity. But he's so young, and... I trailed off, not wanting to say the first word that came to my mind. Crazy. Simon finished my sentence. Brilliant. And not that young if you consider that he was admitted to the university when he was barely 14. Simon looked at me. He was a full arcanist by 18. Then he stayed around as a giller for a few years. Giller? I interrupted. Gillers are arcanists who stay at the university, Will said. They do a lot of the teaching. You know, Kamar in the fishery? I shook my head. Tall, scarred. Will gestured to one side of his face. Only one eye? I nodded somberly. Kamar was hard to miss. The left side of his face was a web of scars that radiated out, leaving bald strips running through his black hair and beard. He wore a patch over the hollow of his left eye. He was a walking object lesson about how dangerous work in the fishery could be. I've seen him around. He's a full arcanist? Will nodded. He's Kilvin's second in command. He teaches Sigildry to the newer students. Sim cleared his throat. As I was saying, Elodin was the youngest ever admitted. Youngest to make Arcanist, and youngest to be Chancellor. Even so, I said, you have to admit, he's a little odd to be Chancellor. Not back then, Simmons said soberly. That was before it happened. When nothing more was forthcoming, I prompted, It? Will shrugged. Something. They do not speak on it. They locked him in the crockery until he got most of his marbles back. I don't like thinking about it, Simmons said, shifting uncomfortably in his chair. I mean, a couple of students go crazy every term, right? He looked at Willem. Remember Slith? Will nodded somberly. It might happen to any of us. There was a moment of silence as the two of them sipped their drinks, not looking at anything in particular. I wanted to ask for specifics, but I could tell that it was a touchy subject. Anyway, Sim said in a low voice, I heard they didn't let him out of the crockery. I heard he escaped. No arcanist worth his salt can be kept in a cell, I said. That's not surprising. Have you ever been there? Simon asked. It's built to keep arcanists locked up. All meshed stone, wards on the doors and windows. He shook his head. I can't imagine how someone could get out, even one of the masters. All this is beside the path, Willem said firmly, bringing us back to task. Gilvin has welcomed you to the fishery. Impressing him will be your best chance of making Relar. He looked back and forth between us. Agreed? Agreed, Simmons said. I nodded, but the wheels in my head were spinning. I was thinking about Taborlin the Great, who knew the names of all things. I thought about the stories Scarpi had told back in Tarbean. He hadn't mentioned arcanists, only namers. And I thought of Elodin, master namer, and how I might approach him. Chapter 45, Interlude, Some Tavern Tale. At a gesture from Kvothe, Chronicler wiped off the nib of his pen and shook out his hand. Bast gave a great seated stretch, his arms arching over the back of the chair. I'd almost forgotten how quickly it all happened, Kvothe mused. Those were probably the first stories anyone ever told about me. They're still telling them at the university, Chronicler said. I've heard 3 different versions of the class you taught. Your whipping, too. Is that when they started calling you Kvothe the Bloodless? Kvothe nodded. Possibly. If we're asking questions, Reshi, Bast said sheepishly, I was wondering why you didn't go looking for Scarpi. What could I have done, Bast? Smeared my face with lampblack and staged a daring midnight rescue? Kvothe gave a brief, humorless laugh. They'd taken him in on heresy. All I could do was hope he truly had friends in the church. Kvothe drew a deep breath and sighed. But the simplest reason is the least satisfying one, I suppose. The truth is this. I wasn't living in a story. I don't think I'm understanding you, Reshi, Bast said, puzzled. Think of all the stories you've heard, Bast. You have a young boy, the hero. His parents are killed. He sets out for vengeance. What happens next? Bast hesitated, his expression puzzled. Chronicler answered the question instead. He finds help. A clever talking squirrel, an old drunken swordsman, a mad hermit in the woods, that sort of thing. Kvothe nodded. Exactly. He finds the mad hermit in the woods, proves himself worthy, and learns the names of all things, just like Taborlin the Great. Then, with these powerful magics at his beck and call, what does he do? Chronicler shrugged. He finds the villains and kills them. Of course, Kvothe said grandly. Clean, quick, and easy as lying. We know how it ends practically before it starts. That's why stories appeal to us. They give us the clarity and simplicity our real lives lack. Kvothe leaned forward. If this were some tavern tale, all half-truth and senseless adventure, I would tell you how my time at the university was spent with a purity of dedication. I would learn the ever-changing name of the wind, ride out, and gain my revenge against the Chandrian. Kvothe snapped his fingers sharply. Simple as that. But while that might make for an entertaining story, it would not be the truth. The truth is this. I had mourned my parents' death for 3 years, and the pain of it had faded to a dull ache. Kvothe made a conciliatory gesture with one hand, and smiled a tight smile. I won't lie to you. There were times late at night when I lay sleepless and desperately alone in my narrow bunk in the mews. Times when I was choked with a sorrow so endless and empty I thought it would smother me. There were times when I would see a mother holding her child, or a father laughing with his son, and anger would flare up in me, hot and furious with the memory of blood and the smell of burning hair. Kvothe shrugged. But there was more to my life than revenge. I had very real obstacles to overcome close at hand. My poverty, my low birth, the enemies I made at the university were more dangerous to me than any of the Chandrian. He gestured for Chronicler to pick up his pen. But for all that, we still see that even the most fanciful of stories hold a shred of truth, because I did find something very near to the mad hermit in the woods. Kvothe smiled, and I was determined to learn the name of the wind. Chapter 46. The Ever-Changing Wind. Ilodin proved a difficult man to find. He had an office in Hollows, but never seemed to use it. When I visited ledgers and lists, I discovered he only taught one class, unlikely maths. However, this was less than helpful in tracking him down, as according to the ledger, the time of the class was now, and the location was everywhere. In the end, I spotted him through sheer luck across a crowded courtyard. He was wearing his black master's robes, which was something of a rarity. I was on my way to the Medica for observation, but decided I'd rather be late for my class than miss the opportunity to speak with him. By the time I struggled through the midday crowd and caught up with him, we were on the northern edge of the university, following a wide dirt road that led into the forest. "Master Ilodin," I said, pelting up to him. "I was hoping I could talk with you." "A sad little hope," he said without breaking stride or looking in my direction. "You should aim higher. A young man ought to be afire with high ambitions." "I hope to study naming, then," I said, falling into step beside him. "Too high," he said matter-of-factly. "Try again, somewhere in between." The dirt road curved, and the trees blocked the sight of the university's buildings behind us. "I hope you'll accept me as a student," I tried again, "and teach me whatever you think best." Ilodin stopped walking abruptly and turned to face me. "Fine," he said. "Go find me 3 pine cones." He made a circle with his thumb and finger. "This big, without any of the little bits broken off." He sat down right in the middle of the road and made a shooing motion with his hand. "Go on, hurry!" I darted off into the surrounding trees. It took me about 5 minutes to find 3 pine cones of the appropriate type. By the time I got back to the road, I was disheveled and bramble-scratched. Ilodin was nowhere to be seen. I looked around stupidly, then cursed, dropped the pine cones, and took off running, following the road north. I caught up with him fairly quickly, as he was just idling along, looking at the trees. "So, what did you learn?" Ilodin asked. "That you want to be left alone?" "You are quick!" He spread his arms dramatically and intoned. "Here endeth the lesson. Here endeth my profound tutelage of Ilir Kvothe." I sighed. If I left now, I could still catch my class in the Medica, but part of me suspected that this might be a test of some sort. Perhaps Ilodin was simply making sure that I was genuinely interested before he accepted me as a student. That is the way it usually goes in stories. The young man has to prove his dedication to the old hermit in the woods before he's taken under his wing. "Will you answer a few questions?" I asked. "Fine," he said, holding up his hand with his thumb and forefinger curled in. 3 questions, if you agree to leave me be afterward. I thought for a moment. Why don't you want to teach me? Because the Edemaru make exceptionally poor students, he said brusquely. They are fine for rote learning, but the study of naming requires a level of dedication that rabbles such as yourself rarely possess. My temper flared so hot and quick that I actually felt my skin flush. It started at my face and burned down my chest and arms. It made the hair on my arms prickle. I took a deep breath. I'm sorry that your experience with the Rue has left something to be desired, I said carefully. Let me assure you that— Ye gods! Elodin sighed, disgusted. A bootlicker too? You lack the requisite spine and testicular fortitude to study under me. Hot words boiled up inside me. I fought them down. He was trying to bait me. You aren't telling me the truth, I said. Why don't you want to teach me? For the same reason I don't want a puppy, Elodin shouted, waving his arms in the air like a farmer trying to startle crows out of a field. Because you're too short to be a namer. Your eyes are too green. You have the wrong number of fingers. Come back when you're taller and you found a decent pair of eyes. We stared at each other for a long while. Finally, he shrugged and started walking again. Fine. I'll show you why. We followed the road north. Elodin strolled along, picking up stones and tossing them into the trees. He jumped to snatch leaves from low-hanging branches, his master's robes billowing ridiculously. At one point, he stopped and stood motionless and intent for nearly half an hour, staring at a fern swaying slowly in the wind. But I kept the tip of my tongue firmly between my teeth. I didn't ask, "Where are we going?" or "What are you looking at?" I knew 100 stories about young boys who squandered questions or wishes by chatting them away. I had 2 questions left, and I was going to make them count. Eventually, we emerged from the forest, and the road became a path leading up a vast lawn to a huge manor house. Bigger than the artificery, it had elegant lines, a red tile roof, high windows, arched doorways, and pillars. There were fountains, flowers, hedges. But something wasn't quite right. The closer we got to the gates, the more I doubted this was some nobleman's estate. Maybe it was something about the design of the gardens, or the fact that the wrought iron fence surrounding the lawns was nearly 10 feet tall and unclimbable to my well-trained thief's eye. 2 serious-eyed men opened the gate, and we continued up the path toward the front doors. Elodin looked at me. Have you heard of Haven yet? I shook my head. It has other names. The Rookery, the Crockery, the University Asylum. It's huge. How? I stopped before asking the question. Elodin grinned, knowing he'd almost caught me. Jeremy, he called out to the large man who stood at the front door. How many guests do we have today? The desk could give you a count, sir, he said uncomfortably. Take a wild guess, Elodin said. We're all friends here. 320, the man said with a shrug. 350? Elodin rapped on the thick timber door with a knuckle, and the man scrambled to unlock it. How many more could we fit if we needed? Elodin asked him. Another 150 easy, Jeremy said, tugging the huge door open. More in a pinch, I suppose. See, Kvothe? Elodin winked at me. We're ready. The entryway was huge, with stained glass windows and vaulted ceilings. The floor was marble polished to a mirror sheen. The place was eerily silent. I couldn't understand it. The Reftview Asylum in Tarbean was only a fraction of the size of this place, and it sounded like a brothel full of angry cats. You could hear it from a mile away over the din of the city. Elodin strolled up to a large desk where a young woman stood. Why isn't anyone outside, Emmy? She gave an uneasy smile.
They're too wild today, sir. We think there's a storm coming in. She pulled a ledger book off the shelf. The moon's getting full, too. You know how it gets.
Sure do. Elodin crouched down and began to unlace his shoes. Where did they stash Wynne this time? She flipped a few pages in the ledger.
2nd floor east, 247.
Elodin stood back up and set his shoes on the desk. Keep an eye on these, would you? She gave him an uncertain smile and nodded. I choked down another mouthful of questions. It seems like the university goes to an awful lot of expense here, I commented. Elodin ignored me and turned to climb a wide marble staircase in his stocking feet. Then we entered a long white hallway lined with wooden doors. For the first time, I could hear the sounds I had expected in a place like this. Moans, weeping, incessant chattering, screaming, all very faint. Elodin ran for a few steps, then stopped, his stocking feet gliding across the smooth marble floor, his master's robe streaming out behind him. He repeated this, a few quick steps, then a long slide with his arms held out to the sides for balance. I continued to pace along beside him. I'd think the masters would find other more academic uses for the university's funds. Elodin didn't look at me. Step, 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 step. You're trying to get me to answer questions you're not asking. Slide. It's not going to work. You're trying to trick me into asking questions, I pointed out. It seems only fair. Step, 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 slide. So why the hell are you bothering with me anyway? Elodin asked. Kilvin likes you well enough. Why not hitch your star to his wagon? I think you know things I can't learn anywhere else. Things like what? Things I've wanted to know since I first saw someone call the wind. Name of the wind, was it? Elodin raised his eyebrows. Step, 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 step. That's tricky. Slide. What makes you think I know anything about calling the wind? Process of elimination, I said. None of the other masters do that sort of thing, so it must be your bailiwick. By your logic, I should also be in charge of selenade dances, needlework, and horse thieving. We came to the end of the hall. Mid-slide, Elodin nearly bowled over a huge, broad-shouldered man carrying a hardback. Beg your pardon, sir, he said, though it obviously wasn't his fault. Timothy! Elodin pointed a long finger at him. Come with us. Elodin led the way through several shorter hallways, eventually coming to a heavy wooden door with a sliding panel at eye level. Elodin opened it and peered through. How's he been? Quiet, the hulking man said. I don't think he's slept much. Elodin tried the latch, then turned to the broad-shouldered man, his face going grim. You locked him in? The man stood a full head taller than Elodin and probably weighed twice as much, but the blood drained from his face as the shoeless master glared at him. Not me, Master Elodin, it's... Elodin cut him off with a sharp gesture. Unlock it! Timothy fumbled with a ring of keys. Elodin continued to stare him down. Alder Wynne is not to be confined. He may come and go as he pleases. Nothing is to be put in his food unless he specifically asks for it. I'm holding you responsible for this, Timothy Generoy. Elodin poked him in the chest with a long finger. If I find out that Wynne has been sedated or restrained, I'll ride you naked through the streets of Imre like a little pink pony. He glared. Go! The fellow left as quickly as he could manage without actually breaking into a run. Elodin turned to me. You can come in, but don't make any noises or sudden movements. Don't talk unless he talks to you. If you do talk, keep your voice low. Understand? I nodded, and he opened the door. The room wasn't what I'd expected. Tall windows let the daylight in, revealing a sizable bed and a table with chairs. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all padded with thick white cloth, muffling even the faint noises from the hallway. The blankets had been pulled off the bed, and a thin man of about 30 was bundled up in them, huddled against the wall. Elodin closed the door, and the mousy man flinched a little. "Win?" he said softly, moving closer. "What happened?" Alder Wynne looked up owlishly. A thin stick of a man, he was bare-chested under the blanket, his hair in wild disarray, his eyes round and wide. He spoke softly, his voice cracking a little. "I was fine. I was doing fine. But all the people talking, dogs, cobblestones, I just can't be around that right now." Wynne pressed himself against the wall, and the blanket fell off his bony shoulder. I was startled to see a lead gilder around his neck. This man was a full-fledged arcanist. Elodin nodded. "Why are you on the floor?" Wynne looked over at the bed, panic in his eyes. "I'll fall," he said softly, his voice somewhere between horror and embarrassment. "And there are springs and slats, nails." "How are you now?" Elodin asked gently. "Would you like to come back with me?"
No.
Wynne gave a hopeless, despairing cry, screwing his eyes closed and pulling the blanket closer around himself. His thin, reedy voice made his plea more heart-wrenching than if he'd howled it. "It's fine. You can stay," Elodin said softly. "I'll be back to visit." Wynne opened his eyes at this, looking agitated. "Don't bring thunder," he said urgently. He reached one thin hand out of his blanket and clutched at Elodin's shirt. "But I do need a cat whistle and blue down, and bones too." His tone was urgent. "Tent bones." "I'll bring them," Elodin reassured him, gesturing for me to back out of the room. I did. Elodin closed the door behind us, his expression grim. Wynne knew what he was getting into when he became my giller. He turned and began to walk down the hall. "You don't. You don't know anything about the university, about the risks involved. You think this place is a fairyland, a playground. It's not." "That's right," I snapped. "It's a playground, and all the other children are jealous because I got to play Get Whipped Bloody and banned from the archives, and they didn't." Elodin stopped walking and turned to look at me. "Fine. Prove me wrong. Prove that you've thought this through. Why does a university with under 1,500 students need an asylum the size of the Royal Palace?" My mind raced. "Most students are from well-to-do families," I said. "They've led easy lives. When forced to—" "Wrong," Elodin said dismissively, turning to walk down the hall. "It is because of what we study, because of the way we train our minds to move." "So ciphering and grammar make people crazy," I said, taking care to phrase it as a statement. Elodin stopped walking and wrenched open the nearest door. Panicked screaming burst out into the hallway. "In me! They're in me! They're in me! They're in me!" Through the open door, I could see a young man thrashing against the leather restraints that bound him to the bed at wrist, waist, neck, and ankle. "Trigonometry and diagrammed logic don't do this," Elodin said, looking me in the eye. "They're in me! They're in me! They're in—" The screaming continued in an unbroken chant, like the endless, mindless barking of a dog at night. "Me! They're in me! They're in me! They're in—" Elodin closed the door. Though I could still hear the screaming faintly through the thick door, the near silence was stunning. "Do you know why they call this place the Rookery?" Elodin asked. I shook my head. "Because it's where you go if you're a raven." He smiled a wild smile. He laughed a terrible laugh. Elodin led me through a long series of hallways to a different wing of the crockery. Finally, we turned a corner and I saw something new. A door made entirely of copper. Elodin took a key from his pocket and unlocked it. "I like to stop in when I'm back in the neighborhood," he said casually as he opened the door. "Check my mail, water the plants and such." He pulled off one of his socks, tied a knot in it, and used it to wedge the door open. "It's a nice place to visit, but, you know." He tugged on the door, making sure it wouldn't swing closed. "Not again." The first thing I noticed about the room was something strange about the air. At first, I thought it might be soundproof, like alder winds, but looking around, I saw the walls and ceilings were bare gray stone. Next, I thought the air might be stale, except when I drew a breath, I smelled lavender and fresh linen. It was almost like there was a pressure on my ears, as if I were deep underwater, except, of course, that I wasn't. I waved a hand in front of me, almost expecting the air to feel different, thicker. It didn't. Pretty irritating, huh? I turned around to see Elodin watching me. I'm surprised you noticed, actually. Not many do. The room was a definite step above alder winds. It had a 4-post bed with curtains, an overstuffed couch, an empty bookcase, and a large table with several chairs. Most notable were the huge windows looking out over the lawns and gardens. I could see a balcony outside, but there didn't seem to be any way to get to it. "Watch this," Elodin said. He picked up one of the high-backed wooden chairs, lifted it with both hands, spun in a circle, and flung it hard at the window. I cringed, but instead of a terrible crash, there was just a dull splintering of wood. The chair fell to the floor in a ruined tangle of timber and upholstery. "I used to do that for hours," Elodin said, drawing a deep breath and looking around the room fondly. "Good times." I went to look at the windows. They were thicker than usual, but not that thick. They seemed normal except for faint reddish streaks running through them. I glanced at the window frame. It was copper, too. I looked slowly around at the room, eyeing its bare stone walls, feeling its strangely heavy air. I noticed the door didn't even have a handle on the inside, let alone a lock. Why would anyone go through all the trouble of making a solid copper door? I decided on my second question. "How did you get out?" "Finally," Elodin said with a tinge of exasperation. He slouched onto the couch. "You see, once upon a time, Elodin the Great found himself locked in a high tower." He gestured to the room around us. "He had been stripped of his tools, his coin, key, and candle. Furthermore, his cell had no door worth mentioning, no window that could be breached." He made dismissive gestures at each of these. "Even the name of the wind was hidden from him by the clever machinations of his captors." Elodin got up from the couch and began to pace the room. All around him was nothing but smooth, hard stone. It was a cell no man had ever escaped. He stopped pacing and held up a finger dramatically. But Elodin the Great knew the names of all things, and so all things were his to command. He faced the great wall beside the windows. He said to the stone, "Break!" and the... Elodin trailed off, his head tilting to one side curiously. His eyes narrowed. "Sod me, they changed it," he said quietly to himself. "Huh!" He stepped closer to the wall and lay a hand on it. I let my attention wander. Will and Sim had been right. The man was cracked in his head. What would happen if I ran out of the room, unstuck the door, and slammed it? Would the other masters thank me? "Oh!" Elodin said suddenly, laughing. "That was half clever of them." He took 2 steps back from the wall. "Sire Basalian!" I saw the wall move. It rippled like a hanging rug thumped with a stick. Then it simply fell. Like dark water poured from a bucket, tons of fine gray sand spilled across the floor in a sudden rush, burying Elodin's feet up to his shins. Sunlight and birdsong poured into the room. Where there had been a foot of solid gray stone before, there was now a gaping hole big enough to drive a cart through. But the hole wasn't completely clear. Some green material was spread across the opening. It almost looked like a dirty, tangled net, but it was too irregular for netting. It was more like a thick, tattered cobweb. That wasn't there before, Ilodin said apologetically as he pulled his feet free of the gray sand. It was much more dramatic the first time, let me assure you. I simply stood, stunned by what I'd just seen. This wasn't sympathy. This wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. All I could think of was the old line from 100 half-remembered stories. And Taborlin the Great said to the stone, "Break," and the stone broke. Ilodin wrenched off one of the chair's legs and used it to batter at the tangled green web that stretched across the opening. Parts of it broke easily or flaked away. Where it was thicker, he used the leg as a lever to bend pieces aside. Where it bent or broke, it glimmered bright in the sunlight. More copper, I thought. Veins of copper running through the blocks of stone that made the wall. Ilodin dropped the chair leg and ducked through the gap. Through the window, I saw him lean against the white stone railing on the balcony. I followed him outside. As soon as I stepped onto the balcony, the air no longer felt strangely heavy and still. 2 years, he said, looking out over the gardens, able to see this balcony but not stand on it. Able to see the wind but not hear it, not feel it on my face. He swung one leg up over the stone railing, so he was sitting on it, then dropped a few feet to land on the flat piece of roof just underneath. He wandered out across the roof, away from the building. I hopped the rail myself and followed him to the edge of the roof. We were only about 20 feet up, but the gardens and fountains spreading out on all sides made for a spectacular view. Ilodin stood perilously near the edge, his master's robe flapping around him like a dark flag. He looked rather impressive, actually, if you were willing to ignore the fact that he was still only wearing one sock. I went to stand beside him on the edge of the roof. I knew what my third question had to be. "What do I have to do," I asked, "to study naming under you?" He met my eye calmly, appraising me. "Jump," he said. "Jump off this roof." That's when I realized that all of this had been a test. Ilodin had been taking my measure ever since we met. He had a grudging respect for my tenacity, and he had been surprised that I noticed something odd about the air in his room. He was on the verge of accepting me as a student, but he needed more. Proof of my dedication. A demonstration. A leap of faith. And as I stood there, a piece of story came to mind. So Taborlin fell, but he did not despair, for he knew the name of the wind, and so the wind obeyed him. It cradled and caressed him. It bore him to the ground as gently as a puff of thistledown. It set him on his feet softly as a mother's kiss. Ilodin knew the name of the wind. Still looking him in the eye, I stepped off the edge of the roof. Ilodin's expression was marvelous. I have never seen a man so astonished. I spun slightly as I fell, so he stayed in my line of vision. I saw him raise one hand slightly, as if making a belated attempt to grab hold of me. I felt weightless, like I was floating. Then I struck the ground. Not gently like a feather settling down. Hard, like a brick hitting a cobblestone street. I landed on my back with my left arm beneath me. My vision went dark as the back of my head struck the ground and all the air was driven from my body. I didn't lose consciousness. I just lay there, breathless and unable to move. I remember thinking quite earnestly that I was dead, that I was blind. Eventually, my sight returned, leaving me blinking against the sudden brightness of the blue sky. Pain tore through my shoulder, and I tasted blood. I couldn't breathe. I tried to roll off my arm, but my body wouldn't listen to me. I had broken my neck, my back. After a long, terrifying moment, I managed to gasp a shallow breath, then another. I gave a sigh of relief and realized that I had at least one broken rib in addition to everything else. But I moved my fingers slightly, then my toes. They worked. I hadn't broken my spine. As I lay there, counting my blessings and broken ribs, Elodin stepped into my field of vision. He looked down at me. "Congratulations," he said. "That was the stupidest thing I've ever seen." His expression was a mix of awe and disbelief. Ever! And that is when I decided to pursue the noble art of artificing. Not that I had a lot of other options. Before helping me limp to the Medica, Elodin made it clear that anyone stupid enough to jump off a roof was too reckless to be allowed to hold a spoon in his presence, let alone study something as profound and volatile as naming. Nevertheless, I wasn't terribly put out by Elodin's refusal. Storybook magic or no, I was not eager to study under a man whose first set of lessons had left me with 3 broken ribs, a mild concussion, and a dislocated shoulder. Chapter 47. Barbs. Aside from its rocky start, my first term went fairly smoothly. I studied in the Medica, learning more about the body and how to heal it. I practiced my Siaru with Willem and helped him with his Aturan in exchange. I joined the ranks of the artificery, studying how to blow glass, mix alloys, draw wire, inscribe metal, and sculpt stone. Most evenings I came back to Kilvin's workshop to work. I chipped casings off bronze castings, washed glassware, and ground ore for alloys. It was not demanding work, but every span Kilvin gave me a copper jot, sometimes 2. I suspected there was a great tally board in that methodical mind of his, carefully marking down the hours each person worked. I learned things of a less academic nature as well. Some of my Arcanum bunkmates taught me a card game called Dog's Breath. I returned the favor by giving an impromptu lesson in psychology, probability, and manual dexterity. I won almost 2 whole talents before they stopped inviting me back to their games. I became tight friends with Willem and Simon. I had some few others, but not many, and none so close as Will and Sim. My swift rise to Elir alienated me from most of the other students. Whether they resented or admired me, most students held themselves apart. And there was Ambrose. To deem us simply enemies is to lose the true flavor of our relationship. It was more like the 2 of us entered into a business partnership in order to more efficiently pursue our mutual interest of hating each other. However, even with my vendetta against Ambrose, I still had a great deal of time on my hands. Since I wasn't able to spend it in the archives, I spent some time nurturing my budding reputation. You see, my dramatic entrance to the university had made quite a stir. I'd made my way into the Arcanum in 3 days instead of the usual 3 terms. I was the youngest member by almost 2 years. I had openly defied one of the masters in front of his own class and avoided expulsion. When whipped, I hadn't cried out or bled. On top of everything else, I had apparently managed to infuriate Master Elodin to such an extent that he had thrown me off the roof of the crockery. I let that story circulate uncorrected, as it was preferable to the embarrassing truth. Altogether, it was enough to start a steady stream of rumor around me, and I decided to take advantage of it. Reputation is like a sort of armor, or a weapon you can brandish if need be. I decided that if I was going to be an arcanist, I might as well be a well-known arcanist. So I let slip a few pieces of information. I had been admitted without a letter of recommendation. The masters had given me 3 talents to attend, rather than make me pay a tuition. I had survived for years on the streets of Tarbean, living off my wits. I even started a few rumors that were pure nonsense, lies so outrageous that people would repeat them despite the fact that they were obviously untrue. I had demon blood in me. I could see in the dark. I only slept an hour each night. When the moon was full, I would talk in my sleep, speaking a strange language no one could understand. Basil, my former bunkmate from Muse, helped me start these rumors. I would make up the stories, he would tell a few people, then together we would watch them spread like a fire in a field. It was an amusing hobby, But my ongoing feud with Ambrose added to my reputation more than anything else. Everyone was stunned that I dared openly defy a powerful noble's firstborn son. We had several dramatic encounters that first term. I won't bore you with the details. We'd crossed paths, and he would make some offhand comment loud enough for everyone in the room to hear, or he would sneer at me under the guise of a compliment. "You must tell me who cuts your hair." Anyone with a lick of common sense knew how to deal with arrogant nobility. The tailor I had terrorized back in Tarbean knew what to do. You take your lumps, duck your head, and get the whole thing over as quickly as possible. But I always fought back, and while Ambrose was intelligent and reasonably well-spoken, he was no match for my trooper's tongue. I had been raised on the stage, and my sharp rue wits ensured that I got the better of our exchanges. Still, Ambrose continued to seek me out, like a dog too stupid to avoid a porcupine. He would snap at me and leave with a face full of barbs. And each time we parted ways, we hated each other just a little more. People noticed, and by the end of the term, I had a reputation for reckless bravery. But the truth is, I was merely fearless. There is a difference, you see. In Tarbean, I'd learned real fear. I feared hunger, pneumonia, guards with hobnail boots, older boys with bottle-glass knives. Confronting Ambrose required no real bravery on my part. I simply couldn't muster any fear of him. I saw him as a puffed-up clown. I thought he was harmless. I was a fool. Chapter 48. Interlude. A silence of a different kind. Bast sat in the Waystone Inn and tried to keep his hands motionless in his lap. He had counted 15 breaths since Kvothe had spoken last, and the innocent silence that had gathered like a clear pool around the three men was beginning to darken into a silence of a different kind. Bast took another breath. 16. And braced himself against the moment he feared would come. It would not be to Bast's credit to say that he was afraid of nothing, as only fools and priests are never afraid. But it is true that very few things unnerved him. Heights, for instance, he didn't care for very much, and the great summer storms that came through these parts that blackened the sky and tore up deep-rooted oaks made him feel uncomfortably small and helpless. But when you came down to it, nothing really frightened him. Not storms, not tall ladders, not even the Scrael. Bast was brave by being largely fearless. Nothing would turn him pale, or if it did, he didn't stay pale for very long. Oh, certainly, he didn't relish the thought of someone hurting him, stabbing him with bitter iron, searing him with hot coals, that sort of thing. But just because he didn't like the thought of his blood on the outside didn't mean he was really afraid of those things. He just didn't want them to happen. To really fear something, you have to dwell on it. And since there was nothing that preyed on Bast's waking mind in this fashion, there was nothing his heart truly feared. But hearts can change. 10 years ago, he had lost his grip climbing a tall rennel tree to pick fruit for a girl he fancied. After he slipped, he had hung for a long minute, head down, before falling. In that long minute, a small fear rooted inside him, and had stayed with him ever since. In the same way, Bast had learned a new fear of late. A year ago, he had been fearless, as any sane man can hope to be. But now, Bast feared silence. Not the ordinary silence that came from a simple absence of things moving about and making noise. Bast feared the deep, weary silence that gathered around his master at times, like an invisible shroud. Bast breathed in again. 17. He fought not to wring his hands as he waited for the deep silence to invade the room. He waited for it to crystallize and show its teeth on the edges of the cool quiet that had pooled in the Waystone. He knew how it came, like the frost that bleeds out of the winter ground, hardening the clear water that an early thaw leaves in wagon ruts. But before Bast could draw another breath, Kvothe straightened in his chair and made a motion for Chronicler to lay down his pen. Bast nearly wept as he sensed the silence scatter, like a dark bird startled into flight. Kvothe gave a sigh that hovered between annoyance and resignation. "I will admit," he said, "that I am not sure how to approach the next part of the story." Afraid to let the silence stretch for too long, Bast chirruped, "Why don't you simply talk about what is most important first? Then you can go back and touch on other things, if you need to." "As if it were as simple as that," Kvothe said sharply. "What is most important? My magic or my music? My triumphs or my follies?" Bast flushed a deep crimson and bit his lips. Kvothe let out his breath in a sudden rush. "I'm sorry, Bast. It's good advice, as all of your seemingly inane advice turns out to be." He pushed his chair back from the table. "But before we continue, the real world has certain calls on me that I can no longer ignore. If you will please excuse me for a moment." Chronicler and Bast stood as well, stretching their legs and attending to calls of their own. Bast lit the lamps. Kvothe produced more cheese and bread and hard spiced sausage. They ate, and some small effort was made at polite conversation, but their minds were elsewhere, dwelling on the story. Bast ate half of everything. Chronicler accounted for a sizable, though more modest, amount. Kvothe had a bite or two before he spoke. "Onward, then. Music and magic. Triumph and folly. Think now, what does our story need? What vital element is it lacking?" "Women, Reshi," Bast said immediately. "There's a real paucity of women." Kvothe smiled. "Not women, Bast. A woman. The woman." Kvothe looked at Chronicler. "You have heard bits and pieces, I don't doubt. I will tell you the truth of her, though I fear I may not be equal to the challenge." Chronicler picked up his pen, but before he could dip it, Kvothe held up a hand. "Let me say one thing before I start. I've told stories in the past, painted pictures with words, told hard lies and harder truths. Once I sang colors to a blind man. 7 hours I played, but at the end he said he saw them, green and red and gold. That, I think, was easier than this. Trying to make you understand her with nothing more than words. You have never seen her, never heard her voice. You cannot know." Kvothe motioned for Chronicler to pick up his pen. "But still, I will try. She is in the wings now, waiting for her cue. Let us set the stage for her arrival." Chapter 49. The Nature of Wild Things. As with all truly wild things, care is necessary in approaching them. Stealth is useless. Wild things recognize stealth for what it is, a lie and a trap. While wild things might play games of stealth, and in doing so may even occasionally fall prey to stealth, they are never truly caught by it. So, with slow care rather than stealth, we must approach the subject of a certain woman. Her wildness is of such degree, I fear approaching her too quickly even in a story. Should I move recklessly, I might startle even the idea of her into sudden flight. So in the name of slow care, I will speak of how I met her. And to do that, I must speak of the events that brought me, quite unwillingly, across the river and into Imre. I finished my first term with 3 silver talents and a single jot. Not long ago, it would have seemed like all the money in the world to me. Now, I simply hoped it would be enough for 1 more term's tuition and a bunk in the Mews. The last span of every term at the university was reserved for admissions exams. Classes were canceled, and the masters spent several hours of each day conducting examinations. Your next term's tuition was based on your performance. A lottery determined what day and hour you would go through admissions. A great deal hung on the brief interview. Missing a few questions could easily double your tuition. Because of this, slots later in the span were highly prized, as they gave students more time to study and prepare. There was a vigorous trade in appointment times after the lottery was held. Money and favors were bartered as everyone vied for a time that suited them. I was lucky enough to draw mid-morning hour on Kendling, the last day of admissions. If I'd wanted to, I could have sold my slot, but I preferred to take the extra time to study. I knew my performance would have to be brilliant, as several of the masters were now less than impressed by me. My previous trick of spying was out of the question. I now knew it was grounds for expulsion, and I couldn't risk that. Despite the long days I spent studying with Will and Sim, admissions were difficult. I breezed through many of the questions, but Hem was openly hostile, asking questions with more than one answer so that nothing I said could be correct. Brandur was difficult as well, clearly helping Hem carry his grudge. Lauren was unreadable, but I sensed his disapproval rather than seeing it on his face. Afterward, I fidgeted while the masters discussed my tuition. Voices were calm and muted at first, then became somewhat louder. Eventually, Kilvin stood and shook a finger at Hem while shouting and pounding the table with his other hand. Hem maintained more composure than I would have if I had been faced with 20 stone of furious, bellowing artificer. After the Chancellor managed to regain control of things, I was called forward and given my receipt. Elir Kvothe, fall term, tuition 3 talents, 9 and 7. 8 jots more than I had. As I walked out of the Master's Hall, I ignored the sinking feeling in my gut and tried to think of a way I could lay hands on more money by tomorrow noon. I made a brief stop at the 2 Sealdish money changers on this side of the river. As I suspected, they wouldn't lend me a thin shim. While I wasn't surprised, the experience was sobering, reminding me again of how different I was from the other students. They had families paying their tuition, granting them allowances to cover their living expenses. They had reputable names they could borrow against in a pinch. They had possessions they could pawn or sell. If worse came to worst, they had homes to return to. I had none of these things. If I couldn't come up with 8 more jots for tuition, I had nowhere in the world I could go. Borrowing from a friend seemed like the simplest option, but I valued my handful of friends too much to risk losing them over money. As my father used to say, there are 2 sure ways to lose a friend. One is to borrow, the other to lend. Besides, I did my best to keep my desperate poverty to myself. Pride is a foolish thing, but it is a powerful force. I wouldn't ask them for money except as my very last resort. I briefly considered trying to cut-purse the money, but I knew it was a bad idea. If I were caught with my hand in someone's pocket, I would get more than a cuff around the head. At best, I'd be jailed and forced to stand against the iron law. At worst, I'd end up on the horns and expelled for conduct unbecoming a member of the Arcanum. I couldn't risk it. I needed a Gaelet, one of the dangerous men who lend money to desperate people. You might have heard them referred to romantically as Copperhawks, but more often they're referred to as Shimgalls, or Lets. Regardless of the name, they exist everywhere. The hard part is finding them. They tend to be rather secretive, as their business is semi-legal at best. But living in Tarbean had taught me a thing or two. I spent a couple of hours visiting the seedier taverns around the university, making casual conversations, asking casual questions. Then I visited a pawn shop called the Bent Penny and asked a few more pointed questions. Finally, I learned where I needed to go. Over the river to Imre. Chapter 50. Negotiations. Imre lay a little over 2 miles from the university, on the eastern side of the Omethi River. Since it was a mere 2 days in a fast coach from Tarbean, a great many wealthy nobles, politicians, and courtiers made their homes there. It was conveniently close to the governing hub of the Commonwealth, while being a comfortable distance from the smell of rotten fish, hot tar, and the vomit of drunken sailors. Imre was a haven for the arts. There were musicians, dramatists, sculptors, dancers, and the practitioners of 100 other smaller arts. Even the lowest art of all, poetry. Performers came because Imre offered what every artist needs most, an appreciative, affluent audience. Imre also benefited by its proximity to the university. Access to plumbing and sympathy lamps improved the quality of the town's air. Quality glass was easy to come by, so windows and mirrors were commonplace. Eyeglasses and other ground lenses, while expensive, were readily available. Despite this, there was little love lost between the two towns. Most of Imre's citizens did not like the thought of 1,000 minds tinkering with dark forces better left alone. Listening to the average citizen speak, it was easy to forget that this part of the world had not seen an arcanist burned for nearly 300 years. To be fair, it should be mentioned that the university had a vague contempt for Imre's populace too, viewing them as self-indulgent and decadent. The arts that were viewed so highly in Imre were seen as frivolous by those at the university. Often, students who quit the university were said to have gone over the river, the implication being that minds that were too weak for academia had to settle for tinkering with the arts. And both sides of the river were ultimately hypocrites. University students complained about frivolous musicians and fluffhead actors, then lined up to pay for performances. Imre's population griped about unnatural arts being practiced 2 miles away, but when an aqueduct collapsed or someone fell suddenly sick, they were quick to call on engineers and doctors trained at the university. All in all, it was a long-standing and uneasy truce where both sides complained while maintaining a grudging tolerance. Those people did have their uses after all. You just wouldn't want your daughter marrying one. Since Imre was such a haven for music and drama, you might think I spent a great deal of time there, but nothing could be further from the truth. I had been there only once. Willem and Simon had taken me to an inn where a trio of skilled musicians played, lute, flute, and drum. I bought a short beer for halfpenny and relaxed, fully intending to enjoy an evening with my friends. But I couldn't. Bare minutes after the music started, I practically fled the room. I doubt very much you'll be able to understand why, but I suppose I have to explain if things are to make any sense at all. I couldn't stand being near music and not be a part of it. It was like watching the woman you love bedding down with another man. No, not really. It was like the sweet eaters I'd seen in Tarbean. Denner resin was highly illegal, of course, but that didn't matter in most parts of the city. The resin was sold wrapped in waxy paper, like a sucking candy or a toffee. Chewing it filled you with euphoria, bliss, contentment. But after a few hours, you were shaking, filled with a desperate hunger for more, and that hunger grew worse the longer you used it. Once in Tarbean, I saw a young girl of no more than 16 with the telltale hollow eyes and unnaturally white teeth of the hopelessly addicted. She was begging a sailor for a sweet, which he held tauntingly out of reach. He told her it was hers if she stripped naked and danced for him right there in the street. She did, not caring who might be watching, not caring that it was nearly midwinter, and she stood in 4 inches of snow. She pulled off her clothes and danced desperately, her thin limbs pale and shaking, her movements pathetic and jerky. Then, when the sailor laughed and shook his head, she fell to her knees in the snow, begging and weeping, clutching frantically at his legs, promising him anything, anything. That is how I felt, watching the musicians play. I couldn't stand it. The everyday lack of my music was like a toothache I had grown used to. I could live with it. But having what I wanted dangled in front of me was more than I could bear. So I avoided Imre until the problem of my second term's tuition forced me back across the river. I had learned that Devi was the person anyone could ask for a loan, no matter how desperate the circumstances. So I crossed the Omethi by Stonebridge and made my way to Imre. Devi's place of business was through an alley and up a narrow balcony staircase behind a butcher's shop. This part of Imre reminded me of Waterside in Tarbean. The cloying smell of rancid fat from the butcher's shop below made me thankful for the cool autumn breeze. I hesitated in front of the heavy door, looking down into the alley. I was about to become involved in dangerous business. A Sealdish moneylender could take you to court if you didn't repay your loan. A Gaelet would simply have you beaten or robbed, or both. This was not smart. I was playing with fire. But I didn't have any better options. I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders, and knocked on the door. I wiped my sweaty palms against my cloak, hoping to keep them reasonably dry for when I shook Devi's hand. I had learned in Tarbean that the best way to deal with this type of man was to act with confidence and self-assurance. They were in the business of taking advantage of other people's weakness. I heard the sound of a heavy bolt being drawn back. Then the door opened, revealing a young girl with straight, strawberry blonde hair framing a pixie-like face. She smiled at me, cute as a new button. "Yes?" "I'm looking for Devi," I said. "You found her," she said easily. "Come on in." I stepped inside, and she closed the door behind her, sliding the iron bolt home. The room was windowless, but well lit and filled with the scent of lavender. A welcome change from the smell of the alley. There were hangings on the walls, but the only real furniture was a small desk, a bookshelf, and a large canopy bed with the curtains drawn around it. "Please," she said, gesturing to the desk. "Have a seat." She settled herself behind the desk, folding her hands across the top. The way she carried herself made me rethink her age. I'd misjudged her because of her small size, but even so, she couldn't be much older than her early 20s. Hardly what I had expected to find. Devi blinked prettily at me. "I need a loan," I said. "How about your name first?" she smiled. "You already know mine." "Kvothe." "Really?" She arched an eyebrow. "I've heard a thing or two about you." She looked me up and down. "I thought you'd be taller." I could say the same. I was caught off balance by the situation. I'd been ready for a muscular thug and negotiations filled with thinly veiled threats and bravado. I didn't know what to make of this smiling waif. "What have you heard?" I asked to fill the silence. "Nothing bad, I hope." "Good and bad," she grinned, "but nothing boring." I folded my hands to keep from fidgeting. "So how exactly do we do this?" "Not much for banter, are you?" she said, giving a brief, disappointed sigh. "Fair enough. Straight to business. How much do you need?" "Only about a talent," I said. 8 jots, actually. She shook her head seriously, her strawberry blonde hair swinging back and forth. "I can't do that, I'm afraid. It's not worth my while to make halfpenny loans." I frowned. "How much is worth your while?" 4 talents, she said. "That's the minimum." "And the interest?" 50% every 2 months. So if you're looking to borrow as little as possible, it'll be 2 talents at the end of the term. You can pay off the whole debt for 6 if you like, but until I get all the principal back, it's 2 talents every term. I nodded, not terribly surprised. It was roughly 4 times what the most avaricious moneylender would charge. But I'm paying interest on money I don't really need. "No," she said, meeting my eyes seriously. You're paying interest on money you borrowed. That's the deal. How about 2 talents? I said. Then at the end, Devi waved her hands, cutting me off. We aren't bargaining here. I'm just informing you as to the conditions of the loan. She smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. I didn't make that clear from the beginning. I looked at her, the set of her shoulders, the way she met my eyes. Okay, I said, resigned. Where do I sign? She gave me a slightly puzzled look, her forehead furrowing slightly. No need to sign anything. She opened a drawer and pulled out a small brown bottle with a glass stopper. She laid a long pin next to it on the desk. Just a little blood. I sat frozen in my chair, my arms at my side. Don't worry, she reassured me. The pin's clean. I only need about 3 good drops. I finally found my voice. You've got to be kidding. Devi cocked her head to one side, a tiny smile curling one edge of her mouth. You didn't know? She said, surprised. It's rare that anyone comes here without knowing the whole story. I can't believe anyone actually... I stalled, at a loss for words. Not everyone does, she said. I usually do business with students and ex-students. Folks on this side of the river would think I was some sort of witch or a demon or some nonsense like that. Members of the Arcanum know exactly why I want blood and what I can do with it. You're a member of the Arcanum too? Former, she said, her smile fading a little. I made Relar before I left. I know enough so that with a little blood you can never hide from me. I can douse you out anywhere. Among other things, I said incredulously, thinking of the wax mommet I made of Hem at the beginning of the term. That was just hair. Blood was much more effective at creating a link. You could kill me. She gave me a frank look. You're awfully thick to be the Arcanum's bright new star. Think it through. Would I stay in business if I made a habit of malfeasance? The masters know about this? She laughed. God's body, of course not. Neither does the constable, the bishop, or my mother. She pointed to her chest, then to me. I know, and you know. That's usually enough to ensure a good working relationship between the two of us. What about unusually? I asked. What if I don't have your money at the end of the term? What then? She spread her hands and shrugged carelessly. Then we work something out between the two of us, like rational people. Maybe you work for me. Tell me secrets. Do me favors. She smiled and gave me a slow, lecherous looking over, laughing at my discomfiture. If worse comes to worst, and you end up being extraordinarily uncooperative, I could probably sell your blood to someone to recover my loss. Everyone has enemies. She shrugged easily. But I've never had things descend to that level. The threat is usually enough to keep people in line. She looked at the expression on my face, and her shoulders slumped a little. Come on now, she said gently. You came here expecting some thick-necked Gaelet with scarred knuckles. You were ready to make a deal with someone ready to beat 12 distinct colors of hell out of you if you were a day late. My way is better. Simpler. This is insane, I said, getting to my feet. Absolutely not. Devi's cheerful expression faded. Get a hold of yourself, she said, plainly growing exasperated. You're acting like some farmer who thinks I'm trying to buy his soul. It's just a little blood so I can keep tabs on you. It's like collateral. She made a calming gesture with both hands, as if smoothing the air. Fine, I'll tell you what. I'll let you borrow half the minimum. She looked at me expectantly. 2 talents. Does that make it easier? No, I said. I'm sorry to have wasted your time, but I can't do it. Are there any other Gaelets around? Of course, she said coolly. But I don't feel particularly inclined to give out that sort of information. She tilted her head quizzically. By the way, today's kindling, isn't it? Don't you need your tuition by noon tomorrow? I'll find them on my own then, I snapped. I'm sure you will, clever boy like you." Devi waved me away with the back of her hand. "Feel free to let yourself out. Think fond thoughts of Devi in 2 months' time when some thug is kicking the teeth out of your pretty little head." After leaving Devi's, I paced the streets of Imre, restless and irritated, trying to get my thoughts in order, trying to think of a way around my problem. I had a decent chance of paying off the 2-talent loan. I hoped to move up the ranks in the fishery soon. Once I was allowed to pursue my own projects, I could start earning real money. All I needed was to stay in classes long enough. It was just a matter of time. That's really what I was borrowing. Time. One more term. Who knew what opportunities might present themselves in the next 2 months? But even as I tried to talk myself into it, I knew the truth. It was a bad idea. It was begging for trouble. I would swallow my pride and see if Will or Sim or Sovoy could lend me the 8 jots I needed. I sighed, resigning myself to a term of sleeping outside and scavenging meals where I could find them. At least it couldn't be worse than my time in Tarbean. I was just about to head back to the university when my restless pacing took me by a pawn shop's window. I felt the old ache in my fingers. "How much for the 7-string lute?" I asked. To this day, I do not remember actually entering the store.
4 talents even," the owner said brightly.
I guessed he was new to the job, or drunk. Pawnbrokers are never cheerful, not even in rich cities like Imre. "Ah," I said, not bothering to hide my disappointment. "Could I take a look at it?" He handed it over. It wasn't much to look at. The grain of the wood was uneven, the varnish rough and scratched. Its frets were made of gut and badly in need of replacing, but that was of little concern to me, as I typically played fretless anyway. The bowl was rosewood, so the sound of it wouldn't be terribly subtle. But on the other hand, rosewood would carry better in a crowded taproom, cutting through the murmur of idle conversation. I tapped the bowl with a finger, and it gave off a resonant hum. Solid, but not pretty. I began to tune it so I would have an excuse to hold it a while longer.
"I might be able to go as low as 3 and 5, the man behind the counter said.
My ears pricked up as I heard something in his tone. Desperation. It occurred to me that an ugly, used lute might not sell very well in a city full of nobility and prosperous musicians. I shook my head. "The strings are old. Actually, they were fine, but I hoped he didn't know that."
"True,"
he said, reassuring me of his ignorance,
"but strings are cheap."
"I suppose," I said doubtfully. With a deliberate plan, I set each of the strings just a hair out of tune with the others. I struck a chord and listened to the grating sound. I gave the lute's neck a sour, speculative look. "I think the neck might be cracked." I strummed a minor chord that sounded even less appealing. "Does that sound cracked to you?" I strummed it again, harder.
3 and 2?
he asked hopefully. "It's not for me," I said, as if correcting him. "It's for my little brother. The little bastard won't leave mine alone." I strummed again and grimaced. I may not like the little sprit very much, but I'm not cruel enough to buy him a lute with a sour neck. I paused significantly. When nothing was forthcoming, I prompted him. "Not for 3 and 2. 3 even? He said hopefully. To all appearances, I held the lute casually, carelessly, but in my heart, I was clutching it with a white-knuckled fierceness. I cannot hope for you to understand this. When the Chandrian killed my troop, they destroyed every piece of my family and home I had ever known. But in some ways, it had been worse when my father's lute was broken in Tarbean. It had been like losing a limb, an eye, a vital organ. Without my music, I had wandered Tarbean for years, half alive, like a crippled veteran or one of the walking dead. Listen, I said to him frankly, I've got 2 and 2 for you. I pulled out my purse. You can take it, or this ugly thing can gather dust on a high shelf for the next 10 years. I met his eye, careful to keep my face from showing how badly I needed it. I would do anything to keep this loot. I would dance naked in the snow. I would clutch at his legs, shaking and frantic, promising him anything. Anything. I counted out 2 talents and 2 jots onto the counter between us, nearly all of the money I had saved for this term's tuition. Each coin made a hard click as I pressed it to the table. He gave me a long look, measuring me. I clicked down 1 more jot and waited. And waited. When he finally reached out his hand for the money, his haggard expression was the same one I was used to seeing on pawnbrokers' faces. Devi opened the door and smiled. "Well now, I honestly didn't think I'd see you again. Come in." She bolted the door behind me and walked over to her desk. "I can't say I'm disappointed, though." She looked over her shoulder and flashed me her impish smile. "I was looking forward to doing a little business with you." She sat down. "So, 2 talents then?" "4 would be better, actually," I said. "Just enough for me to afford tuition and a bunk in the mews. I could sleep outside in the wind and the rain. My loot deserved better." "Wonderful," she said as she pulled out the bottle and pin. I needed the tips of my fingers intact, so I pricked the back of my hand and let 3 drops of blood slowly gather and fall into the small brown bottle. I held it out to Devi. "Go ahead and drop the pin in there, too." I did. Devi swabbed the bottle's stopper with a clear substance and slid it into the mouth of the bottle. "A clever little adhesive from your friends over the river," she explained. "This way, I can't open the bottle without breaking it. When you pay off your debt, you get it back intact and can sleep safe knowing I haven't kept any for myself." "Unless you have the solvent," I pointed out. Devi gave me a pointed look. "You're not big on trust, are you?" She rummaged around in a drawer, brought out some sealing wax, and began to warm it over the lamp on her desk. "I don't suppose you have a seal, or ring, or anything like that?" she asked as she smeared the wax across the top of the bottle stopper. "If I had jewelry to sell, I wouldn't be here," I said frankly and pressed my thumb into the wax. It left a recognizable print. But that should do. Devi etched a number on the side of the bottle with a diamond stylus, then brought out a slip of paper. She wrote for a moment, then fanned it with a hand, waiting for it to dry. "You can take this to any moneylender on either side of the river," she said cheerfully as she handed it to me. "Pleasure doing business with you. Don't be a stranger." I headed back to the university with money in my purse and the comforting weight of the loot strap hanging from my shoulder. It was second-hand, ugly, and had cost me dearly in money, blood, and peace of mind. I loved it like a child, like breathing, like my own right hand. Chapter 51. Tar and Tin. At the beginning of my second term, Kilvin gave me permission to study sigildry. This raised a few eyebrows, but none in the fishery where I'd proven myself to be a hard worker and a dedicated student. Sigildry, simply put, is a set of tools for channeling forces, like sympathy made solid. For example, if you engraved one brick with the rune Ul and another with the rune Dak, the 2 runes would cause the bricks to cling to each other, as if mortared in place. But it's not as simple as that. What really happens is the 2 runes tear the bricks apart with the strength of their attraction. To prevent this, you have to add the rune Aru to each of the bricks. Aru is the rune for clay, and it makes the 2 pieces of clay cling to each other, solving your problem. Except that Aru and Dak don't fit together. They're the wrong shape. To get them to fit, you have to add a few linking runes, Gia and Te. Then, for balance, you have to add Gia and Te to the other brick, too. Then the bricks cling to each other without breaking. But only if the bricks are made out of clay. Most bricks aren't, so generally it is a better idea to mix iron into the ceramic of the brick before it is fired. Of course, that means you have to use fer instead of aru. Then you have to switch te and gia so the ends come together properly. As you can see, mortar is a simpler and more reliable route for holding bricks together. I studied my sigildry under Kamar. The scarred, one-eyed man was Kilvin's gatekeeper. Only after you were able to prove your firm grasp of sigildry to him could you move on to a loose apprenticeship with one of the more experienced artificers. You assisted them with their projects, and in return, they showed you the finer points of the craft. There were 197 runes. It was like learning a new language, except there were nearly 200 unfamiliar letters, and you had to invent your own words a lot of the time. Most students took at least a month of study before Kamer judged them ready to move on. Some students took an entire term. Start to finish, it took me 7 days. How? First, I was driven. Other students could afford to stroll through their studies. Their parents or patrons would cover the expense. I, on the other hand, needed to climb the ranks in the fishery quickly so I could earn money working on my own projects. Tuition wasn't even my first priority anymore. Devi was. Second, I was brilliant. Not just your run-of-the-mill brilliance either. I was extraordinarily brilliant. Lastly, I was lucky, plain and simple. I stepped across the patchwork rooftops of Mainz with my lute strung across my back. It was a dim, cloudy twilight, but I knew my way around by now. I kept to the tar and tin, knowing that red tiles or gray slate made for treacherous footing. At some point in the remodeling of Mainz, one of the courtyards had become completely isolated. It could only be accessed by clambering through a high window in one of the lecture halls, or by climbing down a gnarled apple tree, if you happened to be on the roof. I came here to practice my lute. My bunk in Mews was not convenient. Not only was music viewed as frivolous on this side of the river, but I would only make more enemies by playing while my bunkmates tried to sleep or study. So I came here. It was perfect, secluded and practically on my doorstep. The hedges had gone wild, and the lawn was a riot of weeds and flowering plants. But there was a bench under the apple tree that was perfectly suited to my needs. Usually, I came late at night, when Mainz was locked and abandoned. But today was Thaden. That meant that if I ate dinner quickly, I had nearly an hour between Elxadal's class and my work in the fishery, plenty of time for some practice. However, when I reached the courtyard tonight, I saw lights through the windows. Brander's lecture was running late today. So I stayed on the rooftop. The windows to the lecture hall were shut, so there wasn't much chance of my being overheard. I put my back to a nearby chimney and began to play. After about 10 minutes, the lights went out, but I decided to stay where I was rather than waste time climbing down. I was halfway through Ten Tap Tim when the sun slipped out from behind the clouds. Golden light covered the rooftop, spilling over the edge of the roof into a thin slice of the courtyard below. That's when I heard the noise. A sudden rustling, like a startled animal down in the courtyard. But then there was something else. A noise unlike anything a squirrel or rabbit would make in the hedge. It was a hard noise, a vaguely metallic thud, as if someone had dropped a heavy bar of iron. I stopped playing, the half-finished melody still running through my head. Was another student down there listening? I put my lute back in its case before I made my way over to the lip of the roof and looked down. I couldn't see through the thick hedge that covered most of the eastern edge of the courtyard. Had a student climbed through the window? The sunset was fading quickly, and by the time I made it down the apple tree, most of the courtyard lay in shadow. I could see from here that the high window was closed. No one had come in that way. Even though it was quickly growing dark, curiosity won over caution, and I made my way into the hedge. There was quite a lot of space there. Portions of the hedge were nearly hollow, a green shell of living branches, leaving enough room to crouch comfortably. I made note of the place as a good space for sleeping if I didn't have enough money for a bunk in the mews next term. Even in the fading light, I could see I was the only one there. There wasn't room for anything bigger than a rabbit to hide. In the dim light, I couldn't spot anything that could have made the metallic noise either. Humming the catchy chorus of Ten Tap Tim, I crawled through to the other end of the hedge. Only when I came through the other side did I notice the drainage grate. I'd seen similar ones scattered throughout the university, but this one was older and larger. In fact, the opening might be large enough for a person to fit through if the grate were removed. Hesitantly, I curled a hand around one of the cool metal bars and pulled. The heavy grate pivoted on a hinge and came up about 3 inches before stopping. In the dim light, I couldn't tell why it wouldn't go any further. I pulled harder, but couldn't budge it. Finally, I gave up and dropped it back into place. It made a hard noise, vaguely metallic, like someone had dropped a heavy bar of iron. Then my fingers felt something that my eyes missed, a maze of grooves etching the surface of the bars. I looked closer and recognized some of the runes I was learning under Kamar, Ool and Dak. Then something clicked in my head. The chorus of Ten Tap Tim suddenly fit together with the runes I'd been studying under Kamar for the last handful of days. Ool and Dak are both for binding. Re for seeking, Kel for finding. Gia ki, te lak. Pesin water, resin rock. Before I could go any further, 6th bell struck. The sound startled me from my reverie. But when I reached out to steady myself, my hand didn't come to rest on leaves and dirt. I touched something round and hard and smooth. A green apple. I emerged from the hedge and made my way to the northwest corner where the apple tree stood. No apples were on the ground. It was too early in the year for that. What's more, the iron grate was on the opposite side of the small courtyard. It couldn't have rolled that far. It must have been carried. Unsure of what to think, but knowing I was late for my evening shift in the fishery, I climbed the apple tree, gathered up my loot, and hurried to Kilvin's shop. Later that night, I fit the rest of the runes to music. It took a few hours, but when I was done, it was like having a reference sheet in my head. The next day, Kamar put me through an extensive 2-hour examination, which I passed. For the next stage of my education in the fishery, I was apprenticed to Manette, the old, wild-haired student I'd met during my first days at the university. Manette had been attending the university for nearly 30 years, and everyone knew him as the Eternal Elir. But despite the fact that we held the same rank, Manette had more hands-on experience in the fishery than any dozen higher-ranking students combined. Manette was patient and considerate. In fact, he reminded me of my old teacher, Abinthy. Except Abinthy had wandered the world like a restless tinker, and it was common knowledge that Manette desired nothing more than to stay at the university for the rest of his life if he could manage it. Manette started small, teaching me simple formulae of the sort required for twice-tough glass and heat funnels. Under his tutelage, I learned artificing as quickly as I learned everything, and it wasn't long before we worked our way up to more complex projects like heat eaters and sympathy lamps. Truly high-level artificing such as sympathy clocks or gear winds were still beyond my reach, but I knew that it was just a matter of time. Unfortunately, time was proving to be in short supply. Chapter 52. Burning. Owning a lute again meant I had my music back, but I quickly realized I was 3 years out of practice. My work in the artificery over the last couple months had toughened and strengthened my hands, but not in entirely the right ways. It took several frustrating days before I could play comfortably for even an hour at a time. I might have progressed more quickly had I not been so busy with my other studies. I had 2 hours of each day in the Medica, running or standing, an average of 2 hours of lecture and ciphering each day in mathematics, and 3 hours of studying under Manette in the fishery, learning the tricks of the trade. And then there was advanced sympathy with Elxadal. Out of class, Elxadal was charming, soft-spoken, and even a little ridiculous when the mood was on him. But when he taught, his personality strode back and forth between mad prophet and galley slave drummer. Every day in his class, I burned another 3 hours of time and 5 hours worth of energy. Combined with my paid work in Kilvin's shop, this left me with barely enough time to eat, sleep, and study, let alone give my lute the time it deserved. Music is a proud, temperamental mistress. Give her the time and attention she deserves, and she is yours. Slight her, and there will come a day when you call and she will not answer. So I began sleeping less to give her the time she needed. After a span of this schedule, I was tired. After 3 span, I was still fine, but only through a grim, set-jaw type of determination. Somewhere around the 5th span, I began to show definite signs of wear. It was during that 5th span that I was enjoying a rare, shared lunch with Willem and Simon. They had their lunches from a nearby tavern. I couldn't afford a drab for an apple and meat pie, so I had snuck some barley bread and a gristly sausage out of the mess. We sat on the stone bench beneath the pennant pole where I'd been whipped. The place had filled me with dread after my whipping, but I forced myself to spend time there to prove to myself that I could. After it no longer unnerved me, I sat there because the stares of the students amused me. Now I sat there because I was comfortable. It was my place. And, because we spent a fair amount of time together, it had become Willem and Simon's place, too. If they thought my choice an odd one, they didn't speak of it.
"You haven't been around very much," Willem said around a mouthful of meat pie. "Been sick?"
"Right," Simon said sarcastically. "He's been sick a whole month." Willem glared at him and grumbled, reminding me of Kilvin for a moment. His expression made Simon laugh. "Will's more polite than I am. I'm betting you've been spending all your free hours walking to Imre and back, courting some fabulously attractive young bard." He gestured at the lute case that lay at my side.
"You looks like he's been sick."
Willem looked at me with a critical eye.
"Your woman hasn't been taking care of you."
"He's lovesick," Simon said knowingly. "Can't eat, can't sleep. You think of her when you should be trying to memorize your cipher." I couldn't think of anything to say. "See," Simon said to Will, "she's stolen his tongue as well as his heart. All his words are for her. He can spare none for us."
"Can't spare any time, either,"
Willem said into his rapidly dwindling meat pie. It was true, of course. I had been neglecting my friends even more than I'd been neglecting myself. I felt a flush of guilt wash over me. I couldn't tell them the full truth, that I needed to make the most of this term because it would very likely be my last. I was flat broke. If you cannot understand why I couldn't bring myself to tell them this, then I doubt you have ever been truly poor. I doubt you can really understand how embarrassing it is to only own 2 shirts, to cut your own hair as best you can because you can't afford a barber. I lost a button and couldn't spare a shim to buy a matching one. I tore out the knee of my pants and had to make do with the wrong color thread for mending. I couldn't afford salt for my meals or drinks on my rare evenings out with friends. The money I earned in Kilvin's shop was spent on essentials, ink, soap, lute strings. The only other thing I could afford was pride. I couldn't bear the thought of my 2 best friends knowing how desperate my situation was. If I suffered a piece of extraordinary good luck, I might be able to muster 2 talents to pay the interest on my debt to Devi, but it would require a direct act of God for me to somehow gather enough money to pay that and next term's tuition as well. After I was forced out of the university and squared my debt with Devi, I didn't know what I'd do. Pull up stakes and head for Annalyn to look for Denna, perhaps. I looked at them, not knowing what to say. "Will, Simon, I'm sorry. It's just that I've been so busy lately. Simon grew a little more serious, and I saw that he was earnestly hurt at my unexplained absence. We're busy too, you know. I've got rhetoric and chemistry, and I'm learning Siaru. He turned to Will and scowled. You should know I'm beginning to hate your language, you shim bastard. Tu Krailim, the young sealed replied amiably. Simon turned back to me and spoke with remarkable candor. It's just that we'd like to see you more often than once every handful of days as you run from mains to the fishery. Girls are wonderful, I'll admit, but when one takes one of my friends away, I get a little jealous. He gave a sudden, sunny smile. Not that I think of you in that way, of course. I found it hard to swallow past the sudden lump in my throat. I couldn't remember the last time I'd been missed. For a long time, I hadn't had anyone to miss me. I felt the beginning of hot tears in the back of my throat. Really, there isn't a girl. I mean it. I swallowed hard, trying to regain my composure. Sim, I think we've been missing something here. Willem was looking at me oddly. Take a good look at him. Simon gave me a similar, analytical stare. That look from the two of them was enough to unnerve me, pushing me back from the edge of tears. Now, Willem said, as if lecturing, how many terms has our young Ilir been attending the university? Realization poured into Sim's honest face. Oh. Anyone care to tell me? I said petulantly. Willem ignored my question. What classes are you taking? Everything, I said, glad to have an excuse to complain. Geometry, observation in the Medica, advanced sympathy with Elxadal, and I've got my apprenticeship under Manette in the fishery. Simon looked a little shocked. No wonder you look like you haven't slept in a span of days, he said. Willem nodded to himself. And you're still working in Kilvin's shop, aren't you? A couple of hours every night. Simon was aghast. And you're learning an instrument at the same time? Are you insane? The music is the only thing that keeps me grounded, I said, reaching down to touch my lute. And I'm not learning to play. I just need practice. Willem and Simon exchanged looks. How long do you think he has? Simon looked me over. Span and a half tops. What do you mean? Willem leaned forward. We all bite off too much sooner or later, but some students don't know when to spit their mouthful. They burn out. They quit or botch their exams. Some crack. He tapped his head. It usually happens to students in their first year. He gave me a significant look. I haven't bitten off too much, I said. Look in a mirror, Willem suggested frankly. I opened my mouth to reassure Will and Sim that I was fine, but just then I heard the hour being struck, and I only had time for a hurried goodbye. Even so, I had to run to make it to advanced sympathy on time. Elxadal stood between two medium-sized braziers. In his well-trimmed beard and dark master's robe, he still reminded me of the stereotypical evil magician that appears in so many bad Aturan plays. What each of you must remember is that the sympathist is tied to flame, he said. We are its master and its servant. He tucked his hands into his long sleeves and began to pace again. We are the masters of fire, for we have dominion over it. Elxadal struck a nearby brazier with the flat of his hand, making it ring softly. Flames kindled in the coal and began to lick hungrily upward. The energy in all things belongs to the Arcanist. We command fire, and fire obeys. Dahl walked slowly to the other corner of the room. The brazier at his back dimmed, while the other one he walked towards sparked to life and began to burn. I appreciated his showmanship. Dahl stopped and faced the class again. But we are also servants of fire, because fire is the most common form of energy, and without energy, our prowess as sympathists is of little use." He turned his back to the class and began erasing formulae from the slate board. "Gather your materials, and we'll see who has to knock heads with Elia Kvothe today." He began to chalk up a list of all the students' names. Mine was at the top. 3 span ago, Dahl had started making us compete against each other. He called it dueling, and though it was a welcome break from the monotony of lecture, this most recent activity had a sinister element, too. 100 students left the Arcanum every year, perhaps a quarter of them with their guilders. That meant that every year there were 100 more people in the world that had been trained in the use of sympathy, people who, for one reason or another, you might have to pit your will against later in life. Though Dahl never said as much, we knew we were being taught something beyond mere concentration and ingenuity. We were being taught how to fight. Elxa kept careful track of the results. In the class of 38, I was the only one to remain undefeated. By this point, even the most thick-headed and grudging students were being forced to admit that my quick admittance to the Arcanum was something other than a fluke. Dueling could also be profitable in a small way, as there was a bit of clandestine betting. When we wanted to bet on our own duels, Savoy and I placed bets for each other, though as a rule I usually didn't have much money to spare. Thus, it was no coincidence that Savoy and I bumped into each other while we were gathering our materials. I handed him 2 jots underneath the table. He slid them into his pocket without looking at me. "Goodness," he said quietly. "Someone's pretty confident today." I shrugged nonchalantly, though in truth I was a little nervous. I had started the term penniless and been scraping by ever since, but yesterday Kilvin had paid me for a span's work in the fishery, 2 jots. All the money I had in the world. Savoy began to rummage around in a drawer, bringing out sympathy wax, twine, and a few pieces of metal. "I don't know how well I'll be able to do for you. The odds are getting bad. I'm guessing 3 to 1 is the best you'll get today. You still interested if it gets that low?" I sighed. The odds were the downside to my undefeated rank. Yesterday, they had been 2 to 1, meaning I would have had to risk 2 pennies for the chance to win 1. "I've got a little something planned," I said. "Don't bet until we've set terms. You should get at least 3 to 1 against me." "Against you?" he muttered as he gathered up an armful of paraphernalia. "Not unless you're going up against Dahl." I turned my face to conceal a slightly embarrassed blush at the compliment. Dahl clapped his hands and everyone rushed to take their proper place. I was paired with a vintage boy, Fenton. He was 1 step below me in the class ranking. I respected him as one of the few in the class that could pose a real challenge to me in the right situation. "Right then," Elxa said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. "Fenton, you're lower on the ranks. Pick your poison." "Candles." "And your link?" Dahl asked ritualistically. With candles, it was always either wicking or wax. "Wick." He held up a piece for everyone to see. Dahl turned to me. "Link?" I dug into a pocket and held up my link with a flourish. "Straw." There was a murmur from the class at this. It was a ridiculous link. The best I could hope for is a 3% transfer, maybe 5. Fenton's wicking would be 10 times better. "Straw?" "Straw," I said with slightly more confidence than I felt. If this didn't tip the odds against me, I didn't know what would. "Straw it is, then," Dahl said easily. "Elia Fenton, since Kvothe is undefeated, you will have the choice of sauce." A quiet laugh spread through the class. My stomach dropped. I hadn't expected that. Normally, whoever doesn't pick the game gets to choose the source. I had been planning on choosing brazier, knowing that the quantity of heat would help offset my self-imposed handicap. Fenton grinned, knowing his advantage. "No source." I grimaced. All we would have to draw from was our own body heat. difficult in the best of circumstances, not to mention a little dangerous. I couldn't win. Not only was I going to lose my perfect rank, I had no way to signal Savoy not to bet my last 2 jots. I tried to meet his eyes, but he was already caught up in quiet, intense negotiations with a handful of other students. Fenton and I moved wordlessly to sit on opposite sides of a large work table. Elxadal set 2 thick stumps of candle down, one in front of each of us. The object was to light your opponent's candle without letting him do the same to yours. This involved splitting your mind into 2 different pieces. One piece tried to hold the ailer that your piece of wicking, or straw if you were stupid, was the same as the wick of the candle you were trying to light. Then you drew energy from your source to make it happen. Meanwhile, the second piece of your mind was kept busy trying to maintain the belief that your opponent's piece of wicking was not the same as the wick of your candle. If all of this sounds difficult, believe me, you don't know the half of it. Making it worse was the fact that neither of us had an easy source to draw from. You had to be careful using yourself as a source. Your body is warm for a reason. It responds badly when heat is pulled away. At a gesture from Elxadal, we began. I immediately devoted my whole mind to the defense of my own candle and began to think furiously. There was no way I could win. It doesn't matter how skilled a fencer you are. You can't help but lose when your opponent has a blade of Ramsden steel and you've chosen to fight with a willow switch. I lowered myself into the heart of stone. Then, still devoting most of my mind to the protection of my candle, I muttered a binding between my candle and his. I reached out and tipped my candle on its side, forcing him to make a grab for his before it did the same and rolled away. I tried to take quick advantage of his distraction and set his candle aflame. I threw myself into it and felt a chill bleed up my arm from my right hand that held the piece of straw. Nothing happened. His candle remained cold and dark. I cupped my hand around the wick of my candle, blocking his line of sight. It was a petty trick and largely useless against a skilled sympathist, but my only hope was to rattle him in some way. "Hey, Fen," I said, "have you heard the one about the tinker, the Talon, the farmer's daughter, and the butter churn yet?" Fen gave no response. His pale face was locked in fierce concentration. I gave up distraction as a lost cause. Fenton was too smart to be thrown off that way. Besides, I was finding it difficult to maintain the necessary concentration to keep my candle safe. I lowered myself more deeply into the heart of stone and forgot the world apart from the 2 candles and a piece of wick and straw. After a minute, I was covered in a clammy, chill sweat. I shivered. Fenton saw this and gave me a smile with bloodless lips. I redoubled my efforts, but his candle ignored my best attempts to force it into flame. 5 minutes passed, with the whole class quiet as stones. Most duels lasted no longer than a minute or 2, one person quickly proving himself more clever or possessed of a stronger will. Both my arms were cold now. I saw a muscle in Fenton's neck twitch spastically, like a horse's flank trying to shake loose a biting fly. His posture went rigid as he suppressed the urge to shiver. A wisp of smoke began to curl from the wick of my candle. I bore down. I realized that my breath was hissing through my clenched teeth, my lips pulled back in a feral grin. Fenton didn't seem to notice, his eyes growing glassy and unfocused. I shivered again, so violently that I almost missed seeing the tremor in his hand. Then slowly, Fenton's head began to nod toward the tabletop. His eyelids drooped. I set my teeth and was rewarded to see a thin curl of smoke rise from the wick of his candle. Woodenly, Fenton turned to look, but instead of rallying to his own defense, he made a slow, leaden gesture of dismissal and lay his head in the crook of his arm. He didn't look up as the candle near his elbow spat fitfully to life. There was a brief scattering of applause mixed in with exclamations of disbelief. Someone pounded me on the back. "How about that? Wore himself out." "No," I said thickly and reached across the table. With clumsy fingers, I prized open the hand that held the wicking and saw it had blood on it. "Master Dahl," I said as quickly as I could manage. "He's got the chills." Speaking made me realize how cold my lips felt. But Dahl was already there, bringing a blanket to wrap around the boy. "You," he pointed at one of the students at random. "Bring someone from the Medica. Go." The student left at a run. "Foolish." Master Dahl murmured a binding for heat. He looked over at me. "You should probably walk around a bit. You don't look much better than he does." There was no more dueling that day. The rest of the class watched as Fenton revived slowly under Elxa Dahl's care. By the time an older Eltha from the Medica arrived, Fenton had warmed enough to begin shivering violently. After a quarter hour of warm blankets and careful sympathy, Fenton was able to drink something hot, though his hand still shook. Once all the hubbub was finished, it was nearly third bell. Master Dahl managed to get all the students seated and quiet long enough to say a few words. "What we saw today was a prime example of binder's chills. The body is a delicate thing, and a few degrees of heat lost rapidly can upset the entire system. A mild case of the chills is just that, chilling. But more extreme cases can lead to shock and hypothermia." Dahl looked around. "Can anyone tell me what Fenton's mistake was?" There was a moment of silence, then a hand raised. "Yes, Bray?" "He used blood. When heat is lost from the blood, the body cools as a whole unit. This is not always advantageous, as the extremities can stand a more drastic temperature loss than the viscera can." "Why would anyone consider using blood, then?" "It offers up more heat more rapidly than the flesh." "How much would have been safe for him to draw?" Dahl looked around the room. 2 degrees? Someone volunteered. 1.5, Dahl corrected, and wrote a few equations on the board to demonstrate how much heat this would provide. "Given his symptoms, how much do you suppose he actually drew?" There was a pause. Finally, Savoy spoke up. 8 or 9. "Very good," Dahl said grudgingly. "It's nice that at least one of you has been doing the reading." His expression grew grave. "Sympathy is not for the weak of mind, but neither is it for the overconfident. If we had not been here to give Fenton the care he needed, he would have slipped quietly asleep and died." He paused to let the words sink in. "Better you should know your honest limit than overguess your abilities and lose control." Third bell struck, and the room was filled with sudden noise as students stood to leave. Master Dahl raised his voice to be heard. "Elia Kvothe, would you mind staying behind for a moment?" I grimaced. Savoy walked behind me, clapped me on the shoulder, and muttered, "Look." I couldn't tell if he was referring to my victory or wishing me well. After everyone was gone, Dahl turned and set down the rag he had been using to wipe the slate clean. "So," he said conversationally, "how did the numbers work out?" I wasn't surprised he knew about the betting. 11-1, I admitted. I'd made 22 jots, a little over 2 talents. The presence of that money in my pocket warmed me. He gave me a speculative look. "How are you feeling? You were a little pale at the end yourself." "I had a little shiver," I lied. Actually, in the commotion that followed Fenton's collapse, I had slipped out and had a frightening few minutes in a back hallway. Shivers that were close to seizures had made it almost impossible to stay on my feet. Luckily, no one had found me shaking in the hallway, my jaw clenched so tight that I feared my teeth might break. But no one had seen me. My reputation was intact. Dahl gave me a look that told me he might suspect the truth. "Come over." He made a motion to one of the still-burning braziers. "A little warm won't hurt you." I didn't argue. As I held my hands to the fire, I felt myself relax a bit. Suddenly, I realized how weary I was. My eyes were itchy from too little sleep. My body felt heavy, as if my bones were made of lead. With a reluctant sigh, I pulled my hands back and opened my eyes. Dahl was looking closely at my face. "I've got to go," I said with a little regret in my voice. "Thanks for the use of your fire." "We're both sympathists," Dahl said, giving me a friendly wave as I gathered my things and headed for the door. "You're welcome to it any time." Later that night in the mews, Willem opened his door to my knocking.
"I'll be damned," he said. "2 times in one day? To what do I owe the honor?"
"I think you know," I grumbled and pushed my way inside the cell-like little room. I leaned my loot case against a wall and fell into a chair. "Kilvin has banned me from my work in the shop." Willem sat forward on his bed.
"Why's that?"
I gave him a knowing look. "I expect it's because you and Simmons stopped by and suggested it to him." He watched me for a moment, then shrugged.
"You figured it out quicker than I thought you would."
He rubbed the side of his face.
"You don't seem terribly upset."
I had been furious. Just as my fortune seemed to be turning, I was forced to leave my only paying job because of well-intentioned meddling by my friends. But rather than storm over and rage at them, I'd gone away to the roof of Maine's and played for a while to cool my head. The music calmed me, as it always did, and while I played, I thought things through. My apprenticeship with Manette was going well, but there was simply too much to learn. How to fire the kilns, how to draw wire to the proper consistency, which alloys to choose for the proper effects. I couldn't hope to bull through it the way I had learning my runes. I couldn't earn enough working in Kilvin's shop to pay back Devi at the end of the month, let alone make enough for tuition, too. I probably would be, I admitted, but Kilvin made me look in a mirror. I gave him a tired smile. I look like hell.
"You look like beat-up hell,"
he corrected me matter-of-factly, then paused awkwardly.
"I'm glad you're not upset."
Simmon knocked as he pushed the door open. Guilt chased surprise off his face when he saw me sitting there. "Aren't you supposed to be, in the fishery?" he asked lamely. I laughed, and Simmons' relief was almost tangible. Willem moved a stack of paper off another chair, and Simmons slouched into it. "All is forgiven," I said magnanimously. "All I ask is this. Tell me everything you know about the Aeolian." Chapter 53. Slow Circles. The Aeolian is where our long-sought player is waiting in the wings. I have not forgotten that she is what I am moving toward. If I seem to be caught in a slow circling of the subject, it is only appropriate, as she and I have always moved toward each other in slow circles. Luckily, Willem and Simmon had both been to the Aeolian. Together, they told me what little I didn't already know. There were a lot of places you could go in Imre to listen to music. In fact, nearly every inn, tavern, and boarding house had some manner of musician strumming, singing, or piping in the background. But the Aeolian was different. It hosted the best musicians in the city. If you knew good music from bad, you knew the Aeolian had the best. To get in the front door of the Aeolian cost you a whole copper jot. Once you were inside, you could stay as long as you wished and listen to as much music as you liked. But paying at the door did not give a musician the right to play at the Aeolian. A musician who wished to set foot upon the Aeolian stage had to pay for the privilege. 1 silver talent. That's right. Folk paid to play at the Aeolian, not the other way around. Why would anyone pay such an outrageous amount of money simply to play music? Well, some of those who gave their silver were simply the self-indulgent rich. To them, a talent was not a great price to set themselves on such proud display. But serious musicians paid too. If your performance impressed the audience and the owners enough, you were given a token, a tiny set of silver pipes that could be mounted on a pin or necklace. The talent pipes were recognized as clear marks of distinction at most sizable inns within 200 miles of Imre. If you had your set of talent pipes, you were admitted to the Aeolian for free and could play whenever the fancy took you. The only responsibility the talent pipes carried was that of performance. If you had earned your pipes, you could be called upon to play. This was usually not a heavy burden, as the nobility who frequented the Aeolian usually gave money or gifts to performers who pleased them. It was the upper-class version of buying drinks for the fiddler. Some musicians played with little hope of actually gaining their pipes. They paid to play because you never knew who might be in the Aeolian that night listening. A good performance of a single song might not get you your pipes, but it might earn you a wealthy patron instead. A patron. "You'll never guess what I heard," Simmons said one evening as we sat on our usual bench in the pennant square. We were alone, as Willem was off making eyes at a serving girl at Anchor's. "Students have been hearing all manner of odd things from Mainz at night." "Really?" I feigned disinterest. Simmons pressed on. "Yes. Some say that it's the ghost of a student who got lost in the building and starved to death." He tapped the side of his nose with a finger like an old gaffer telling a story. "They say he wanders the halls even to this day, never able to find his way outside." "Ah." "Other opinions suggest it's an angry spirit. They say it tortures animals, especially cats. That's the sound the students hear late at night. Tortured cats' guts. Quite a terrifying sound, I understand." I looked at him. He seemed almost ready to burst with laughing. "Oh, let it out," I told him with mock severity. "Go on. You deserve it for being so terribly clever, despite the fact that no one uses gut strings in this day and age." He chortled delightedly to himself. I picked up one of his sweet cakes and began to eat it, hoping to teach him a valuable lesson in humility. "So you're still going at it?" I nodded. Simmons looked relieved. "I thought you might have changed your plans. I hadn't seen you carrying your lute around lately." "Not necessary," I explained. "Now that I have time to practice, I don't have to worry about sneaking in a few minutes whenever I can grab them." A group of students passed by. One of them waved to Simmons. "When are you going to do it?" "This morning," I said. "So soon?" Sim asked. "It was only 2 span ago that you were worried about being rusty. Has it all come back so quickly?" "Not all of it," I admitted. "It'll take years for it all to come back." I shrugged and popped the last of the sweet cake into my mouth. "But it's easy again. The music doesn't stop in my hands anymore. It just—" I struggled to explain, then shrugged. "I'm ready." Honestly, I would have liked another month's practice, another year's practice before gambling away an entire talent. But there was no time. The term was nearly over. I needed money to stave off my debt to Devi and pay my upcoming tuition. I couldn't wait any longer. "You sure?" Sim asked. "I've heard people try for their talent that were really good. Early this term, an old man sang a song about this woman whose husband had gone off to war." "In the village smithy," I said. "Whatever," Simmons said dismissively. "What I'm saying is that he was really good. I laughed and cried and just hurt all over." He gave me an anxious look. "But he didn't get his pipes." I covered my own anxiety with a smile. "You still haven't heard me play, have you?" "You know damn well I haven't," he said crossly. I smiled. I had refused to play for Willem and Simmons while I was out of practice. Their opinions were nearly as important as those at the Aeolian. "Well, you'll get your chance this morning," I teased. "Will you come?" Simmons nodded. "Willem, too, barring earthquakes or rain of blood." I looked up at the sunset. "I should go," I said, getting to my feet. "Practice makes the master." Sim waved, and I headed to the mess, where I sat down long enough to spoon up my beans and chew through a flat piece of tough gray meat. I took my small loaf of bread with me, drawing a few odd looks from the nearby students. I headed to my bunk and retrieved my lute from the trunk at the foot of the bed. Then, given the rumors Sim had mentioned, I took one of the trickier ways onto the roof of Mainz, shimmying up a series of drain pipes in a sheltered box alley. I didn't want to draw any extra attention to my nighttime activities there. It was fully dark by the time I made it to the isolated courtyard with the apple tree. All the windows were dark. I looked down from the edge of the roof, seeing nothing but shadows. "Ari?" I called. "Are you there?" "You're late," came the vaguely petulant reply. "I'm sorry," I said. "Do you want to come up tonight?" A slight pause. "No. Come down." "There's not much moon tonight," I said in my best encouraging tones. "Are you sure you don't want to come up?" I heard a rustle from the hedges below, and then saw Ari scamper up the tree like a squirrel. She ran around the edge of the roof, then pulled up short a few dozen feet away. At my best guess, Ari was only a few years older than me, certainly no more than 20. She dressed in tattered clothes that left her arms and legs bare, was shorter than me by almost a foot. She was thin. Part of this was simply her tiny frame, but there was more to it than that. Her cheeks were hollow, and her bare arms waifishly narrow. Her long hair was so fine that it trailed her, floating in the air like a cloud. It had taken me a long while to draw her out of hiding. I'd suspected someone was listening to me practice from the courtyard, but it had been nearly 2 span before I caught a glimpse of her. Seeing that she was half-starved, I began bringing whatever food I could carry away from the mess and leaving it for her. Even so, it was another span before she had joined me on the roof as I practiced my lute. The last few days, she'd even started talking. I'd expected her to be sullen and suspicious, but nothing could be further from the truth. She was bright-eyed and enthusiastic. Though I couldn't help but be reminded of myself in Tarbean when I saw her, there was little real resemblance. Ari was scrupulously clean and full of joy. She didn't like the open sky, or bright lights, or people. I guessed she was some student who had gone cracked and run underground before she could be confined to Haven. I hadn't learned much about her, as she was still shy and skittish. When I'd asked her name, she bolted back underground and didn't return for days. So I picked a name for her, Ari, though in my heart I always thought of her as my little moon fae. Ari came a few steps closer, stopped, waited, then darted forward again. This she did several times until she stood in front of me. Standing still, her hair spread in the air around her like a halo. She held both her hands in front of her, just under her chin. She reached out and tugged my sleeve, then pulled her hand back. "What did you bring me?" she asked excitedly. I smiled. "What did you bring me?" I teased gently. She smiled and thrust her hand forward. Something gleamed in the moonlight. "A key," she said proudly, pressing it on me. I took it. It had a pleasing weight in my hand. "It's very nice," I said. "What does it unlock?" "The moon," she said, her expression grave. "That should be useful," I said, looking it over. "That's what I thought," she said. "That way, if there's a door in the moon, you can open it." She sat cross-legged on the roof and grinned up at me. "Not that I would encourage that sort of reckless behavior." I squatted down and opened my lute case. "I brought you some bread." I handed her the loaf of brown barley bread wrapped in a piece of cloth. "And a bottle of water." "This is very nice as well," she said graciously. The bottle seemed very large in her hands. "What's in the water?" she asked as she pulled out the cork and peered down into it. "Flowers," I said. "And the part of the moon that isn't in the sky tonight. I put that in there, too." She looked back up. "I already said the moon," she said with a hint of reproach. "Just flowers, then. And the shine off the back of a dragonfly. I wanted a piece of the moon, but blue dragonfly shine was as close as I could get." She tipped the bottle up and took a sip. "It's lovely," she said, brushing back several strands of hair that were drifting in front of her face. Ari spread out the cloth and began to eat. She tore small pieces from the loaf and chewed them delicately, somehow making the whole process look genteel. "I like white bread," she said conversationally between mouthfuls. "Me too." I said as I lowered myself into a sitting position, when I can get it. She nodded and looked around at the starry night sky and the crescent moon. I like it when it's cloudy, too, but this is okay. It's cozy, like the Underthing. Underthing? I asked. She was rarely this talkative. I live in the Underthing, Ari said easily. It goes all over. Do you like it down there? Ari's eyes lit up. Holy God, yes, it's marvelous. You can just look forever. She turned to look at me. I have news, she said teasingly. What's that? I asked. She took another bite and finished chewing before she spoke. I went out last night. A sly smile. On top of things. Really? I said, not bothering to hide my surprise. How did you like it? It was lovely. I went looking around, she said, obviously pleased with herself. I saw Elodin. Master Elodin? I asked. She nodded. Was he on top of things too? She nodded again, chewing. Did he see you? Her smile burst out again, making her look closer to 8 than 18. Nobody sees me. Besides, he was busy listening to the wind. She cupped her hands around her mouth and made a hooting noise. There was good wind for listening last night, she added confidentially. While I was trying to make sense of what she said, Ari finished the last of her bread and clapped her hands excitedly. Now play, she said breathlessly. Play, play! Grinning, I pulled my lute out of its case. I couldn't hope for a more enthusiastic audience than Ari. Chapter 54. A Place to Burn. You look different today, Simon observed. Willem grunted in agreement. I feel different, I admitted. Good, but different. The three of us were kicking up dust on the road to Imre. The day was warm and sunny, and we were in no particular hurry. You look calm, Simon continued, brushing his hand through his hair. I wish I felt as calm as you look. I wish I felt as calm as I look, I mumbled. Simon refused to give up. You look more solid, he grimaced. No, you look tight. Tight? Tension forced laughter out of me, leaving me more relaxed. How can someone look tight? Just tight, he shrugged, like a coiled spring. It's the way he's holding himself, Willem said, breaking his usual thoughtful silence. Standing straight, neck unbent, shoulders back. He gestured vaguely to illustrate his point. When he steps, his whole foot treads the ground, not just the ball as if he would run, or the heel as if he would hesitate. He steps solidly down, claiming the piece of ground for his own. I felt a momentary awkwardness as I tried to watch myself, always a futile thing to attempt. Simon gave him a sideways look. Someone's been spending time with Puppet, haven't they? Willem shrugged, a vague agreement, and threw a stone into the trees by the side of the road. Who is this Puppet you two keep mentioning? I asked, partly to draw the attention away from myself. I'm about to die of terminal curiosity, you know. If anyone could, it would be you, Willem said. He spends most of his time in the archives, Sim said hesitantly, knowing that he was touching on a sore subject. It would be hard to introduce you since, you know. We came to Stonebridge, the ancient arch of gray stone that spanned the Omethi River between the university and Imre, over 200 feet from one bank to another, and arching more than 60 feet at its peak. Stonebridge had more stories and legends surrounding it than any other university landmark. Spit for luck, Willem urged, as we began to climb one side, and followed his own advice. Simon followed suit, spitting over the side with a childlike exuberance. I almost said, luck has nothing to do with it. Master Arwell's words, repeated sternly 1,000 times in the Medica. I tasted them on the tip of my tongue for a minute, hesitated, then spat instead. The Aeolian lay at the heart of Imre, its front doors facing out onto the city's central cobblestone courtyard. There were benches, a few flowering trees, and a marble fountain misting water over a statue of a satyr chasing a group of half-clothed nymphs whose attempts at flight seemed token at best. Well-dressed people milled around, nearly a third carrying some sort of musical instrument or another. I counted at least 7 lutes. As we approached the Aeolian, the doorman tugged at the front of a wide-brimmed hat and made a nodding bow. He was at least 6.5 feet tall, deeply tanned and muscular. "That will be 1 jot, young master." He smiled as Willem handed over a coin. He turned to me next with the same sunny smile. Looking at the loot case I carried, he cocked an eyebrow at me. "Good to see a new face. You know the rules?" I nodded and handed him a jot. He turned to point inside. "You'll see the bar?" It was hard to miss 50 feet of winding mahogany that curved through the far end of the room. "See where the far end turns toward the stage?" I nodded. "See him on the stool? If you decide to try for your pipes, he's the one you want to talk to. Name's Stanchion." We both turned away from the room at the same time. I shrugged my lute higher onto my shoulder. "Thank you." I paused, not knowing his name. "Diok." He smiled again in his relaxed way. A sudden impulse seized me, and I held out my hand. "Diok means to drink. Will you let me buy you one later?" He looked at me for a long second before he laughed. It was an unrestrained, happy sound that came leaping straight from his chest. He shook my hand warmly. "I just might at that." Diok released my hand, looking behind me. "Simon, did you bring us this one?" "He brought me, actually." Simon seemed put out by my brief exchange with the doorman, but I couldn't guess why. "I don't think anyone can really take him anywhere." He handed a jot to Diok. "I'll believe that," Diok said. "There's something about him I like. He's a little fey around the edges. I hope he plays for us tonight." "I hope so too," I said, and we moved inside. I looked around the Aeolian as casually as I could manage. A raised circular stage thrust out from the wall opposite the curving mahogany bar. Several spiraling stairways led to a second level that was much like a balcony. A smaller third level was visible above that, more like a high mezzanine circling the room. Stools and chairs ringed tables throughout around the room. Benches were recessed into niches in the walls. Sympathy lamps were mixed with candles, giving the room a natural light without fouling the air with smoke. "Well, that was cleverly done." Simon's voice was brittle. "Merciful Taylor, warn me before you try any more stunts, will you?" "What?" I asked. "The thing with the doorman? Simon, you are jittery as a teenage whore. He was friendly. I liked him. What's the harm in offering him a drink?" "Diok owns this place," Simon said sharply, "and he absolutely hates it when musicians suck up to him. 2 span ago, he threw someone out of here for trying to tip him." He gave me a long look. "Actually threw him, almost far enough to make it into the fountain." "Oh," I said, properly taken aback. I snuck a look at Diok as he bantered with someone at the door. I saw the thick muscles in his arm tense and relax as he made a gesture outside. "Did he seem upset to you?" I asked. "No, he didn't. That's the damnedest thing." Willem approached us. "If the 2 of you will stop fishwifing and come to table, I will buy the first drinks. Lynn?" We made our way to the table Willem had picked out, not too far from where Stanchion sat at the bar. "What do you want to drink?" Willem asked as Simon and I sat down and I settled my loot case into the 4th chair. "Cinnamon mead," Simon said without stopping to think. "Girl," Willem said in a vaguely accusatory way and turned to me. "Cider," I said. "Soft cider." "2 girls," he said, and walked off to the bar. I nodded toward Stanchion. "What about him?" I asked Simon. I thought he owned the place. They both do. Stanchion handles the music end of it. Is there anything I should know about him? I asked, my near catastrophe with Diok having sharpened my anxiety. Simmons shook his head. I hear he's cheerful enough in his own right, but I've never talked with him. Don't do anything stupid and everything should be fine. Thanks, I said sarcastically as I pushed my chair back from the table and stood. Stanchion had a medium build and was handsomely dressed in deep green and black. He had a round, bearded face and a slight paunch that was probably only noticeable because he was sitting. He smiled and motioned me forward with the hand that wasn't holding an impressively tall tankard. "Ho there!" he said cheerily. "You have the hopeful look about you. Are you here to play for us tonight?" He raised a speculative eyebrow. Now that I was closer, I noticed that Stanchion's hair was a deep, bashful red that hid if the light struck him the wrong way. "I hope to, sir," I said, though I was planning to wait for a while. "Oh, certainly. We never let anyone try their talent until the sun is down." He paused to take a drink, and as he turned his head, I saw a golden set of pipes hanging from his ear. Sighing, he wiped his mouth happily across the back of his sleeve. "What do you play, then? Lute?" I nodded. "Have any idea what you'll use to woo us?" "That depends, sir. Has anyone played the lay of Sir Savian Tralliard lately?" Stanchion raised an eyebrow and cleared his throat. Smoothing his beard with his free hand, he said, "Well, no. Someone gave it a whirl a few months ago, but he bit off more than he could swallow whole. Missed a couple fingerings and fell apart." He shook his head. I simply said, "No, not lately." He took another drink from his tankard and swallowed thoughtfully before he spoke again. "Most people find that a song of more moderate difficulty allows them to showcase their talent," he said carefully. I sensed his unspoken advice and was not offended. Sir Savian is the most difficult song I had ever heard. My father had been the only one in the troupe with the skill to perform it, and I had only heard him do it perhaps 4 or 5 times in front of an audience. It was only about 15 minutes long, but those 15 minutes required quick, precise fingering that, if done properly, would set 2 voices singing out of the lute at once, both a melody and a harmony. That was tricky, but nothing any skilled lutist couldn't accomplish. However, Sir Savian was a ballad, and the vocal part was a counter-melody that ran against the timing of the lute. Difficult. If the song was being done properly, with both a man and a woman alternating the verses, the song was further complicated by the female's counter-harmony in the refrains. If it is done well, it is enough to cut a heart. Unfortunately, few musicians could perform calmly in the center of such a storm of song. Stanchion drank off another solid swallow from his tankard and wiped his beard on his sleeve. "You singing alone?" he asked, seeming a bit excited in spite of his half-spoken warning. "Or have you brought someone to sing opposite you? Is one of the boys you came with a castrati?" I fought down laughter at the thought of Willem as a soprano and shook my head. "I don't have any friends that can sing it. I was going to double the 3rd refrain to give someone the chance to come in as Eloine." "Trooper style, eh?" He gave me a serious look. "Son, it's really not my place to say this, but do you really want to try for your pipes with someone you've never even practiced with?" It reassured me that he realized how hard it was going to be. "How many pipes will be here tonight, roughly?" He thought briefly. "Roughly 8? Maybe a dozen? So in all likelihood there will be at least 3 women who have earned their talents." Stanchion nodded, watching me curiously. "Well," I said slowly, "if what everyone has told me is true, if only real excellence can win the pipes, then one of those women will know Eloine's part." Stanchion took another long, slow drink, watching me over the top of his tankard. When he finally set it down, he forgot to wipe his beard. You're a proud one, aren't you? He said frankly. I looked around the room. Isn't this the Aeolian? I heard that this is where pride pays silver and plays golden.
I like that, Stanchion said almost to himself. Plays golden.
He slammed his tankard down onto the bar, causing a small geyser of something frothy to erupt from the top. Damn it, boy! I hope you're as good as you seem to think you are. I could use someone else around here with Ilian's fire. He ran a hand through his own red hair to clarify his double meaning. I hope this place is as good as everyone seems to think it is, I said earnestly. I need a place to burn. He didn't throw you out, Simon quipped as I returned to the table, so I'm guessing it didn't go as badly as it could have. I think it went well, I said distractedly, but I'm not sure. How can you not know? Simon objected. I saw him laugh. That must mean something good.
Not necessarily, Willem said.
I'm trying to remember everything I said to him, I admitted. Sometimes my mouth just starts talking and it takes my mind a little bit to catch up.
This happens often, does it?
Asked Willem with one of his rare quiet smiles. Their banter began to relax me. More and more often, I confessed, grinning. We drank and joked about small things, rumors of the masters and the rare female students who caught our attention. We talked about who we liked in the university, but more time was spent mulling over who we didn't like, and why, and what we would do about it given the chance. Such is human nature. So time passed, and the Aeolian slowly filled. Simon gave in to Willem's taunting and began to drink Scutton, a powerful black wine from the foothills of the Shalda Mountains, more commonly called Cuttail. Simon showed the effects almost immediately, laughing louder, grinning wider, and fidgeting in his seat. Willem remained his same taciturn self. I bought the next round of drinks, making it large mugs of straight cider for each of us. I responded to Willem's scowl by telling him that if I made my talent tonight, I would float him home in Cuttail, but if either of them got drunk on me before then, I would personally thrash them and drop them in the river. They settled down an appreciable amount and began inventing obscene verses to Tinker Tanner. I left them to it, retreating into my own thoughts. At the forefront of my mind was the fact that Stanchion's unspoken advice might be worth listening to. I tried to think of other songs I could perform that were difficult enough to show my skill, but easy enough to allow me room for artistry. Simon's voice drew me back to the here and now. Come on, you're good at rhymes, he urged me. I replayed the last bit of their conversation that I'd been half listening to. Try In the Talon's Cassock, I suggested disinterestedly. I was too nervous to bother explaining that one of my father's vices had been his propensity for dirty limericks. They chortled delightedly to themselves while I tried to come up with a different song to sing. I hadn't had much luck when Willem distracted me again. What? I demanded angrily. Then I saw the flat look in Willem's eyes that he only gets when he sees something he really doesn't like. What? I repeated more reasonably this time. Someone we all know and love, he said darkly, nodding in the direction of the door. I couldn't see anyone I recognized. The Aeolian was nearly full, and over 100 people milled about on the ground floor alone. I saw through the open door that night had settled outside. His back is to us. He's working his oily charm on a lovely young lady who must not know him, to the right of the round gentleman in red. Willem directed my attention. Son of a bitch, I said, too stunned for proper profanity. I've always figured him for porcine parentage myself, Willem said dryly. Simon looked around, blinking owlishly. What? Who's here? Ambrose. God's balls, Simon said and hunched over the tabletop. That's all I need. Haven't you two made nice yet? I'm willing to leave him be, I protested, but every time he sees me, he can't help but make another jab in my direction. It takes two to argue, Simon said. Like hell, I retorted. I don't care whose son he is. I won't go belly up like some timid pup. If he's fool enough to take a poke at me, I'll snap the finger clean off that does the poking. I took a breath to calm myself and tried to sound rational. Eventually, he'll learn to leave me well enough alone. You could just ignore him, Simmons said, sounding surprisingly sober. Just don't rise to his baiting and he'll tire of it soon enough. No, I said seriously, looking Simmon in the eye. No, he won't. I liked Simmon, but he was terribly innocent at times. Once he thinks I'm weak, he'll be on me twice as thick as the day before. I know his type. Here he comes, Willem observed, looking casually away. Ambrose saw me before he made it to our side of the room. Our eyes met, and it was obvious that he hadn't expected to see me there. He said something to one of his ever-present group of bootlickers, and they moved off through the crowd in a different direction to claim a table. His eyes moved from me to Willem to Simmon to my lute and back to me. Then he turned and walked to the table his friends had claimed. He looked in my direction before he took his seat. I found it unnerving that he didn't smile. He had always smiled at me before, an over-sad pantomime smile with mockery in his eyes. Then I saw something that unnerved me even more. He was carrying a sturdy, squared case. Ambrose plays liar? I demanded of the world in general. Willem shrugged. Simmon looked uncomfortable. I thought you knew, he said weakly. You've seen him here before? I asked. Sim nodded. Did he play? Recited, actually. Poetry. He recited and kind of plucked at the lyre. Simmon looked like a rabbit about to run. Does he have his talent? I said darkly. I decided then that if Ambrose was a member of this group, I didn't want anything to do with it. No, Simmon squeaked. He tried for it, but... He trailed off, looking a little wild around the eyes. Willem laid a hand on my arm and made a calming gesture. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and tried to relax. Slowly, I realized that none of this mattered. At most, it simply raised the stakes for tonight. Ambrose wouldn't be able to do anything to disrupt my playing. He would be forced to watch and listen. Listen to me playing the Lay of Sir Savian Tralliard. Because now there was no question as to what I would be performing tonight. The evening's entertainment was led by one of the talented musicians from the crowd. He had a lute and showed that he could play it as well as any Adimaru. His second song was even better, one that I'd never heard before. There was a gap of about 10 minutes before another talented musician was called onto the stage to sing. This man had a set of reed pipes and played them better than anyone I had ever heard. He followed by singing a haunting eulogy in a minor key. No instrument, just his high, clear voice that rose and flowed like the pipes he had played before. I was pleased to find the skill of the talented musicians to be everything it was rumored to be, but my anxiety increased a proportionate amount. Excellence is excellence's only companion. Had I not already decided to play the Lay of Sir Savian Tralliard for purely spiteful reasons, these performances would have convinced me. There followed another period of 5 or 10 minutes. I realized that Stanchion was deliberately spacing things out to give the audience a chance to move about and make noise between the songs. The man knew his business. I wondered if he had ever been a trooper. Then we had our first trial of the night. A bearded man of 30 years or so was brought onto the stage by Stanchion and introduced to the audience. He played flute. Played it well. He played 2 shorter songs that I knew and a third I didn't. He played for perhaps 20 minutes in all, only making one small mistake that I could hear. After the applause, the flutist remained on stage while Stanchion circulated in the crowd, gathering opinions. A serving boy brought the flutist a glass of water. Eventually, Stanchion came back onto the stage. The room was quiet as the owner drew close and solemnly shook the man's hand. The musician's expression fell, but he managed a sickly smile and a nod to the audience. Stanchion escorted him off the stage and bought something that came in a tall tankard. The next to try her talent was a young woman, richly dressed with golden hair. After Stanchion introduced her, she sang an aria in a voice so clear and pure that I forgot my anxiety for a while and was ensnared by her song. For a few blessed moments I forgot myself and could do nothing but listen. Too soon it was over, leaving me with a tender feeling in my chest and a vague prickling in my eyes. Simmons sniffled a little and rubbed self-consciously at his face. Then she sang a second song while accompanying herself on a half-harp. I watched her intently, and I will admit that it was not entirely for her musical ability. She had hair like ripe wheat. I could see the clear blue of her eyes from where I sat some 30 feet away. She had smooth arms and small, delicate hands that were quick against the strings, and the way she held the harp between her legs made me think of, well, the things that every boy of 15 thinks about incessantly. Her voice was as lovely as before, enough to set a heart aching. Unfortunately, her playing could not match it. She struck wrong notes halfway through her second song, faltered, then recovered before she made it to the end of her performance. There was a longer pause as Stanchion circulated this time. He milled through the 3 levels of the Aeolian, talking with everyone, young and old, musician and not. As I watched, Ambrose caught the eye of the woman on stage and gave her one of his smiles that seemed so greasy to me and so charming to women. Then, looking away from her, his gaze wandered to my table and our eyes met. His smile faded, and for a long moment we simply watched each other, expressionless. Neither of us smiled mockingly or mouthed small, insulting nothings to each other. Nevertheless, all our smoldering enmity was renewed in those few minutes. I cannot say with certainty which of us looked away first. After nearly 15 minutes of gathering opinions, Stanchion mounted the stage again. He approached the golden-haired woman and took her hand as he had the previous musicians. The woman's face fell in much the same way his had. Stanchion led her from the stage and bought her what I guessed was the consolation tankard. Closely on the heels of this failure was another talented musician who played fiddle, excellent as the 2 before him. Then an older man was brought onto stage by Stanchion as if he were trying for his talent. However, the applause that greeted him seemed to imply that he was as popular as any of the talented musicians who played before him. I nudged Simon. "Who's this?" I asked, as the gray-bearded man tuned his lyre. "Threp," Simon whispered back at me. "Count Threp, actually. He plays here all the time, has for years. Great patron of the arts. He stopped trying for his pipes years ago. Now he just plays. Everyone loves him." Threp began to play, and I could see immediately why he had never earned his pipes. His voice cracked and wavered as he plucked his lyre. His rhythm varied erratically, and it was hard to tell if he struck a wrong note. The song was obviously of his own devising, a rather candid revelation about the personal habits of a local nobleman. But in spite of its lack of classic artistic merit, I found myself laughing along with the rest of the crowd. When he was done, everyone applauded thunderously, some people pounding on the tables or stamping as well. Stanchion went directly onto the stage and shook the Count's hand, but Threp didn't seem disappointed in the least. Stanchion pounded him enthusiastically on the back as he led him down to the bar. It was time. I stood and gathered up my loot. Willem clapped my arm and Simon grinned at me, trying not to look almost sick with friendly worry. I nodded silently to each of them as I walked over to Stanchion's vacant seat at the end of the bar where it curved toward the stage. I fingered the silver talent in my pocket, thick and heavy. Some irrational part of me wanted to clutch it, hoard it for later, but I knew that in a few more days a single talent wouldn't do me a bit of good. With the set of talent pipes, I could support myself playing at local inns. If I was lucky enough to attract the attention of a patron, I could earn enough to square my debt to Devi and pay my tuition as well. It was a gamble I had to take. Stanchion came ambling back to his spot at the bar. "I'll go next, sir, if it's all right with you." I hoped I didn't look as nervous as I felt. My grip on the loot case was slippery from my sweating palms. He smiled at me and nodded. You've got a good eye for a crowd, boy. This one is ripe for a sad song. Still planning on doing Savian? I nodded. He sat down and took a drink. Well then, let's just give them a couple of minutes to simmer and get their talking over with. I nodded and leaned against the bar. I took the time to fret uselessly about things I had no control over. One of the pegs on my lute was loose, and I didn't have the money to fix it. There had not been any talented women on the stage yet. I felt a twinge of unease at the thought of this being the odd night where the only talented musicians at the Aeolian were men, or women who didn't know Eiloween's part. It seemed only a short time before Stanchion stood and raised a questioning eyebrow at me. I nodded and picked up my lute case. It suddenly looked terribly shabby to me. Together, we walked up the stairs. As soon as my foot touched the stage, the room hushed to a murmur. At the same time, my nervousness left me, burned away by the attention of the crowd. It has always been that way with me. Off stage, I worry and sweat. On stage, I am as calm as a windless winter night. Stanchion bade everyone consider me as a candidate for my talent. His words had a soothing, ritual feel. When he gestured to me, there was no familiar applause, only an expectant silence. In a flash, I saw myself as the audience must see me. Not finely dressed as the others had been, in fact, only one step from being ragged. Young, almost a child. I could feel their curiosity drawing them closer to me. I let it build, taking my time as I unclasped my battered second-hand lute case and removed my battered second-hand lute. I felt their attention sharpen at the homely sight of it. I struck a few quiet chords, then touched the pegs, tuning it ever so slightly. I fingered a few more light chords, testing, listened, and nodded to myself. The lights shining onto the stage made the rest of the room dim from where I sat. Looking out, I saw what seemed to be 1,000 eyes. Simon and Willem, Stanchion by the bar. Dioc by the door. I felt a vague flutter in my stomach as I saw Ambrose watching me with all the menace of a smoldering coal. I looked away from him to see a bearded man in red. Count Threp. An old couple holding hands. A lovely, dark-eyed girl. My audience. I smiled at them. The smile drew them closer still, and I sang. Still! Sit! For though you listen long, long would you wait without the hope of song. So sweet as this, as Ilion himself set down, an age ago. Master work of a master's life, of Savian and Eiloween, the woman he would take to wife. I let the wave of whisper pass through the crowd. Those who knew the song made soft exclamation to themselves, while those who didn't asked their neighbors what the stir was about. I raised my hands to the strings and drew their attention back to me. The room stilled, and I began to play. The music came easily out of me, my lute like a second voice. I flicked my fingers, and the lute made a third voice as well. I sang in the proud, powerful tones of Savian Trailiard, greatest of the Aemir. The audience moved under the music like grass against the wind. I sang as Sir Savian, and I felt the audience begin to love and fear me. I was so used to practicing the song alone that I almost forgot to double the third refrain, but I remembered at the last moment in a flash of cold sweat. This time, as I sang it, I looked out into the audience, hoping at the end I would hear a voice answering my own. I reached the end of the refrain before Eiloween's first stanza. I struck the first chord hard and waited as the sound of it began to fade without drawing a voice from the audience. I looked calmly out to them, waiting. Every second a greater relief vied with a greater disappointment inside me. Then a voice drifted onto the stage, gentle as a brushing feather, singing, Savian, how could you know? It was the time for you to come to me. Savian, do you remember the days we squandered pleasantly? How well, then, have you carried what have tarried in my heart and memory? She sang as Eowyn, I as Savian. On the refrains her voice spun, twinning and mixing with my own. Part of me wanted to search the audience for her, to find the face of the woman I was singing with. I tried once, but my fingers faltered as I searched for the face that could fit with the cool moonlight voice that answered mine. Distracted, I touched a wrong note and there was a burr in the music. A small mistake. I set my teeth and concentrated on my playing. I pushed my curiosity aside and bowed my head to watch my fingers, careful to keep them from slipping on the strings. And we sang. Her voice like burning silver, my voice an echoing answer. Savian sang solid, powerful lines, like branches of a rock-old oak. All the while, Eowyn was like a nightingale, moving in darting circles around the proud limbs of it. I was only dimly aware of the audience now, dimly aware of the sweat on my body. I was so deeply in the music that I couldn't have told you where it stopped and my blood began. But it did stop. 2 verses from the end of the song, the end came. I struck the beginning chord of Savian's verse, and I heard a piercing sound that pulled me out of the music like a fish dragged from deep water. A string broke. High on the neck of the lute it snapped, and the tension lashed it across the back of my hand, drawing a thin, bright line of blood. I stared at it numbly. It should not have broken. None of my strings were worn badly enough to break. But it had. And as the last notes of the music faded into silence, I felt the audience begin to stir. They began to rouse themselves from the waking dream I had woven for them out of the strands of song. In the silence, I felt it all unraveling, the audience waking with the dream unfinished, all my work ruined, wasted, and all the while burning inside me was the song, the song, the song! Without knowing what I did, I set my fingers back to the strings and fell deep into myself, into years before, when my hands had calluses like stones and my music had come as easily as breathing. Back to the time I played to make the sound of wind turning a leaf on a lute with 6 strings. I began to play, slowly, then with greater speed as my hands remembered. I gathered the fraying strands of song and wove them carefully back to what they had been a moment earlier. It was not perfect. No song as complex as Sir Savian can be played perfectly on 6 strings instead of 7. But it was whole, and as I played the audience sighed, stirred, and slowly fell back under the spell that I had made for them. I hardly knew they were there, and after a minute I forgot them entirely. My hands danced, then ran, then blurred across the strings as I fought to keep the lute's 2 voices singing with my own. Then, even as I watched them, I forgot them. I forgot everything except finishing the song. The refrain came, and Eowyn sang again. To me, she was not a person, or even a voice. She was just a part of the song that was burning out of me. And then it was done. Raising my head to look at the room was like breaking the surface of the water for air. I came back into myself, found my hand bleeding and my body covered in sweat. Then the ending of the song struck me like a fist in my chest, as it always does, no matter where or when I listen to it. I buried my face in my hands and wept. Not for a broken lute string and the chance of failure. Not for blood shed and a wounded hand. I did not even cry for the boy who had learned to play a lute with 6 strings in the forest years ago. I cried for Sir Savian and Eowyn, for love lost and found and lost again, at cruel fate and man's folly. And so, for a while, I was lost in grief and knew nothing. Chapter 55. Flame and Thunder. I held all of my mourning for Savian and Eowyn to a few moments. Knowing I was still on display, I gathered myself and straightened in my chair to look out at my audience. My silent audience. Music sounds different to the one who plays it. It is the musician's curse. Even as I sat, The ending I had improvised was fading from my memory. Then came doubt. What if it hadn't been as whole as it had seemed? What if my ending hadn't carried the terrible tragedy of the song to anyone but myself? What if my tears seemed to be nothing more than a child's embarrassing reaction to his own failure? Then, waiting, I heard the silence pouring from them. The audience held themselves quiet, tense and tight, as if the song had burned them worse than flame. Each person held their wounded selves closely, clutching their pain as if it were a precious thing. Then there was a murmur of sobs released and sobs escaping, a sigh of tears, a whisper of bodies slowly becoming no longer still. Then the applause, a roar like leaping flame, like thunder after lightning. Chapter 56. Patrons, Maids, and Metheglin. I restrung my lute. It was a fair distraction while Stanchion gathered opinions from the crowd. My hands went through the routine motion of stripping the broken string away while I fretted to myself. Now that the applause had died, my doubts had come to plague me again. Was one song enough to prove my skill? What if the audience's reaction had been due to the power of the song rather than my playing of it? What of my improvised ending? Perhaps the song had only seemed whole to me. As I finished removing the broken string, I gave it an idle look, and all my thoughts fell to a jumble at my feet. It wasn't worn or flawed as I had thought it would be. The broken end was clean, as if it had been cut with a knife or snipped with a pair of scissors. For a while, I simply stared at it dumbly. My lute had been tampered with? Impossible! It was never out of my sight. Besides, I had checked the strings before I left the university, and again before I had come on stage. Then how? I was running the thought in circles in my head when I noticed the crowd quieting. I looked up in time to see Stanchion take the last step onto the stage. I hurriedly got to my feet to face him. His expression was pleasant, but otherwise unreadable. My stomach tied a knot as he walked toward me, then it fell as he held out his hand the same way he had held it out for the other two musicians who had been found wanting. I forced my best smile onto my face and reached to take his hand. I was my father's son and a trooper. I would take my refusal with the high dignity of the Edema-Ru. The earth would crack and swallow this glittering, self-important place before I would show a trace of despair. And somewhere in the watching audience was Ambrose. The earth would have to swallow the Aeolian, Imre, and the whole Synthesy before I gave him a grain of satisfaction over this. So I smiled brightly and took Stanchion's hand in my own. As I shook it, something hard pressed into my palm. Looking down, I saw a glimmer of silver. My talent pipes. My expression must have been a delight to watch. I looked back up at Stanchion. His eyes danced and he winked at me. I turned and held my pipes aloft for everyone to see. The Aeolian roared again. This time, it roared a welcome. "You have to promise me," a red-eyed Simon said seriously, "that you will never play that song again without warning me first. Ever." Was it that bad? I smiled giddily at him. "No!" Simon almost cried out. I've never..." He struggled wordless for a moment, then bowed his head and began to cry hopelessly into his hands. Willem put a protective arm around Simon, who leaned unashamedly against his shoulder. "Our Simon has a tender heart," he said gently. "I imagine he meant to say he liked it very much." I noticed that Willem's eyes were red around the edges too. I lay a hand on Simon's back. "It hit me hard the first time I heard it too," I told him honestly. "My parents performed it during the midwinter pageantry when I was 9, and I was a wreck for 2 hours afterward. They had to cut my part from the swineherd and the nightingale because I wasn't in any shape to act. Simon nodded and made a gesture that seemed to imply that he was fine, but that he didn't expect to be able to talk any time soon, and that I should just carry along with whatever I was doing. I looked back at Willem. I forgot that it hits some people this way, I said lamely.
I recommend Scutton, Willem said bluntly. Cuttail, if you insist on the vulgar. But I seem to remember you saying that you would float us home tonight if you got your pipes, which may be unfortunate as I happen to be wearing my lead drinking shoes.
I heard Stanchion chuckle behind me.
These must be the two non-castrati friends, eh?
Simon was surprised enough at being called a non-castrati to collect himself slightly, rubbing his nose on his sleeve. Willem, Simon, this is Stanchion. Simon nodded. Willem gave a slight stiff bow. Stanchion, could you help us to the bar? I've promised to buy them a drink.
Tss, Willem said. Drinks.
Sorry, drinks. I stressed the plural. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them.
Ah, Stanchion said with a grin. Patrons, I understand completely.
The Victory tankard turned out to be the same as the Consolation one. It was ready for me when Stanchion finally managed to get us through the throng of people to our new seats at the bar. He even insisted on buying Scutton for Simon and Willem, saying that patrons have some claim to the spoils of Victory as well. I thanked him earnestly from the bottom of my rapidly thinning purse. While we were waiting for their drinks to come, I tried to peer curiously into my tankard, and found that doing so while it was sitting on the bar would require me to stand on my stool.
Metheglin, Stanchion informed me. Try it and you can thank me later. Where I am from, they say a man will come back from the dead to get a drink of it.
I tipped an imaginary hat to him. At your service.
Yours and your family's, he replied politely.
I took a drink from the tall tankard to give myself a chance to collect my wits, and something wonderful happened in my mouth. Cool spring honey, clove, cardamom, cinnamon, pressed grape, burnt apple, sweet pear, and clear well water. That is all I have to say of metheglin. If you haven't tried it, then I'm sorry I cannot describe it properly. If you have, you don't need me to remind you what it is like. I was relieved to see the Cuttail had come in moderately sized glasses, with one for Stanchion, too. If my friends had received tankards of the black wine, I would have needed a wheelbarrow to get them back to the other side of the river.
To Savian, Willem toasted.
Hear, hear, Stanchion said, lifting his own glass. Savian, Simon managed, his voice sounding like a stifled sob. And Eloine, I said, and maneuvered my great tankard to touch glasses with them. Stanchion drank off his Scutton with a nonchalance that made my eyes water.
So,
he said, before I leave you to the adulation of your peers, I have to ask, where did you learn to do that? Play missing a string, I mean. I thought for a moment. Do you want the short or the long of it?
I'll take the short for now.
I smiled. Well, in that case, it's just something I picked up. I made a casual gesture as if tossing something away. A remnant of my misspent youth. Stanchion gave me a long look, his expression amused.
I suppose I deserve that. I'll take the long version next time.
He took a deep breath and looked around the room. His golden earrings swung and caught the light.
I'm off to mix the crowd. I'll keep them from coming at you all at once.
I grinned relief. Thank you, sir. He shook his head and made a peremptory motion to someone behind the bar who quickly fetched him his tankard.
Earlier tonight, sir, was proper and good, but now it's Stanchion.
He glanced back in my direction, and I smiled and nodded.
And I should call you?
Kvothe, I said. Just Kvothe.
Just Kvothe,
Willem toasted behind me. And Eloine, Simon added, and began to cry softly into the crook of his arm. Count Threp was one of the first to come to me. He looked shorter up close, and older. but he was bright-eyed and laughing as he talked about my song.
"Then it broke," he said, gesturing wildly, "and all I could think was, not now, not before the ending. But I saw the blood on your hand and my stomach knotted up. You looked up at us, then down at the strings, and it got quieter and quieter. Then you put your hands back on the lute, and all I could think was, there's a brave boy. Too brave. He doesn't know he can't save the end of a broken song with a broken lute. But you did!"
He laughed as if I'd played a joke on the world and danced a quick jig step. Simon, who had stopped crying and was on his way to becoming well buttered, laughed along with the Count. Willem didn't seem to know what to make of the man, and watched him with serious eyes.
"You must play at my house some day,"
Threp said, then quickly held up a hand.
"We won't talk of that now, and I won't take up any more of your evening." He smiled. "But before I go, I need to ask you one last question. How many years did Savian spend with the Emir?"
I didn't have to think about it. 6. 3 years proving himself, 3 years training.
"Does 6 strike you as a good number?"
I didn't know what he was getting at. 6 isn't exactly a lucky number, I hedged. If I were looking for a good number, I'd have to go up to 7, I shrugged, or down to 3. Threp considered this, tapping his chin.
"You're right. But 6 years with the Emir means he came back to Elohim on the 7th year."
He dug into a pocket and brought out a handful of coins of at least 3 different currencies. He sorted 7 talents out of the mess and pushed them into my surprised hand. "My lord," I stammered, "I cannot take your money." It wasn't the money itself that surprised me, but the amount. Threp looked confused.
"Why ever not?"
I gaped a little bit, and for a rare moment I was at a loss for words. Threp chuckled and closed my hand around the coins.
"It's not a reward for playing. Well, it is that, but it's more of an incentive for you to keep practicing. Keep getting better. It's for the sake of the music." He shrugged. "You see, a laurel needs rain to grow. I can't do much about that. But I can keep that rain off a few musicians' heads, can't I?"
A sly smile wound its way onto his face.
"So God will tend the laurels and keep them wet, and I will tend the players and keep them dry, and wiser minds than mine will decide when to bring the two together."
I was silent for a moment. "I think you might be wiser than you give yourself credit for."
"Well," he said, trying not to look pleased. "Well, don't let it get around, or people will start expecting great things from me."
He turned and was quickly swallowed by the crowd. I slid the 7 talents into my pocket and felt a great weight lift from my shoulders. It was like a stay of execution, perhaps literally, as I had no idea how Devi might have encouraged me to pay my debt. I drew my first carefree breath in 2 months. It felt good. After Threp left, one of the talented musicians came to offer his compliments. After him, it was a Sealdish moneylender who shook my hand and offered to buy me a drink. Then there was a minor nobleman, another musician, and a pretty young lady that I thought might be my Elohim until I heard her voice. She was the daughter of a local moneylender, and we talked of small things, briefly, before she moved on. I remembered my manners almost too late and kissed her hand before she left. They all blurred together after a while. One by one they came to give me their regards, compliments, handshakes, advice, envy, and admiration. Though Stanchion was true to his word and managed to keep them all from coming at me in a mass. It wasn't long before I began having trouble telling one from another. The metheglin wasn't helping matters either. I'm not sure how long it was before I thought to go look for Ambrose. After scanning the room, I nudged Simon with an elbow until he looked up from the game he and Willem were playing with shims. "Where's our best friend?" I asked. Simon gave me a blank look, and I realized that he was too far into his cups to catch sarcasm. "Ambrose," I clarified. "Where's Ambrose?"
Scoffered off, Willem announced with an edge of bellicosity. As soon as you finished playing, before you'd even got your pipes.
He knew. He knew, Simmons sing-songed delightedly. He knew you would get them and couldn't bear to watch.
Looked bad when he left, Willem said with a quiet malice. Pale and shaking, like he'd found out someone had been lanting in his drinks all night.
Maybe someone was, Simmons said with uncharacteristic viciousness. I would. Shaking? I asked.
Willem nodded, trembling, like someone had gut-punched him. Linton was giving him an arm to lean on when he left.
The symptoms sounded familiar, like binder's chills. A suspicion began to form. I pictured Ambrose listening to me glide through the most beautiful song he'd ever heard and realizing I'm about to win my pipes. He wouldn't do anything obvious, but perhaps he could find a loose thread or a long splinter from the table. Either one would provide only the most tenuous sympathetic link to my lute string, 1% at best, perhaps only a tenth of that. I imagined Ambrose drawing on his own body heat, concentrating as the chill slowly worked into his arms and legs. I pictured him, trembling, his breath growing labored until finally the string breaks, and I finish the song in spite of him. I grinned at the thought. Pure speculation, of course, but something had certainly broken my lute string, and I didn't doubt for a second that Ambrose would try something of the sort. I focused back in on Simon. Eat up to him and say, "No hard feelings about that time in the crucible when you mixed my salts and I was nearly blind for a day. No, really, drink up! Ha!" Simon laughed, lost in his own vengeful fantasy. The flood of well-wishers slowed somewhat. A fellow lutist, the talented piper I'd seen on stage, a local merchant, a heavily perfumed gentleman with long, oiled hair and a Vintic accent clapped me on the back and gave me a purse of money for new strings. I didn't like him. I kept the purse.
Why does everyone keep going on about that? Willem asked me.
About what?
Half the people that come over to shake your hand bubble about how beautiful the song was. The other half hardly mention the song at all, and all they talk about is how you played with a broken string. It's like they didn't hardly hear the song at all.
The first half don't know anything about music, Simmons said. Only people who take their music seriously can really appreciate what our little Elir here did tonight.
Willem grunted thoughtfully. It's hard, then? What you did?
I've never seen anyone play Squirrel in the Thatch without a full set of strings, Simon told him.
Well, he said, you made it look easy. Since you have come to your sense in pushing aside that yeelish fruit drink, will you let me buy you a round of fine dark scutton, drink of the kings of Kildom?
I know a compliment when I hear it, but I was reluctant to accept as I was just beginning to feel clear-headed again. Luckily, I was saved from having to make an excuse by Maria coming to pay her respects. She was the lovely golden-haired harper who had tried for her talent and failed. I thought for a moment that she might be the voice of my Eowyn, but after a moment's listening to her, I realized it couldn't be. She was pretty, though, even prettier than she had seemed on stage, as is not always the case. Talking, I found she was the daughter of one of Imre's councilmen. Against the tumble of her deep golden hair, the soft blue of her gown was a reflection of the deep blue of her eyes. Lovely as she was, I couldn't give her the concentration she deserved. I itched to be away from the bar to find the voice that had sung Eowyn with me. We talked a while, smiled, and parted with kind words and promises to speak again. She disappeared back into the crowd, a wonderful collection of gently moving curves.
What was that shameful display? Willem demanded after she had gone.
What? I asked.
What? He mocked my tone. Can you even pretend to be that thick? If a girl as fair as that looked at me with one eye the way she looked at you with two, we'd have a room by now, to say it carefully." "She was friendly," I protested, "and we were talking. She asked me if I would show her some harp fingerings, but it's been a long time since I played harp." "It'll be a lot longer if you keep missing passes like that," Willem said frankly. "She was doing everything but taking down another button for you." Sim leaned over and lay his hand on my shoulder, the very picture of the concerned friend. "Kvothe, I've been meaning to talk to you about this very problem. If you honestly couldn't tell that she was interested in you, you might want to admit the possibility that you are impossibly thick when it comes to women. You may want to consider the priesthood." "The both of you are drunk," I said to cover my flush. "Did you happen to notice from our conversation that she's a councilman's daughter?" "Did you notice," Will replied in the same tone, "how she looked at you?" I knew I was woefully inexperienced with women, but I didn't have to admit to it, so I waved his comment away and got down off my stool. Somehow I doubt that a quick romp behind the bar was what she had in mind. I took a drink of water and straightened my cloak. Now, I must go find my Ailuene and offer her my earnest thanks. How do I look? "What does it matter?" Willem asked. Simon touched Willem's elbow. "Don't you see? He's after more dangerous game than some low-bodiced councilman's daughter." I turned from them with a disgusted gesture and headed off into the crowded room. I didn't really have any idea how I would find her. Some foolish romantic part of me thought I would know her when I saw her. If she were half as radiant as her voice, she would shine like a candle in a dark room. But as I thought these things, the wiser part of me was whispering in my other ear. "Do not hope," it said. "Do not dare hold hope that any woman could burn as brightly as the voice that sang the part of Ailuene." And while this voice was not comforting, I knew it to be wise. I had learned to listen to it on the streets of Tarbean, where it had kept me alive. I wandered through the first level of the Aeolian, searching without knowing who I was looking for. Occasionally, people would smile or wave. After 5 minutes, I had seen all the faces there were to see and moved to the second level. This was actually a converted balcony, but instead of tiers of seats, there were rising ranks of tables that looked onto the lower level. As I wended my way through the tables, looking for my Ailuene, my wiser half kept murmuring in my ear, "Do not hope. All you will earn is disappointment. She will not be as beautiful as you imagine, and then you will despair." As I finished searching the second level, a new fear began to rise in me. She might have left while I was sitting at the bar, drinking in metheglin and praise. I should have gone to her straight away, fallen to one knee, and thanked her with my whole heart. What if she was gone? What if no one knew who she was or where she had gone? A nervousness settled into the pit of my stomach as I took the stairs to the highest level of the Aeolian. "Now look what your hope has gotten you," the voice said. "She is gone, and all you have is a bright, foolish imagining to torment yourself with." The last level was the smallest of the three, hardly more than a thin crescent that hugged 3 walls, high above the stage. Here, the tables and benches were more widely spaced and sparsely populated. I noticed that the inhabitants of this level were mostly couples, and I felt something of a voyeur as I passed from table to table. Trying to appear casual, I looked at the faces of those who sat talking and drinking. I grew more nervous the closer I came to the last table. It was impossible for me to do so casually, as it was in a corner. The couple sitting there, one light-haired and one dark, had their backs to me. As I approached, the light-haired one laughed, and I caught a glimpse of a proud, fine-featured face. A man. I turned my attention to the woman with the long, dark hair. My last hope. I knew she would be my Ailuene. Coming round the corner of the table, I saw her face, or rather, his face. They were both men. My Ailuene had left. I had lost her, and with that knowledge I felt as if my heart had been tipped from its resting place in my chest to topple and fall somewhere deep inside me near my feet. They looked up, and the fair-haired one smiled at me,
Look, Threa, young Six-String has come to offer us his respects. He eyed me up and down. You're a fair one. Would you like to join us for a drink? No, I murmured, embarrassed. I was just looking for someone. Well, you found someone, he said easily, touching my arm. My name is Fallon, and this is Threa. Come and have a drink. I promise to keep Threa here from trying to take you home. He has a terrible weakness for musicians. He smiled charmingly at me. I murmured an excuse and took my leave, too distraught to worry whether or not I had made an ass of myself. As I made my desolate way back to the stairs, my wise self took the opportunity to berate me. That is what comes of hope, it said. No good. Still, you are better having missed her. She could never have been equal to her voice. That voice, fair and terrible as burning silver, like moonlight on river stones, like a feather against your lips. I headed to the stairs, eyes on the floor lest anyone try to catch me in a conversation. Then I heard a voice like burning silver, like a kiss against my ears. Looking up, my heart lifted and I knew it was my Aileen. Looking up, I saw her and all I could think was beautiful. Beautiful. Chapter 57. Interlude. The Parts That Form Us. Moving slowly, Bast stretched and looked around the room. Finally, the short fuse of his patience burned out. Reshi? Kvothe looked at him. And then what, Reshi? Did you talk to her? Of course I talked to her. There would be no story if I hadn't. Telling that part is easy. But first, I must describe her. I'm not sure how to do it. Bast fidgeted. Kvothe laughed, a fond expression wiping the irritation from his face. So, is describing a beautiful woman as easy as looking at one for you? Bast looked down and blushed, and Kvothe laid a gentle hand on his arm, smiling. My trouble, Bast, is that she is very important. Important to the story. I cannot think of how to describe her without falling short of the mark. I think I understand, Reshi, Bast said in conciliatory tones. I've seen her too. Once. Kvothe sat back in his chair, surprised. You have, haven't you? I'd forgotten. He pressed his hands to his lips. How would you describe her, then? Bast brightened at the opportunity. Straightening up in his chair, he looked thoughtful for a moment, and then said, She had perfect ears. He made a delicate gesture with his hands. Perfect little ears, like they were carved out of something. Chronicler laughed, then looked slightly taken aback, as if he'd surprised himself. Her ears? He asked, as if he couldn't be sure if he had heard correctly. You know how hard it is to find a pretty girl with the right sort of ears, Bast said matter-of-factly. Chronicler laughed again, seeming to find it easier the second time. No, he said. No, I'm sure I don't. Bast gave the story collector a deeply pitying look. Well then, you'll just have to take my word for it. They were exceptionally fine. I think you've struck that chord well enough, Bast, Kvothe said, amused. He paused for a moment, and when he spoke again, it was slowly, his eyes far away. The trouble is, she is unlike anyone I have ever known. There was something intangible about her, something compelling, like heat from a fire. She had a grace, a spark. She had a crooked nose, Reshi, Bast said, interrupting his master's reverie. Kvothe looked at him, a line of irritation creasing his forehead. What? Bast held his hands up defensively. It's just something I noticed, Reshi. All the women in your story are beautiful. I can't gainsay you as a whole, as I've never seen any of them, but this one I did see. Her nose was a little crooked, and if we're being honest here, her face was a little narrow for my taste. She wasn't a perfect beauty by any means, Reshi. I should know. I've made some study of these things. Kvothe stared at his student for a long moment, his expression solemn. "We are more than the parts that form us, Bast," he said with a hint of reproach. "I'm not saying she wasn't lovely, Reshi," Bast said quickly. "She smiled at me. It had a sort of... It went right down into you, if you understand me." "I understand, Bast. But then again, I've met her." Kvothe looked at Chronicler. "The trouble comes from comparison, you see. If I say she was dark-haired, you might think, I've known dark-haired women, some of them lovely. But you would be far off the mark, because that woman would not really have anything in common with her. That other woman wouldn't have her quick wit, her easy charm. She was unlike anyone I have ever met." Kvothe trailed off, looking down at folded hands. He was quiet for such a long moment that Bast began to fidget, looking around anxiously. "There's no sense worrying, I suppose," Kvothe said at last, looking up and motioning to Chronicler. "If I ruin this as well, it'll be a small thing as far as the world is concerned." Chronicler picked up his pen, and Kvothe began to speak before he had the chance to dip it. Her eyes were dark as chocolate, dark as coffee, dark as the polished wood of my father's lute. They were set in a fair face, oval, like a teardrop. Kvothe stopped suddenly, as if he had run himself out of words. The silence was so sudden and deep that Chronicler glanced briefly up from his page, something he had not done before. But even as Chronicler looked up, another flood of words burst out of Kvothe. Her easy smile could stop a man's heart. Her lips were red, not the garish painted red so many women believe makes them desirable. Her lips were always red, morning and night, as if minutes before you saw her she had been eating sweet berries or drinking heart's blood. No matter where she stood, she was in the center of the room. Kvothe frowned. "Do not misunderstand. She was not loud or vain. We stare at a fire because it flickers, because it glows. The light is what catches our eyes. But what makes a man lean close to a fire has nothing to do with its bright shape. What draws you to a fire is the warmth you feel when you come near. The same was true of Denna." As Kvothe spoke, his expression twisted, as if each word he spoke rankled him more and more. And while the words were clear, they matched his expression, as if each one was rasped with a rough file before it left his mouth. Kvothe's head was bowed so low, he seemed to be speaking to his hands laying in his lap. "What am I doing?" he said faintly, as if his mouth was full of gray ash. "What good can come of this? How can I make any sense of her for you when I have never understood the least piece of her myself?" Chronicler had written most of this out before he realized that Kvothe had probably not intended him to. He froze for a bare moment, then finished scratching down the rest of the sentence. Then he waited a long, quiet moment before he stole a look upward at Kvothe. Kvothe's eyes caught and held him. They were the same dark eyes that Chronicler had seen before. Eyes like an angry god's. For a moment, it was all Chronicler could do not to draw back from the table. There was an icy silence. Kvothe stood and pointed at the paper that lay in front of Chronicler. "Cross that out," he grated. Chronicler blanched, his expression as stricken as if he'd been stabbed. When he made no move, Kvothe reached down and calmly slid the half-written sheet from under Chronicler's pen. "If crossing out is something you feel disinclined toward," Kvothe tore the half-written sheet with slow care, the sound bleeding the color from Chronicler's face. With terrible deliberateness, Kvothe lifted a blank sheet and lay it carefully in front of the stunned scribe. One long finger stabbed at the torn sheet, smearing the still wet ink. "Copy to here," he said in a voice that was cold and motionless as iron. The iron was in his eyes, too, hard and dark. There was no arguing. Chronicler quietly copied to where Kvothe's finger pinned the paper to the table. Once Chronicler was finished, Kvothe began to speak crisply and clearly, as if he were biting off pieces of ice. In what manner was she beautiful? I realize that I cannot say enough. So, since I cannot say enough, at least I will avoid saying too much. Say this, that she was dark-haired. There. It was long and straight. She was dark of eye and fair-complected. There. Her face was oval, her jaw strong and delicate. Say that she was poised and graceful. There. Kvothe took a breath before continuing. Finally, say that she was beautiful. That is all that can be well said. That she was beautiful through to her bones, despite any flaw or fault. She was beautiful to Kvothe at least. At least? To Kvothe, she was most beautiful. For a moment, Kvothe tensed as if he would leap up and tear this sheet away from Chronicler as well. Then he relaxed, like a sail when the wind leaves it. But to be honest, it must be said that she was beautiful to others as well. Chapter 58. Names for Beginning. It would be nice to say that our eyes met and I moved smoothly to her side. It would be nice to say that I smiled and spoke of pleasant things in carefully metered rhyming couplets, like Prince Gallant from some fairy story. Unfortunately, life is seldom so carefully scripted. In truth, I simply stood. It was Denna, the young woman I had met in Rowan's caravan so long ago. Come to think of it, it had only been half a year. Not so long when you're listening to a story, but half a year is a great long while to live through, especially if you are young. And we were both of us very young. I caught sight of Denna as she was climbing the final step onto the third level of the Aeolian. Her eyes were downcast, her expression thoughtful, almost sad. She turned and began to walk in my direction without lifting her eyes from the floor, without seeing me. The months had changed her. Where before she had been pretty, now she was lovely as well. Perhaps that difference was only that she wasn't wearing the road clothes I had met her in, but a long dress instead. But it was Denna without a doubt. I even recognized the ring on her finger, silver set with a pale blue stone. Since we parted ways, I had kept foolish, fond thoughts of Denna hidden in a secret corner of my heart. I had thought of making the trip to Annalyn and tracking her down, of meeting her by chance on the road again, of her coming to find me at the university. But deep down, I knew these thoughts for nothing more than childish daydreams. I knew the truth. I would never see her again. But here she was, and I was entirely unprepared. Would she even remember me, the awkward boy she had known for a few days so long ago? Denna was barely a dozen feet away when she looked up and saw me. Her expression brightened, as if someone had lit a candle inside her and she was glowing from its light. She rushed toward me, closing the distance between us in 3 excited skipping steps. For a moment, she looked as if she would run straight into my arms, but at the last moment she pulled back, darting a glance at the people sitting around us. In the space of half a step, she transformed her delighted, headlong run into a demure greeting at arm's length. It was gracefully done, but even so, she had to reach out a hand and steady herself against my chest, lest she stumble into me due to her sudden stop. She smiled at me then. It was warm and sweet and shy, like a flower unfurling. It was friendly and honest and slightly embarrassed. When she smiled at me, I felt... I honestly cannot think of how I could describe it. Lying would be easier. I could steal from 100 stories and tell you a lie so familiar you would swallow it whole. I could say my knees went to rubber, that my breath came hard in my chest. But that would not be the truth. My heart did not pound or stop or stutter. That is the sort of thing they say happens in stories. Foolishness, hyperbole, tripe, but still. Go out in the early days of winter, after the first cold snap of the season. Find a pool of water with a sheet of ice across the top, still fresh and new and clear as glass. Near the shore, the ice will hold you. Slide out farther. Farther. Eventually, you'll find the place where the surface just barely bears your weight. There, you will feel what I felt. The ice splinters under your feet. Look down, and you can see the white cracks darting through the ice like mad, elaborate spiderwebs. It is perfectly silent, but you can feel the sudden sharp vibrations through the bottoms of your feet. That is what happened when Denna smiled at me. I don't mean to imply I felt as if I stood on brittle ice about to give way beneath me. No. I felt like the ice itself, suddenly shattered, with cracks spiraling out from where she had touched my chest. The only reason I held together was because my 1,000 pieces were all leaning together. If I moved, I feared I would fall apart. Perhaps it is enough to say that I was caught by a smile, and though that sounds as if it came from a storybook, it is very near the truth. Words have never been difficult for me. Quite the opposite, in fact. Often I find it all too easy to speak my mind, and things go badly because of it. However, here, in front of Denna, I was too stunned to speak. I could not have said a sensible word to save my life. Without thinking, all the courtly manners my mother had drilled into me came to the fore. I reached out smoothly and clasped Denna's outstretched hand in my own, as if she offered it to me. Then I took a half-step backward and made a genteel 3/4 bow. At the same time, my free hand caught hold of the edge of my cloak and tucked it behind my back. It was a flattering bow, courtly without being ridiculously formal, and safe for a public setting such as this. What next? A kiss on the hand was traditional, but what sort of kiss was appropriate? In a tour, you merely nod over the hand. Sealdish ladies, like the moneylender's daughter I had chatted with earlier, expect you to brush the knuckles lightly and make a kissing sound. In Modeg, you actually press your lips to the back of your own thumb. But we were in Commonwealth, and Denna showed no foreign accent. A straightforward kiss, then. I pressed my lips gently to the back of her hand for the space of time it takes to draw a quick breath. Her skin was warm and smelled vaguely of heather. "I'm at your service, my lady," I said, standing and releasing her hand. For the first time in my life, I understood the true purpose of this sort of formal greeting. It gives you a script to follow when you have absolutely no idea what to say. "My lady?" Denna echoed, sounding a little surprised. "Very well, if you insist." She took hold of her dress with one hand and bobbed a curtsy, somehow managing to make it look graceful and mocking and playful all at once. "Your lady." Hearing her voice, I knew my suspicions were true. She was my Eowyn. "What are you doing up here in the third circle alone?" She glanced around the crescent-shaped balcony. "Are you alone?" "I was alone," I said. Then, when I could think of nothing else to say, I borrowed a line from the song fresh in my memory. "Now unexpected Eowyn beside me stands." She smiled at that, flattered. "How do you mean unexpected?" she asked. "I had more than half convinced myself that you had already left." "It was a near thing," Denna said archly. 2 hours I waited for my Savian to come." She sighed tragically, glancing up and to one side like a statue of a saint. "Finally, filled with despair, I decided Eowyn could do the finding this time, and damn the story." She smiled a wicked smile. "So, we were ill-lit ships at night," I quoted. "Passing close but all unknown to one another," Denna finished. "Fellward's Falling," I said with something that touched the outward boundary of respect. "Not many people know that play." "I am not many people," she said. I will never forget that again. I bowed my head with exaggerated deference. She snorted derisively. I ignored it and continued in a more serious tone. "I can't thank you enough for helping me tonight." "You can't?" she said. "Well, that's a shame. How much can you thank me?" Without thinking, I reached up to the collar of my cloak and unpinned my talent pipes. "Only this much," I said, holding them out to her. Denna hesitated, somewhat taken aback. You can't be serious. Without you, I wouldn't have won them, I said, and I have nothing else of any value unless you want my loot. Denna's dark eyes studied my face as if she couldn't decide if I was making fun or not. I don't think you can give away your pipes. I can, actually, I said. Stanchion mentioned if I lost them or gave them away, I'd have to earn another set. I took her hand, uncurled her fingers, then laid the silver pipes on her palm. That means I can do with them as I please, and it pleases me to give them to you. Denna stared at the pipes in her hand, then looked at me with deliberate attention, as if she hadn't entirely noticed me before. For a moment, I was painfully aware of my appearance. My cloak was threadbare, and even wearing my best clothes, I was a short step from shabby. She looked down again and slowly closed her hand around the pipes. Then she looked up at me, her expression unreadable. I think you might be a wonderful person, she said. I drew a breath, but Denna spoke first. However, she said, this is too great a thanks. More payment than is appropriate for any help I've given you. I would end up in your debt. She caught hold of my hand and pressed the pipes back into it. I would rather have you beholden to me. She grinned suddenly. This way, you still owe me a favor. The room grew noticeably quieter. I looked around, confused due to the fact that I'd forgotten where I was. Denna lay a finger to her lips and pointed over the railing to the stage below. We stepped closer to the edge and looked down to see an old man with a white beard opening an oddly shaped instrument case. I sucked in a surprised breath when I saw what he was holding. What is that thing? Denna asked. It's an old court lute, I said, unable to keep the amazement out of my voice. I've never actually seen one before. That's a lute? Denna's lips moved silently. I count 24 strings. How does that even work? That's more than some harps. That's how they made them years ago, before metal strings, before they knew how to brace a long neck. It's incredible. There's more careful engineering in that swan neck than in any 3 cathedrals. I watched as the old man tucked his beard out of the way and adjusted himself in his seat. I just hope he tuned it before he went on stage, I added softly. Otherwise, we'll be waiting an hour while he fiddles with his pegs. My father used to say the old minstrels used to spend 2 days stringing and 2 hours of tuning to get 2 minutes music from an old court lute. It only took the old man about 5 minutes to get the strings in agreement. Then he began to play. I am ashamed to admit it, but I remember nothing of the song. Despite the fact that I had never seen a court lute, let alone heard one, my mind was too awhirl with thoughts of Denna to absorb much else. As we leaned on the railing side by side, I snuck glances of her out of the corner of my eye. She hadn't called me by name, or mentioned our meeting before in Rowan's caravan. That meant she didn't remember me. Not too surprising, I suppose, that she would forget a ragged boy she'd only known for a few days on the road. Still, it stung a bit, as I'd had fond thoughts of her for months. Still, there was no way to bring it up now without seeming foolish. Better to make a fresh start and hope I was more memorable the second time around. The song was over before I realized it, and I clapped enthusiastically to make up for my inattention. I thought you'd made a mistake when you doubled your chorus earlier, Denna said to me as the applause died down. I couldn't believe you really wanted a stranger to join in. I haven't seen that done anywhere except around campfires at night. I shrugged. Everyone kept telling me this is where the best musicians played. I made a sweeping gesture with one hand toward her. I trusted someone would know the part. She arched an eyebrow. It was a near thing, she said. I waited for someone else to jump in instead. I was a little anxious to step in myself. I gave her a puzzled look. Why? You have a lovely voice. She gave a sheepish grimace. I'd only heard the song twice before this. I wasn't sure if I'd remember all of it.
Twice?
Denna nodded. And the second time was just a span ago. A couple played it during a formal dinner I attended off in Aetnia.
Are you serious? I said incredulously.
She tilted her head back and forth, as if caught in a white lie. Her dark hair fell across her face, and she brushed it away absent-mindedly. Okay, I suppose I did hear the couple rehearse a little right before the dinner. I shook my head, hardly believing it. That's amazing. It's a terribly difficult harmony, and to remember all the lyrics? I marveled silently for a moment, shaking my head. You have an incredible ear. You're not the first man to say that, Denna said wryly, but you might be the first to say it while actually looking at my ears. She glanced down meaningfully. I felt myself beginning to blush furiously when I heard a familiar voice behind us.
There you are!
Turning, I saw Savoy, my tall, handsome friend and co-conspirator from Advanced Sympathy.
Here I am,
I said, surprised that he would seek me out. Doubly surprised that he would have the bad grace to interrupt me when I was in a private conversation with a young woman.
Here we all are.
Savoy smiled at me as he walked over and put his arm casually around Denna's waist. He made a mock frown at her.
I scour the bottom levels trying to help you find your singer, while all the while both of you are up here, thick as thieves.
We stumbled into each other, Denna said, laying her hand over his where it rested on her hip. I knew you'd come back for your drink, if nothing else. She nodded to a nearby table, empty except for a pair of wine glasses. Together they turned and walked arm in arm back to their table. Denna looked over her shoulder at me and gave a sort of shrug with her eyebrows. I hadn't the slightest idea what the expression meant. Savoy waved me over to join them and pulled over an unoccupied chair so I would have a place to sit.
I couldn't quite believe it was you down there, he said to me. I thought I recognized your voice, but... He gestured, indicating the highest level of the Aeolian. While the third circle provides a comfortable privacy for young lovers, its view of the stage leaves a little to be desired. I didn't know you played.
He settled a long arm across Denna's shoulders and smiled his charming blue-eyed smile.
Off and on, I said flippantly as I sat down.
Lucky for you I picked the Aeolian for our entertainment tonight, Savoy said. Otherwise, you've had nothing but echoes and crickets to accompany you.
Then I'm in your debt, I said to him with a deferential nod.
Make it up to me by taking Simon as a partner next time we play corners, he said. That way you're the one to eat the forfeit when the giddy little bastard calls the tall card with nothing but a pair.
Done, I said, though it pains me. I turned to Denna. What of you? I owe you a great favor. How can I repay it? Ask anything and it's yours, should it be within my skill. Anything within your skill? She repeated playfully. What can you do then, besides play so well that Telu and his angels would weep to hear? I imagine I could do anything, I said easily, if you would ask it of me. She laughed.
That's a dangerous thing to say to a woman, Savoy said, especially this one. She'll have you off to bring her a leaf of the singing tree from the other side of the world.
She leaned back in her chair and looked at me with dangerous eyes. A leaf of the singing tree, she mused. That might be a nice thing to have. Would you bring me one? I would, I said, and was surprised to find that it was the truth. She seemed to consider it, then shook her head playfully. I couldn't send you journeying so far away. I'll have to save my favor for another day. I sighed. So I'm left in your debt.
Oh, no!
She exclaimed. Another weight upon my Savian's heart. The reason my heart is so heavy is that I fear I might never know your name. I could keep thinking of you as Philurian, I said, but that could lead to unfortunate confusion. She gave me an appraising look. Philurian? I might like that if I didn't think you were a liar.
A liar?
I said indignantly. My first thought in seeing you was Felurian. What have I done? The adulation of my peers below has been a waste of hours. Could I recall the moments I have careless cast away, I could but hope to spend them in a wiser way, and warm myself in light that rivals light of day. She smiled. A thief and a liar. You stole that from the third act of Daonica. She knew Daonica, too. Guilty, I admitted freely, but that doesn't make it untrue. She smiled at Savoy, and then turned back to me. Flattery is fine and good, but it won't win you my name. Savoy mentioned you were keeping pace with him at the university. That means you meddle with dark forces better left alone. If I give you my name, you would have a terrible power over me. Her mouth was serious, but her smile showed itself around the corners of her eyes, in the tilt of her head. That is very true, I said with equal seriousness, but I will make you a bargain. I'll give you my name in exchange. Then I will be in your power as well. You'd sell me my own shirt, she said. Savoy knows your name. Assuming he hasn't told me already, I could have it from him as easy as breathing. True enough, Savoy said, seeming relieved that we remembered he was there. He took up her hand and kissed the back of it. He can tell you my name, I said dismissively, but he cannot give it to you. Only I can do that. I lay one hand flat on the table. My offer stands, my name for yours. Will you take it? Or will I be forced to think of you always as an Elohim, and never as yourself? Her eyes danced. Very well, she said. I'll have yours first, though. I leaned forward and motioned for her to do the same. She let go of Savoy's hand and turned an ear toward me. With due solemnity, I whispered my name in her ear. Kvothe. She smelled faintly of flowers, which I guessed was a perfume, but beneath that was her own smell, like green grass, like the open road after a light spring rain. Then she leaned back into her seat and seemed to think of it for a while. Kvothe, she said eventually. It suits you. Kvothe. Her eyes sparkled as if she held some hidden secret. She said it slowly, as if tasting it, then nodded to herself. What does it mean? It means many things, I said in my best Tamerlane the Great voice. But you will not distract me so easily. I have paid, and now I am in your power. Would you give me your name that I might call you by it? She smiled and leaned forward again. I did likewise. Turning my head to the side, I felt an errant strand of her hair brush against me. Diane. Her warm breath was like a feather against my ear. Diane. We both sat back in our seats. When I didn't say anything, she prompted me. Well? I have it, I assured her, as sure as I know my own. Say it then. I'm saving it, I reassured her, smiling. Gifts like these should not be squandered. She looked at me. I relented. Diane, I said. Diane. It suits you as well. We looked at each other for a long moment. Then I noticed that Savoy was giving me a not quite subtle stare. I should get back downstairs, I said, rising quickly from my seat. I've got important people to meet. I cringed inwardly at the awkwardness of the words as soon as I'd said them, but couldn't think of a less awkward way to take them back. Savoy stood and shook my hand, no doubt eager to be rid of me. Well done tonight, Kvothe. I'll be seeing you. I turned to see Denna standing too. She met my eyes and smiled. I hope to see you too. She held out her hand. I gave her my best smile. There's always hope. I meant it to seem witty, but the words seemed to turn boorish as soon as they left my mouth. I had to leave before I made an even greater ass of myself. I shook her hand quickly. It was slightly cool to the touch. Soft, delicate and strong. I did not kiss it, as Savoy was my friend, and that is not the sort of thing friends do. Chapter 59. All this knowing. In the fullness of time, and with considerable help from Dioc and Willem, I became drunk. Thus it was that 3 students made their slightly erratic way back to the university. See them as they go, weaving only slightly. It is quiet, and when the belling tower strikes the late hour, it doesn't break the silence so much as it underpins it. The crickets, too, respect the silence. Their calls are like careful stitches in its fabric, almost too small to be seen. The night is like warm velvet around them. The stars, burning diamonds in the cloudless sky, turn the road beneath their feet a silver gray. The university and Imre are the hearts of understanding and art, the strongest of the 4 corners of civilization. Here on the road between the two there is nothing but old trees and long grass bending to the wind. The night is perfect in a wild way, almost terrifyingly beautiful. The 3 boys, one dark, one light, and one, for lack of a better word, fiery, do not notice the night. Perhaps some part of them does, but they are young and drunk, and busy knowing deep in their hearts that they will never grow old or die. They also know that they are friends, and they share a certain love that will never leave them. The boys know many other things, but none of them seem as important as this. Perhaps they are right. Chapter 60. Fortune. The next day I went to the admissions lottery, sporting my very first hangover. Weary and vaguely nauseous, I joined the shortest line and tried to ignore the din of hundreds of students milling about, buying, selling, trading, and generally complaining about the slots they'd drawn for their exams. Kvothe, Ardalin's son, I said when I finally arrived at the front of the line. The bored-looking woman marked my name, and I drew a tile out of the black velvet bag. It read, Hepton, noon. 5 days from now. Plenty of time to prepare. But as I turned back to the mews, a thought occurred to me. How much preparation did I really need? More importantly, how much could I genuinely accomplish without access to the archives? Thinking it over, I raised my hand over my head with my middle finger and thumb extended, signaling that I had a slot 5 days from now that I was willing to sell. It wasn't long before an unfamiliar student wandered close. 4th day, she said, holding up her own tile. I'll give you a jot to trade. I shook my head. She shrugged and wandered away. Galvin, a Relar from the Medica, approached me. He held up his index finger, indicating that he had a slot later this afternoon. From the circles under his eyes and his anxious expression, I didn't think he was eager to go through testing that soon. Will you take 5 jots? I'd like to get a whole talent. He nodded, flipping his own tile over between his fingers. It was a fair price. No one wanted to go through admissions on the first day. Maybe later. I'll look around a little first. As I watched him leave, I marveled at the difference a single day could make. Yesterday, 5 jots would have seemed like all the money in the world. But today, my purse was heavy. I was lost in vague musings about how much money I had actually earned last night when I saw Willem and Simon approaching. Will looked a little pale under his dark sealedish complexion. I guessed he was feeling the after effects of our night's carousing, too. Sim, on the other hand, was bright and sunny as ever. Guess who drew slots this afternoon? He nodded over my shoulder. Ambrose and several of his friends. It's enough to make me believe in a just universe. Turning to search the crowd, I heard Ambrose's voice before I saw him. From the same bag. That means they did a piss-poor job mixing. They should restart this whole mismanaged sham, and... Ambrose was walking with several well-dressed friends, their eyes sweeping over the crowd, looking for raised hands. Ambrose was a dozen feet away before he finally looked down and realized the hand he was heading toward was mine. He stopped short, scowling, then gave a sudden barking laugh. You poor boy! All the time in the world and no way to spend it. Hasn't Lauren let you back in yet?
Hammer and horn,
Will said wearily behind me. Ambrose smiled at me. Tell you what, I'll give you halfpenny and one of my old shirts for your slot. That way you'll have something to wear when you're washing that one in the river. A few of his friends chuckled behind him, looking me up and down. I kept my expression nonchalant, not wanting to give him any satisfaction. Truth was, I was all too aware of the fact that I only owned 2 shirts, and after 2 terms of constant wear, they were getting shabby. Shabbier. What's more, I did wash them in the river, as I'd never had money to spare for laundry. I'll pass, I said lightly. Your shirt tails are a little richly dyed for my taste. I tugged at the front of my own shirt to make my point clear. A few nearby students laughed. I don't get it, I heard Sim say quietly to Will.
He's implying Ambrose has the...
Will paused.
The